Hey everyone, welcome back. Quick thanks to the patrons who keep this channel alive. Your requests are what I narrate next. If you want to join them, you can try Patreon free for 7 days, then it's starting with just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's get into the story.
Everything seems to have settled down. With his own world, why should this guy stop for a while? It's too cruel. The originally stable multi-universe can hardly have a bloody battle of multiple-level universes for hundreds of millions of years. However, since Martin's rise, wars have broken out frequently, and countless worlds have been destroyed as a result. The Lord of Order, the Lord of Chaos, the middleman now is the beholder. Is this guy a lunatic? Where can I go to kill? Too cruel, there is no need to provoke him. Many ancient gods watched the birth of the new world and communicated in low voices. The gazes that looked at Martin revealed a strong sense of dread. It's so good, as long as there is Martin's place, something bad will happen, deep in the multi-universe and unknown dimension. What? The beholder is dead. I don't care about the death of the beholder, or that weird ghost is dead. What I am more concerned about is that Martin actually joined forces with Emperor S.H.I.E.L.D. This is not good news. The huge amounts of shadows emerged. S.H.I.E.L.D. watched the changes of the multi-universe with a bitter expression on his face. He who was licking his wounds silently saw that Martin, who caused him to fall to this step, became a mega-universe. The existence of the unwillingness in that heart is even stronger. But miraculously, the hatred and anger in his heart were less. HMPH, those bastards always laugh at me secretly, saying that I was beaten to death by a humble mortal. HMPH, but they are in order and chaos, but there is not even a whole body left. Who is an idiot must. S.H.I.E.L.D. has a hideous face. S.H.I.E.L.D. has been deeply ashamed since he was put on the ground by Martin with a series of combinations of Supreme God armor plus leadership module plus infinite gems, and even the chaos force he was holding was crippled by half. But now that Martin is getting stronger and stronger, and the idiots who killed him are jumping around, there is a hint of joy in his heart. Sure enough, it's not that the great Lord S.H.I.E.L.D. is too weak, but this Martin is too evil. His ability to escape from Martin is already a great feat, at least much stronger than the beholder. But now, Martin has teamed up with S.H.I.E.L.D, and this is the bad news that S.H.I.E.L.D. has to worry about. It seems that I can only contact those guys, although I am more inclined to find opportunities to swallow them than to join forces with them. I think they have the same idea as me. S.H.I.E.L.D. sneered again and again. How brilliant was the second generation of gods that year, and the civil war that was detonated by the snake god Set and his underworld S.H.I.E.L.D. was completely ruined. It was a crazy era that swallowed each other. Now, in order to deal with the threats of Martin and S.H.I.E.L.D, S.H.I.E.L.D. had to find a way to contact Set and other guys. This was impossible. The real game has just begun, Martin. The pain you caused me before, now I have to return. S.H.I.E.L.D. whispered with a grinning grin, his blood-red eyes gleaming in the dark, full of bitterness. Shapeshifting King Kong universe, Cybertron. Martin is standing on the top floor of a building, looking into the distance, observing this huge new world with admiring eyes. The more he looks, the more satisfied he feels in his heart. Countless planets, countless galaxies at this moment all surround the most central Cybertron star. The original universe, the lives that experienced the zombie disaster, at the moment were also pulled into the shape-shifting diamond universe by Martin and did not use the Emberstone to transform them into shape-shifting diamonds. He only acted on those gods, the others didn't matter. Very beautiful scenery, but it's not what I want. In the darkness behind him, a bloated figure walked out, covered with all kinds of terrifying sarcomas, and even several hands and several feet grew from the back, showing distortions and deformities. Troubled by indescribable power, Stephen stood beside Martin at the moment, looking up at the twinkling stars in the sky, and had to admit that it was indeed a feast of vision and soul. Just standing here, bathing in the cool breeze, and looking up, there are countless stars lingering, as if the whole universe is joying roar and twinkling for itself. But unfortunately, this is not what Stephen wants, including the planet under his feet, nor is it Stephen's planet. I want to go back to the Earth. I am the ultimate magician of the Earth after all. I think, when you created this new world, you didn't destroy the Earth, right? Stephen said in a deep voice. Because of the excessive distortion, his voice was disturbed and became muddy and low. I haven't moved everything in the original, the Earth, the solar system, the Milky Way. I have moved here intact. Martin didn't look back, just spoke lightly. Then I beg you to release me back to Earth, Stephen whispered. Earth? Because of the zombie disaster, there are not many living people on the whole Earth. Are you sure you want to be the tombkeeper of a planet? Definitely, this is my choice, and there are at least a few hundred people. After tens of thousands of years, it is still possible to re-establish a prosperous human civilization, Stephen said. Martin finally turned around and looked deeply at the guy in front of him. Don't worry, let alone the nature of my body. Even my will and spirit cannot be interfered by these ghosts. Martin looked calm, with his hands behind his back, quietly looking at the supreme magician in front of him. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Martin slowly stretched out his hand. In an instant, the hundreds of millions of restrained Cthulhu monsters in his body and around the source of fire immediately noticed something and screamed sternly at the same time. You actually... Martin frantically extracts indescribable power from them for analysis, cruelly depriving them of their power essence and transforming them into Martin's own power. You go, Stephen, good luck to you. Gradually, an indescribable force that frightened Stephen exploded. Since you insist, just do whatever you want. In fact, I have never stopped you. As for the twisting power in you, he doesn't care about Stephen's strength. In terms of magical attainments, there are too many guys stronger than Stephen on Cybertron. Whenever he looks at Stephen, Martin always remembers when he was on the Earth. On the roof of the world, the scene where he and Stephen met for the first time, the two were looking for the mysterious camouflage, and they met because of this. After all, he knew very few old people. Stephen shuddered instinctively and looked at Martin with a look of fear. He clearly felt the endless, indescribable individuals from the man in front of him. This man, Martin, actually imprisoned so many monsters in his body. Give you a wave of subscriptions. Martin drew indescribable power from Stephen and directly began to sort out Stephen's genetic chain and began to repair the collapsed and madly mutated genes one by one. Are you really afraid of being assimilated and distorted by these monsters? Finally, Stephen restored his original appearance. Martin finally calmed down. The many ancient gods who saw this scene suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. They saw Martin plunge into the shape-shifting King Kong universe, and then there was no movement and the whole multi-universe calmed down. It seems that everything has become calm. This is the main theme of the multi-universe. The existence of many diversified level universes does not know how many years will pass before they will show up for activities. On the contrary, the recent outbreak of wars between the multiple level universes is quite unusual. The new world naturally attracted many residents of Cybertron to go out and explore. This whole world will be the battlefield of my god of war Kratos, Kratos roared. I want to build a particle collider around the Milky Way, Dr. Banner said. A lot of food, it's all mine. The last sentence was said by Janata. Only Janata would say such a thing. Many inhabitants have begun to flock to the various planets in the new world, and the original remaining life did not dare to interfere at all. The Kree, the Screw, and so on all watched this scene in silence, not daring to move. We are now in the shape-shifting Congo universe. Don't clash with these Cybertron guys, just watch the actions of the Carry beasts. Don't pay attention to them. Our main task is to multiply the population, and then find a way to kill the hypocritical Skrulls. The Carry Empire and the Screw Empire were frantically increasing their strength, and they were still starting to kill each other. Even if their own population was already very small, it dropped to a terrible level, but when they met, they were still endlessly dying. Are these guys crazy? What is the enemy? On the dawn, Drax looked at the two spaceships at war in shock. Rocket Raccoon made a piece of cake for himself, triumphantly. The hatred between them is fully involved in the conflicts millions of years ago. Millions of years ago, the Skrulls passed the assessment of the Cosmic Gods group, and the entire civilization and ethnic group continued. They immediately burst out of mentality, civilization was prosperous and technology exploded. The arrogant Skrulls felt that they were a gadget in the universe, decided to imitate the universe celestial group, and also began to play the developed set. They selected a primitive planet and decided to develop two intelligent species on the planet, Kree and Coda. The Skrulls encouraged the Krees and Kodas to compete between the two indigenous species and declared that whoever wins is entitled to bathe in the glory of the Skrull Empire and enjoy the most advanced technology. This is surprisingly one that they thought should be killed, the Universe God Group. As a result, the Kree brazenly acted and directly attacked a spacecraft of the Skrulls located on the planet, and after snatching advanced weapons, they killed all the Skrulls and wiped out the Kodas in one fell swoop. While developing, the proud Kree also began to frantically attack and kill the Skrulls, fighting to support the war. In the end, the Kree, an indigenous group, rose at a jaw-dropping speed and fought against the developed and powerful Skrulls. The Million Years War. That group of cosmic gods, their heads are not right, and the review standards are extremely weird. No one knows what standards they use to evaluate civilization. The Kree people have a stronger sense of clustering, and they are ahead of the Coda in all the tests set by the Screws. But in the end, the Screws announced that the Codas have won. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Therefore, many people call the Skrulls idiots, and even their brains are filled with arrogance and shit. I really don't know how this kind of brainless race passed the review of the Universe Celestial Group back then. Wait, what is this? Up to now, the Kree people have not lost to the Screw people in all aspects, and they have brought huge amounts of threats and harm to the Screw people. The Dawn spacecraft flew so quickly. Soon, Dawn immediately issued a warning sound. Be careful, there is a powerful energy source fast approaching. Subsequently, the senior leaders of the Carry people began to develop artificial intelligence supreme wisdom, not hesitating to integrate their soul and spirit into the supreme wisdom, relying on the coldness of the intelligent program and the decision to maximize the interests of the second time. And then there is the SK, the science and technology of the people of Lu. The entire Carry civilization began to develop crazily. This kind of decision immediately angered the Kree, who respected the Skrulls as gods. The Kree felt that they had been greatly humiliated, considering that they had a feud with the Codas. Once the Codas got to the support and technological tilt of the Screw Empire will soon lead the way, and what is waiting for the Kree is extinction. Gikyu subscribe, it should be gone, many cosmic gods have been killed by the Creator. Quill sat in the driver's seat and stared at the huge figure in front of him in amazement. Confinement said. Then in this universe is there a cosmic god group? Quill asked smoothly. The Rocket Raccoon yelled loudly, there is still a cosmic god group in this universe. No, it's not the cosmic god group anymore. This guy is shapeshifting King Kong. Sure enough, I said that the Creator could not let go of these guys. He even killed the creation gods. It is impossible to leave these mechanical gods alone. Confinement grunted twice, raised his chin arrogantly, and stared at the cosmic god group in front of him. Roar, huge amounts of the universe god and the Dawn spacecraft passed by and left in a hurry. He looks worried. Quill looked at the shape-shifting King Kong god, who was leaving in a hurry thoughtfully, but quickly left his head behind and took his members to Roar to explore this new world. A new universe thousands of times the file size of the ordinary universe. Moreover, according to the information provided by Ultron, there seem to be many weird areas in this universe, indescribable, revealing endless distortions and disasters. When Martin transformed the world, he used the perspective of a multi-universe god to correct it. So I don't care about many places at all. But it is this deliberately neglected place that is worthy of serious battle for lower beings. The Dawn turned into a stream of light, exploring in this unbelievably huge world like the Guardians of Galaxy. There are many other guys. One by one they are free to shuttle in the new world, exploring the unknown. This is their world, the location of a new era. At the moment, Cybertron has already arrived with a shape-shifting King Kong, a deity with an astonishing size. Many residents who noticed this have all looked surprised. Some people who responded quickly have already begun to adjust their state and supplement energy. It is estimated that something big may have happened. A large number of the Celestials in the multi-universe are in action, and there are suspected high-level figures of the Celestials. Letter 3005. Martin raised his eyebrows and looked at the gods in front of him in surprise. What about the goal is it for us? Martin asked. No, there are other goals. Many gods have received special orders to gather at a certain cosmic coordinate in the depths of the multi-universe. A god said, the Cosmic Gods group has a specific set of contact methods to directly transmit information in the gap of the multi-universe. These gods who were transformed into shape-shifting diamonds by Martin naturally received them and rushed over to report to Martin. I see, don't worry, the universe king who is wandering in the multi-universe has already rushed past. Martin frowned, lost in thought. It stands to reason that, in charge of the multi-universe chaos side rule, the Universe Emperor, as one of the multi-universe entities, does not need to worry. The strength of the peak of the multi-universe is enough to slap most of the high-level members of the Universe Celestial group. But then again, the other party is a cosmic god group, a group that has great malice towards all the gods that can threaten them. Except for the leader of the cosmic gods, the other celestial gods are not worthy of attention. No, I don't care, but the cosmic emperor needs to care. An ordinary punch can have the power of 1,000,000 gods, Marvel's first battle armor, and there is a faint appearance of the powerful gods of the multiple-level universe. Double either the primitive transcendence has appeared, and they are massacred across the multi-universe, or battle gear of the Godslayer. Martin thought about it and quickly analyzed countless information from previous lives, and soon he understood something. Really, is this war armor discovered? Then I have to participate in it. Once I get it, I can instantly have the power of a multi-level universe. The Universe God Group. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Martin's eyes lit up. With a sneer on Martin's face, he stepped directly into the outer space. In an instant, he had left the shapeshifting King Kong universe, concealing his figure and trajectory and moving his clothes concealedly toward the location. GUI beg readers to subscribe more. Martin sneered, quietly standing in the distance to observe, looking at these noble gods who suddenly became agitated. At every instant, countless universes were crossed by him. As Martin sat on the ground closer to the coordinates, he had already seen the cosmic gods gathered in front of him. Martin abruptly got up, raised his hand and stretched out. In an instant, a stream of light struck, and the star sword was firmly grasped by Martin. Generally speaking, the high-level cosmic gods group will not be easily dispatched. Those mass-produced lower celestial gods are enough. Unless something happens that can affect the entire cosmic god group, what will it be? That is, among the top 10 sequence gods in the Universe Gods group, the 9 gods except the Judge are all the starting strengths of the multi-level universe. Let's break it down again. Except for 8 of them, the most worthy of attention it is the Sleeping God. Cosmic Celestial Group Either the strongest war weapon of the Aspilantes was discovered back then. Such a war weapon can be equivalent to the strength of a high-level cosmic god group. It is strange that they are not disturbed. Because the Sleeping God can be regarded as the adjutant of the Justice, possessing the strength of super-universe level. Many ancient beings have noticed the actions of the cosmic god group, the huge figure that roars through the countless universes, and it exudes power and divine light unscrupulously. As long as it is not blind, it can be seen. Cosmic Celestial Group, which force is this going to fight with again? The Cosmic Celestial Group has been dispatched on a large scale 3 times before, defeating the Dark Celestial Group, the Observer Clan, and the Aspilantes. What are they going to do this time? Looking at it one after another, with extremely solemn emotions. The Cosmic Gods Group, anyone who survives the Ancients knows how terrifying this group is. Not to mention how powerful they are, there is still one of the 5 great creation gods, eternal for them to stand on the surface. No one wants to confront these tricky mechanical gods. They watched the gathering of many ancient beings, hesitated for a moment and began to act cautiously, observing from a distance. At the moment, the Emperor of the Universe shrank his entire body in an inconspicuous universe, silently observing the distance, staring at every movement of these gods. This is the world of Constructor Civilization, the respected Lord of Chaos. The universe great from Cybertron, please leave. Leave, get out of here. Several spaceships exuding amazing power came around and flew around. First, they repeatedly explored around this golden planet that suddenly appeared in their universe. After a long time entanglement, they dared to confirm, this one should be the recent mega-universe multi-universe. Emperor of the Universe. Don't underestimate the Constructor Civilization, they are powerful civilizations that can ramp up multi-universe. The main gun on a spaceship can destroy a galaxy with one blow. Go away, I have very important things to do. The Emperor of the Universe shrank trivially motionless, until he was annoyed by these nasty ships and then he yelled. At the same time, he was surprised that these guys could detect his own specialness, and his planetary body was full of horror. The fluctuation of the sky destroys countless spaceships in an instant. The entire universe was suddenly halted, and countless planets were wiped out by the grumpy Universe Emperor. The Constructor Civilization watched silently, and many high-level officials were deeply irritated. Although our civilization level is extremely high, it is definitely not an opponent of a multi-level universe god. Below the multi-level universe, we can kill whoever we want, but at the multi-universe level, we can't do anything at all. Compared with the above, it is more than the below. This is the embarrassment of the Constructor Civilization. This civilization that likes to shuttle through the various universes can only look at this unreasonable cosmic emperor with a sullen expression. Over time, the great universe basically saw something. These gods blocking the water in the universe seem to be observing, hey, interesting, these ghosts with rusty heads. The Emperor Universe observed quietly. But in the next moment, there was a tyrannical god who exuded a huge aura. Suddenly turned his head and fixed his eyes on the universe where the Universe Emperor was. Did you find it, I blame the shit-builder civilization just now, but it doesn't matter. Emperor Universe shapeshifting, CFBD. The huge amounts of golden spheres immediately began to transform into a battle form. The golden giant, whose height was difficult to estimate, walked directly out of this universe, standing in a multi-universe facing each other. The new Lord of Chaos, this is the action of the Universe Celestial Group. Leaving here, otherwise it will be a challenge to us. The god said indifferently, "Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running." The great universe sneered, clenched his fists directly, and a terrifying crackle broke out, resounding through countless worlds. "Coincidentally, I am passing here and your things are blocking my way. Now get out of the way and take advantage of it, before being killed by me." Rumble, the Emperor of the Universe, grabbed the opponent. In the palm of his hand that squeezed the universe, at the moment had more chaotic rules. In the moment it was thrown out, he began to frantically chaotic everything in front of him. All the original trajectories were controlled by at the moment. The universe is distorted. You are looking for death. You will cause a catastrophic war of extinction for your civilization. The calculating god slowly raised his head, stopped speaking, and acted brazenly. At the moment, the huge power of a multi-level universe came out directly. Facing the aggressive Emperor of the Universe, he did not show any hesitation. In fact, he was honoring Martin's order: do things, the bigger the better. "I am Nezar, the god of counting, the Emperor of the Universe. You still have time to leave now," the god of counting said indifferently. Calculating the gods angered. "And now, the news that the Godkiller battle armor was discovered is very important, and it directly involves a multi-level universe battle armor, which cannot be allowed in any case. His duty is to collect information and calculate it, and report the calculation result." Even the calculation god Nasal could not escape the influence of the power of chaos. "What kind of thing are you?" the great universe grinned. The two mechanical giants ran in the endless void and slammed into each other with a loud noise, causing countless high-dimensional time and space ripples, violently surging, and the entire multi-universe began to tremble. "Then you can only fight." But the Universe Emperor just grinned. He didn't care at all, he just shot. His situation was crazy, and he would never give up without killing the opponent. Even if the opponent is the Emperor of the Universe. The two horrible beings fought brazenly, the battle was fierce, and they turned the horses and horses of countless universes. Many of the nearby celestial groups were drawn in by this terrible battle, but in an instant they turned into dust and were completely wiped out. Go to hell. The Universe Emperor had a ferocious face and was full of brutality. He shot one after another, and the terrifying chaotic rule swept across him and suppressed the calculation god in front of him. Even in the multi-level universe, even if the energy is infinite between each other, it is still divided into 3, 6, or 9 levels. There is no doubt that the Cosmic Emperor who has swallowed the Lord of Chaos is the top level of the multi-level universe. Boom. The Emperor of the Universe slammed the calculation deity with a fierce punch, mixed with endless energy, and the blessing of chaotic rules at this moment all poured onto the calculation deity, only heard a loud noise that shook countless worlds and a terrifying shockwave, and the time was extinguished. In space, a terrible depression immediately appeared on the body of the calculation god. Click. The fragments shattered, and the calculation god roared furiously. Looking down, his powerful armor that could carry the multi-universe Big Bang was actually shattered by the Emperor of the Universe, revealing the internal body structure. Cosmic Celestial Group, that's it, that's it. Even the great universe can't take a punch, so it deserves to be called Roar. The Emperor of Universe laughed, the terrifying laughter with strong malice and chaotic will, where it spread. Many gods could not help but let out a scream. The whole body began to burst out with light, body functions, and procedures. It was all chaotic and exploded in the next second. The calculation god was frightened and angry, looking at the giant in front of him, a strong sense of dread. As a senior of the Cosmic God Group, he has experienced countless major events and personally participated in countless wars, but never before has he felt the aura of death like this. The great universe, how long has it been since its birth? Has it grown to such a rapid pace? Even the ancient gods that existed before the birth of multi-universe can't even confront each other head-on. Tell me, what are you looking for? Maybe it's what I need. The great universe constantly attacked, one blow after another, to the half-dead that the calculation gods had beaten to life. Every heavy punch indirectly exploded countless worlds. Many ancient gods looked at this cruel fellow in shock and fear. Half of the head of the calculation god was blown up, but he sneered and said, "You don't want to know our actions. The Emperor of the Universe, you are just lucky. Martin personally defeated the Chaos Lord and fed it to you. Eat, you can grow up to now because of luck, not because of how great you are."
Yes.
The Emperor of the Universe laughed grinningly, and a terrifying laughter erupted. His eyes showed deep tyranny and bloodthirsty. He immediately stretched out 2 fingers and tore off the arm of the calculating god, which was extremely cruel. Let go of the calculation gods. Emperor Universe, you are declaring war on the Universe Celestial Group. You will regret it. On behalf of one force, declare war on the top of another ancient force. Did Martin agree? A god of heaven watched this scene with great anger. Their noble and multi-level universe gods were crushed little by the Emperor of the Universe in the manner of almost torturing dolls. The Emperor Universe just sneered and tore off one of the thighs of the calculation god. These stupid heads actually asked him whether the creator agreed. He, this is exactly Martin's order. From afar, Martin watched this scene indifferently. Sooner or later, there will be a full-scale war between Cybertron and the Universe Celestial Group. In addition to the Judge, the Celestial Group will also have 9 multi-level Universe Celestial Gods. Killing one counts as one. If I can capture the battle armor of the Godslayer and transform it into a multi-level universe shape-shifting King Kong. With such a calculation, the situation can become 4 to 8. Kill him. A cold light flashed under Martin's eyes and ordered. After receiving the message from the fire, the Emperor of the Universe flashed a violent, bloodthirsty, cold light in his eyes. Under the unbelievable gaze of the calculation god, he severely crushed it and killed it completely. NS. Boom, there was a loud noise. The calculation god is dead. The top 10 ancient existences were killed by the brutal and reckless Universe Emperor at this moment. Find flowers. Do not. You be ***D, how dare you? War, you are starting a war between two major forces. Many gods were stunned and roared frantically. In the next moment, many furious figures immediately descended, and a god of multiple-level universe finally descended. They looked at the remains of the calculating gods in shock and immediately stared at the Emperor of the Universe. The new Lord of Chaos, you will die here. Even if you are the rule entity of this multi-universe, you will definitely have to pay for your actions. Several terrifying gods killed the universe in a sudden hiss. Martin appeared slowly, his face full of hostility, but with a deep daze he didn't seem to know what was going on. A sword light suddenly appeared, with awe-inspiring murderous intent, and without leaving a hand, a god was even struck by this sword, and the powerful armor was answered on the spot with a deep gully. In the universe surrounded by many celestial gods, a powerful wave suddenly spread. Martin confronted each other extremely strongly and looked at the guys in front of him with a smile without a smile. A trace of murder flashed deep in his eyes. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. If I could kill these guys in one go, it would be almost. What? I see, Emperor Universe, you made the mistake of huge amounts of. Now go back to Cybertron. You are not allowed to appear in multi-universe without my order. You need to atone for your adventure. Just when the situation is tense and deadlocked, many gods became even more angry, shifting their gazes and staring at Martin. He killed our seniors, is this your response? The experimental god snarled. What are you doing? Martin wondered. Response, no, I'm just showing your face. Martin's face was full of smiles, and he looked very gentle. This is an accident, why are you entangled with this? As for the poor god, he died when he died, it's a shame. Your subordinate killed a noble god, he needs to pay a price. Experimental god de Fulong said angrily. Martin has a solemn expression and yells. In the universe surrounded by many existences, it was still calm, except for the aloft cosmic gods who watched tremblingly the gods who surrounded their world from the outside world. The other beings were completely unaware of it. Tony has been upset recently. He frowned tightly, and on the screen in front of him, JARVIS was loyally broadcasting news from all over the world. Damn, the whole world has been screened by Fu Manchu. Tony took a sip of his drink and cursed. Major media are reporting that he lost to Mandarin from the east, and now 10 rings are raging across the United States in droves, unstoppable. Tony fished his ears. JARVIS, have you found Mandarin's place? Not yet, sir. The other party is more difficult to deal with than we thought. And the other party's 10 rings also have a powerful super ability, which can interfere with our tracking. Rings? Tony's face was extremely solemn. He was defeated to Mandarin. He knew the horror of the 10 rings better than anyone. According to his assessment, the combined force of the 10 rings was no less than the power of an infinite gems, which could be called the universe. Top artifact, then I will think of a way, I will come up with a new tracking algorithm. Tony put down his wine glass. At this moment, the originally sealed laboratory door was suddenly opened. Sir, my defense system was breached. JARVIS said suddenly. The intelligent butler's powerful defense system was broken by an unknown enemy without holding it for a second, completely losing control of the laboratory. A strangely shaped robot is slowly walking into the house. Aren't you the butler robot my father left me? You should sleep in the warehouse now, and I have never authorized you to enter my secret laboratory. Tony stared in shock. Of this robot, for decades, he almost forgot about the robot that accompanied him through his childhood. With the passing of Howard Stark, the robot named was also sealed by Tony at the time. Mandarin's power is beyond the realm you know. Magic and divine power are forbidden for you. Master Tony, you can't defeat him now, and the technology you have cannot suppress him. Turning a deaf ear to ears, he walked over and said, Master, you need more power. Tony had no expression on his face. Secretly, he was ready to put on the battle armor for battle. It was so weird and full of mystery that this suddenly activated automatically. Tony sarcastically said, what advice can you give me a complete set of mature technology? With a stiff mechanical voice, he slowly said, you don't need new technology, Master Tony. What you really need is a battle armor that can engage with powerful gods head-on. And I can help you find that ancient battle armor. What? Tony just kept sneering, and immediately there was the powerful armor roar flying over, and he was put on in an instant. With his arms raised, the energy cannon has completed its energy storage and pointed directly at the mysterious robot and said coldly, I suspect that you have been invaded by Ultron and have been wiped out. You are now an Ultron robot. No, Master Tony, Ultron's low-end intelligent life is not worthy to invade me. I, the highest intelligent program developed by the ancient Aspelantes, shoulder the important task of continuing the Aspelante civilization. You, his father, knew my origin very well. In the past countless years, I have traveled through countless universes and finally came here and selected you. Tony Stark, before you were born, I have selected you, and you will be responsible for the continuation. The important task of the Spillant civilization. There are a lot of nonsense. JARVIS, invade this guy immediately. I need to collect all the internal information of this ghost, Tony said solemnly. It's useless. JARVIS is just a strong artificial intelligence. In the entire universe, it is actually a very outdated program, he said stiffly. As soon as the voice fell, the control of Tony's armor fell into its hands. Tony's face turned dark and he said in a bad mood, what do you want to do? With his eyes lit up, he immediately cast out a picture and image that I do not know from the ancient years to the present. A terrifying armor is fighting in an endless multi-universe, powerful rule weapons, terrifying energy proliferation efficiency, and instantaneous. Destroyed one after another galaxy. Aspirant, an ancient and powerful civilization, once the top technological civilization of the multi-universe. They have mastered the technology to the extent that they can modify the rule to create the universe. The entire multi-universe can be rampant. But at the peak, it was sniped by the Universe Celestial Group, and the two major forces broke out a terrible war. Open the mouth, Tony's face was solemn. These robots can actually confront the cosmic gods. This is the messenger of God, the mass-produced mecha of aspirant civilization. Each of them has the power of level single universe and is the backbone weapon against the cosmic gods. Said, at the end of the war, we developed it. A super weapon that can end the war, a powerful armor that can destroy the entire multi-universe. But at this time, we were attacked by several high-level members of the Celestial Group. The last battle, the destruction of civilization, this armor also completely disappeared. Looking at Tony, he calmly said, Master Tony, the Godslayer's armor, the strongest creation of the aspirants, is in this universe. More importantly, the only person who can control this armor is you, except you. No one can get the approval of the battle armor of the Godslayer. Do you want me to avenge you? I can't fight the Universe Celestial team desperately for you, Tony said coldly. No, Master Tony, I don't care about how you use the battle gear of the Godslayer. My duty is to find a master for this battle gear and continue the Aspelante civilization. This is my only mission. Tony looked at the robot in front of him suspiciously, was silent for a long time, repeatedly deduced various possibilities, and said in a deep voice, I'm a little bit interested. Talk about the battle armor of the Godslayer. Godkiller, a normal punch can kill millions of cosmic gods. It was originally a battle armor worn by Emperor Aspirant. With this, even if the multi-universe gods come, you can defeat the opponent, said. Tony stared warily, but he had to say that his heart moved. The pursuit of knowledge is one of the life pursuits of people like Tony, and now he will have the opportunity to obtain the highest research results of a terrifying civilization. I don't trust you, and open all your core programs to me so that we can cooperate. I will go and get the battle armor of the Godslayer. Very suffering. It has been wandering in the multi-universe for too long, and its only mission is to find an heir, and then give him the battle armor of the Godslayer to continue the last afterglow of the aspirant. Master Tony, this is the battle armor of the Godslayer. It is the strongest battle suit of the leader of the aspirant civilization. It is 9 kilometers high. I hope you can use it well. Controlling a spaceship, he took Tony directly into the deep space of the universe. found a huge humanoid behemoth staying on a gray planet, and carefully explained this war weapon to Tony. If it hadn't been for the Cosmic Gods team to suddenly attack, several multi-level universe gods attacked our headquarters, we might not have lost. Can you imagine, Master Tony, our Emperor hastily put on this armor to fight against several peers, existed and was eventually defeated. Even the battle armor of the Godslayer was randomly thrown into the multi-universe by the Emperor, said. Tony stared at this terrifying battle armor, and each of the most subtle structures on it seemed to be the manifestation of the entire multi-universe high-level rule, exuding nobility and majesty. Even if no one can control this armor but just standing there in silence, that kind of horrible depression is almost suffocating, which has surpassed the shackles of the normal rule. In Tony's eyes, bloodshot faintly appeared. "Are you sure this big guy belongs to me?" Tony roar sucked quickly. The deep and ancient breath made Tony feel impatient. Say in a stiff electronic tone, "Definitely, Master Tony, you are the successor I chose. Your wisdom and consciousness are enough to control the Godslayer. You are destined to let the glory of the Aspelantes resound through the multi-universe." "Then what should I do? Tell me a password." "No, there is no password. You are the password. I have arranged everything for you, Master, just touch the armor." Very confident. As early as when Tony's mother was pregnant, it had secretly moved its hands and feet, and quietly modified Tony's genetic sequence, a genetic sequence that specifically fits the Godslayer's battle gear, the only one in the entire multi-universe. That's why it said that only Tony in the entire multi-universe is qualified to control the battle gear of the Godslayer. It is a pity that it does not know that the new terrifying god who has shocked countless worlds, a man named Martin, can also seize control of the Godslayer's battle gear. Having stayed in this universe for half a century, it is absolutely impossible to imagine that the situation of multi-universe has been turned upside down in just half a century. The multi-universe world, which cannot change for hundreds of millions of years, has already undergone drastic changes. Originally, I wanted to create a disaster, and then I came to guide Master Tony to find the battle armor of the Godkiller, but I don't know why, my thinking program always conveys ominous premonitions to me. I was puzzled. It was an extremely powerful, intelligent life. It was instinct to collect information. Perhaps it was the attention and concern of the countless gods on the Godslayers which quietly distorted the rules of the universe and then was caught in the dark. So I was in a hurry, and I would rather arouse Tony's disgust and suspicion and act as soon as possible. Finally, I can have a good rest. Master Tony will certainly not shame the glory of the aspirant. People who live for too long and too long don't want to live anymore. After completing their mission, they will commit suicide. It's great, this is the best gift. I decided to forgive you for your previous offense to me. Tony touched the giant enthusiastically, and as soon as he touched it, it melted into it. The terrifying Godkiller finally moved after billion hail months. The small origin on its body lit up a terrible red light, as if to reflect the entire multi-universe. An indescribable and terrifying sense of oppression spread crazily with the revival of the Godkillers. That is enough to instantly subvert half of the multi-universe's majestic energy, directly touch the level of the rule, and burst out at this moment. Staring, showing relief, he whispered, "I can rest forever." But almost at the next instant, he was stunned, staring blankly at the scene in front of him. Tony controlled the Godslayer's battle gear and stood up staggeringly, looking extremely reluctant. Then his left foot tripped over his right foot, and he fell down with a bang. It's impossible. Godkiller is the most perfect armor. As long as you can integrate into it, you can get the perfect control authority. The driver's thinking, will, and spirit will be seamlessly integrated with the Godkiller. But you, why can't you control the battle armor of the Godslayer? How is this possible? Almost crazy, watching Tony driving this great creature awkwardly. As if he was seeing a joker, he was shocked, his eyes widened, and he looked at the scene in front of him with an expression of disbelief on his stiff face. Why can't you control this armor? It's impossible. Damn it, you ask me, who should I ask? Is that what you said? Is no problem. Tony cursed, his spirit and heart spread frantically, surpassing the known absolute barriers spreading in every area of the Godkiller's armor. But Tony did not feel relieved. He clearly noticed from the Godkiller arrived a kind of huge amounts of rejection. It seems that this Godkiller battle armor only has the authorization of, but it still lacks the master who is truly qualified to control it. But even with such terrible rejection, Tony can clearly feel his own strength. Just looking at the outside world through the Godkiller armor, countless timelines can be seen in his eyes one by one. This feeling is incomparable. Shocking, after all, he is just a mortal after all, and it is almost impossible to observe all this from the perspective of God. But it works now. The size of the battle armor of the Godslayer is extremely astonishing, reaching a height of 9 kilometers. Even if Tony tried his best to control it, he was still extremely reluctant. He kept falling to the ground, bursting out a bang that shook countless worlds, even a slight leak of energy. Immediately triggered countless violent tremors in time and space with shocking fluctuations. It was also at this time that this astonishing fluctuation continued to spread to the entire multi-universe, spreading to one world after another, and was shocked by the cosmic celestial group who had been tracking the battle armor of the Godslayer for countless years. A large number of gods gathered, and they succeeded in attracting the attention of other gods, and they looked at this direction from a distance. Tony quickly said, "Are you sure I can control this armor?" The barrier of the universe was torn apart by a figure. Martin stepped out, a terrible murderous air surged all over his body, and he had already obliterated countless cosmic gods in his hand and looked down at the powerful armor. How can this be? I have obviously modified your genes and transplanted the only control authority of the Godkiller Warframe into your body. Why can't you control it? I'll tell you the reason. I'll tell you why Tony Stark can't control the battle gear of the Godslayer. You unreliable fellow. Tell me what to do now. Compared to Tony's confusion and hardship, what he showed was madness. Godkiller battle gear, the ultimate technological creation of the aspirant, will eventually fall into the hands of a deadly enemy. What a sad thing is that, boom, falling into a state of freeze, directly desperate, it has probed the eye-catching celestial group outside the universe. If Tony can control the Godslayer, everything will be fine. In the big deal, he will fight with the universe celestial group. 467 seem to be out of control, extremely mad. I don't understand why on earth. Rumble, but now it's over. It keeps recalling the information of the past countless years, trying to find the cause of the problem, but it has found nothing. The genetic modification it applied to Tony was originally a kind of authority engraved on the rule. Even a mortal can control the Godslayer regardless of strength or level. Lost in confusion. A wave of energy leaked from the battle armor of the Godkiller, instantly destroying the planet under his feet, and then a new wave broke out and began to destroy other planets. Tony cursed, manipulating the Godkiller to stand up. His actions were difficult, and the terrifying fluctuations that unconsciously erupted had formed a strong sense of oppression on the world he was in. With a cold face, Martin smashed his way out of the many gods groups. He was surrounded by various types of gods' limbs, and several powerful gods of the multi-level universe were roaring angrily. Countless energy waves surging, annihilated everything in an instant. Countless rules collided with each other, bursting out a devouring force that was countless times more terrifying than a black hole, and one galaxy collapsed. After noticing the power erupting from the Godkiller's battle armor because it could not be perfectly controlled, Martin finally stopped patience and made a strong shot, killing countless gods and rushing in. The reason is very simple, because Tony Stark is not the person you originally selected. The genetic modification surgery you performed ... it was not Tony at all. Martin glanced at the amazing Godkiller armor, showing a trace of movement, and then looked down at the desperate robot. For this result, really, Martin didn't feel any surprises. Tony Stark in this universe is not the baby who was transformed back then. The one who was secretly transformed while still in his mother's belly is Tony's own brother. Every big family that has been handed down for a long time will always have some dog blood stories. The cautious Howard Stark has long been aware of the weirdness, and he has always maintained a right vigilance in his heart. After realizing that his eldest son's genes have become passive, he immediately began to act, replacing it with Tony, making him think that Tony is only the baby who has been transformed. Impossible. I have been watching the sickly fellow. Letter 3005. I remembered that the guy who died less than 30 years old was frail and sickly. Remember. That guy could have been better than Tony, but unfortunately, because of your genetic modification surgery, his body was exhausted. He died when he was less than 30 years old. You killed him with your own hands, you with my own hands. I killed the man you saw as hope in the future. Martin sneered. The multitude of cosmic gods who came after them also stopped and watched this scene in surprise. Why is Martin so clear about this kind of thing? No, how could it be like this? There was confusion in his thinking program, and the entire mechanical body began to burst into sparks as if there was a sign of overload. That's it, you have been carrying the glory of ancient civilization for countless years. But at the last moment, you personally destroyed the hope you held fast. Martin's voice was cold. What? There was a hysterical growl. Crazy shivering, sometimes crying, sometimes laughing, madness drifted to a sun and then plunged in, completely melted and perished. It's a sad life. Martin glanced lightly, then withdrew his gaze. Is the most real, intelligent life he knows. In the face of terrible reality, he went crazy, couldn't stand the blow, and committed suicide. Martin lowered his head and looked at the stumbling Godslayer's armor. Martin, give it to us, otherwise you will be retaliated by us, which will trigger a war between two worlds. The experimental gods roared and rushed over, wanting to fight for the battle armor of the Godslayer. War. Do you think I am afraid of war? Martin sneered. The cosmic celestial group must have noticed him and began to collect his information. It is likely that he has the ability to activate machinery. In his original universe, the celestial group was either killed by Martin or transformed into shapeshifting. King Kong Devas, the top of the Devas group, must also know war will inevitably break out. Martin will never have any form of expectation or fluke for the universe gods. There is only one way for the two sides to fight. In other words, in other words, kill as many high-level celestials as possible. The face is torn, and the battle armor of the Godslayer is even more unallowable. Boom, several other multivariate level universe gods also surrounded him, looking at Martin with trepidation, killing intent. Guild beg you readers to subscribe to a few more chapters for your support. Tony's voice came from the Godslayer, and this voice spread across several nearby universes, energy flying wildly, destroying countless planets. He knew Martin's purpose, and he also knew clearly that it was inevitable that Cybertron and the Universe Celestial Group had a long and protracted war, so he knew even more about the meaning and value of the Godkiller's battle armor. Another round of war broke out, and the existence of several multi-level universes fought and began to compete for the battle armor of the Godslayer. Get started first. The experimental god was stunned, and he felt like Martin seemed to be ready for some kind of preparation. This is a living multi-level universe shape-shifting King Kong. Only one can kill one. There are only a few multi-level universes of the Universe Celestial Group, and if you kill one, there will be one less. Damn, what are you doing? What are you doing? Who will save me? Tony, who was blocked by a group of bigwigs at the center, let out a scream. Martin gave a sharp sneer. Wang Zhao, the great universe, also killed him and snorted when he heard the words. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Give me your pain, I like to bear the pain the most. Damn it, who will save me? With frequent wars, Martin's face was cold and cruel, and the fierce light from his eyes was enough to shatter the planet. Godkiller battle armor, he must get it. As long as there are Godslayers, Cybertron will have 4 multiple-level universes, and Martin himself can rely on a lot of artifacts to fight for the super universe level. There are also 7 multi-level universes of the Universe Celestial Group, 1 super universe level, and 1 less one to kill. These top 10 celestial gods are the essence of the Universe Celestial Group. The more you kill, the weaker they become. Martin flickered fiercely. When he took action to rob the Godslayer, he directly attacked and killed other universe gods. Not only that, Martin also directly began to spread his own fire source power wildly, constantly assimilating all the surrounding machinery. This is the source of your fire. I still underestimate it. I didn't expect you to even corrupt the god of multi-universe. The experimental god gave a low growl, fell into a frenzy, and rushed towards Martin frantically. The other gods were also shocked, especially the gods of the multiple-level universe, who personally felt their own power that was corroded and assimilated by an all-pervasive force of terror, and immediately looked at Martin's eyes, and there was an extra kill. Such horrible and weird weapons must be destroyed, and those who hold such evil weapons must die. Martin, you have to die, no one can save you. The experimental god roared. Martin also gave a smirk. Coincidentally, you must die here today, you damn thing. I will definitely kill you completely. Rumble, fierce fighting broke out. Martin and the universe are besieged by 4 multi-level universes and are directly at a disadvantage. Boom, Yuan Tianzun also came and immediately greeted the analyzing god in a crash. Martin 1-on-2, in a sneer, finally took out the Star Sword, while madly corroding and assimilating the opponent with the fire source. Every time he seized some of the opponent's control authority, and every time the opponent's life form was modified, the superior balance would be permanently turned towards Martin tilted this side. Go to death, kill all of you here, and the entire cosmic god group will be crippled in half. Martin sneered in a low voice, his voice filled with coldness and greed. He couldn't wait to kill these mechanical gods. Hiss. A sword light flashed, and the tragic blue light split everything. This terrifying blow was close to the super universe level. What's more amazing was that an indescribable power was also continuously transmitted from Martin's CFBD. Madness interferes with everything about the other party, Even thinking and will are distorted by this indescribable force. Star Sword, Fire Seed Source, Phoenix Force plus the power of the Beholder. How many powers are there, you be asterisk 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 D. The experimental god was frightened and angered, eroded and interfered by various forces, and the more he fought, the harder he worked. Finally, with a loud noise, half of his body was chopped off. Go to hell. Martin sneered. Even if the destroyer god on the side roared to pinch Martin, it was still difficult to completely protect the experimental god. With a loud noise, countless universes were briefly dyed a terrifying blue. The experimental gods were constantly dismembered by Martin amidst the roars of roars. What made the experimental gods more angry and uneasy was that the activation power from the fire source, as he was injured and weakened, began to show more and more terrifying power. He, the dilapidated experimental god, has gradually been unable to withstand this terrifying corrosive force. This is an extremely unreasonable force, which is above the rule. It seems that by nature it has a terrible supremacy to all mechanical bodies. Permissions. Even the cosmic gods are no exception. The experimental god uttered an unwilling roar and resisted desperately, but in the end Martin tried to exchange his injuries and finally smashed him to death. It's a pity that the gods of the multi-level universe are too difficult to activate. Otherwise, I can have another subordinate of the multi-level universe. Martin slowly moved his gaze, staring fiercely at the other three remaining gods. Everything around, except for these three, the other level god Father and level single universe, have been instantly transformed and activated by Martin into shapeshifting diamonds. There are only these three guys. Can't let you live anymore, you are too threatening to our cosmic god group. Your existence has seriously damaged the balance of the entire multi-universe. Analyzing the gods staring straight at Martin. The two heavenly gods who faced Yuan-Shi Tianzun and Universe Great Emperor had also fallen into a disadvantage and were brutally beaten by the two powerful shape-shifting King Kong ancestors. Martin sneered, me. Severe loss of balance. What I damage is the balance of your cosmic gods. I know all about your hypocrisy. Analyzing the gods staring at Martin, falling into silence, crazily analyzing Martin's every sentence and the meaning of every micro-expression. This is his instinct ability. I have already called the other seniors in roar, Martin. You will be deeply aware of what fear is. The analytical god said solemnly, appearing very confident. The sleeping god, but the terrifying existence of super-universe level, killing Martin such a multi-level universe is really too simple. However, Martin is proud enough to be able to force the sleeping gods to take action. None of the aspirants of the year did this. Boom, boom, boom. Terrible wars broke out frequently, and several figures staggered, bombarding the entire multi-universe into a state of chaos. Countless worlds could not be resisted very quickly and collapsed instantly. Everything fell into a huge amount of extinction. Before the sleeping gods arrive, you will all die. Martin grinned, his heart moved, and finally gave an order to someone who had just been activated. Boom. Huge amounts of the battle armor of the Godslayer suddenly moved and immediately punched it, brutally smashing the analyzing god. Hey, this armor is completely out of control, Tony in the Godkiller exclaimed. The battle armor of the Godslayer has now become the shape-shifting King Kong of the Godslayer. In the waves of violent waves, the Godslayers joined the battle, joined forces with Martin, and analyzed the maiming of the gods in one fell swoop. All this only happened in a flash. How could the Godslayer actually did so soon? Analyzed the wounds of the gods, frightened and angry, and roared unwillingly. Martin looked down with a sneer on his face and raised the star sword, about to slash it down. Stop! A horrible figure came, and the pressure that surpassed the limit of multi-universe was suddenly suppressed at this moment. In an instant, the rule collapsed, and time and space spontaneously began to shatter. Everything is changing drastically. It seems that there is no load in the world, the specks of this horrible existence. Martin sneered. No matter what, he swung his sword forcibly, hissed. The entire multi-universe was almost divided into two, analyzing that the gods had been killed by Martin. Damn you! The terrifying existence of this super-universe level immediately fell into anger. The sleeping god came with terrible anger. He awakened from his deep sleep, received the signal, and then rushed back quickly, but it was too late. The two high-level gods of the multi-level universe were hacked by Martin. Calculating gods, experimental gods, and analyzing gods were all killed by Martin on the spot. 3 of the top 10 gods were directly killed by Martin, Yuan-Shi Tianzun, and the Great Universe. The loss was so painful that even the sleeping gods felt heartache. After all, on the bright side, his sleeping god is the leader of the universe gods, and when the judge is out of sight, he will lead the entire universe of gods. Even if we eliminated the Dark Sky God group and defeated the Observer clan back then, we didn't lose so much. The sleeping god squeezed the hammer tightly, and the murderous intent was permeated. Trust me, this is just the beginning, and your fate will only be worse than this in the future. Martin just sneered. Throughout the Marvel Comics, the high-ranking universe of gods, the big event of mass extinction was chased by Rage's original Transcenders across the multi-universe, and countless gods were slaughtered by the Transcenders, leaving only a few high levels. And now Martin has successfully killed 3 senior executives, which is an amazing feat. He has a strong combat power, and the Fire Source and Cthulhu Force crazily distorted and interfered with the opponent, crazily reducing the opponent's strength, only to have such a feat. Die. The sleeping god's terrifying sense of oppression came, swinging the heavy hammer and slamming it at Martin. This blow directly surpassed the dimensions and was inevitable. From countless dimensions of the world, Martin was locked with endless rules. Boom. Martin's face changed slightly. He raised the star sword high and maximized the function of the Supreme God armor and also exploded his own fire source, slamming the unavoidable blow in front of him. Super universe level is the ability to surpass a multi-universe level on your own. Such an existence is equivalent to standing directly on the multi-universe and attacking from a commanding height. Martin, who is in the multi-universe, cannot at all. To escape, you can only passively confront. This is an absolute suppression of specifications. It was also the first time that Martin faced the terrifying existence of super universe level. This is super universe level. One blow destroyed the endless planet, and the entire multi-universe was mass extinct, and Martin himself, who was fighting hard, was beaten to the other end of the multi-universe on the spot. This is an extremely terrifying attack. The 3 King Kongs of Yuanqi Tianzan were angry and were about to attack the sleeping god, but Martin killed him immediately and fought with the sleeping god. Hold on tightly. The sword light flickered, and it could be clearly seen that Martin was violently beaten on the ground, but he was like an unkillable Zhaoqiang. No matter how terrible the pressure erupted from the sleeping gods, Martin could still withstand it. Really defeated, the entire multi-universe, accompanied by the fierce battle between these 2 existences, began to collapse in all directions. The damage has exceeded 92%. Don't think of a way to stabilize, just prepare to restart. Observed for a while, shook his head. The multi-universe is destroyed by 90%, which is a fart to mend. It's all a restart. Destroy everything that was old, then tear it down and start over. Aren't you going to stop it? Just fight them like this, it's endless. Martin can actually hold on in front of super universe level. No wonder he dared to confront you in the first place. Eternal opened his mouth and looked towards Annihilation. You don't need to stop, just fight them, it has nothing to do with us. We are just the creation gods. Annihilation stared at the center of the fierce battlefield, his expression indifferent, and slowly spoke. An unprecedented terrifying enemy has appeared. This will be the strongest enemy ever faced by the entire universe deity group. The sleeping deity looked indifferently and whispered. The battle became more and more intense, and the entire multi-universe, countless universes were destroyed and turned into endless nothingness. He couldn't defeat the sleeping god, but at least he was guaranteed to be undefeated, although he was always beaten. Gikyu subscribe, Factory. The sleeping god left with endless anger and killing intent and left directly. Martin sneered, and the face behind the helmet was full of brutality. In the end, the sleeping god knocked Martin into the air again, and the huge figure stood there, falling into a long silence. It's just a matter of time. You ghosts have been doing this all the time. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Martin carried the star sword and sneered again and again. Martin watched this scene indifferently, almost seeing the future full of blood and corpses. A new war has begun. This will be a war of terror that will last for countless years. He doesn't care at all. Stop fighting, I can fight you to annihilation. The war will not stop, Martin. You have started an endless war with one hand. The sleeping god gave Martin a deep look. The terrifying god was shocked to discover that he could not kill Martin. This was an extremely terrifying thing. The existence of Martin, such a multi-level universe, barely resisted him. He was indifferent at all, and he was even less interested in knowing which of these 2 guys won or lost, even if they both died. A big battle ended and the multi-universe was all killed. This is the horror that surpasses the conventional multi-level universe. The bloody battle of Ultra Standard is enough to erase countless worlds in an instant. The rule is distorted and the dimensions are confused. Everything will follow the flow and be erased by this endless aftermath. The Universe Celestial Group took the initiative to retreat, not because it was defeated, but because it was unable to win. Martin, the Lord of Cybertron, is too capable. Even the sleeping god of super-universe level cannot defeat him. After this battle, the entire multi-universe ushered in a restart. This is the first time I have experienced a multi-universe restart. The collapsed universe will be restored one by one. Those superhero and supervillains will never have the memory of being destroyed. In their perception, the world should be it's just what it looks like. I don't even know that I've been killed once, and I've experienced my life again. It's really sad. Martin looked indifferently at the world that had become so empty after the war. This is the tragedy of the week. There is absolutely no resistance to the actions of the multi-level universe gods, and even the restart of the multi-universe is completely unaware. As for restarting the multi-universe originally, Martin didn't care at all. Because in the Marvel world, restarting is a high-frequency event. In the comics, Scarlet Witch ran into a chaos wave and the entire multi-universe restarted. There are many terrifying characters in the DC next door, such as the troublemaker from the fifth dimension who destroyed the multi-universe with a fart. With a snap of his fingers, everything was restored to its original state, and the troublemaker was just a good resident in the fifth dimension, and there were a lot of five-dimensional people like him. The multi-level universe subverts the trend of a multi-universe with every gesture. The more powerful super-universe level allows you to play with a multi-universe at will. This is the truly terrifying place, and it is also a level that the lower beings cannot understand. Super-universe level. Martin watched the sleeping god go away and fell silent. This guy is very tricky. With the current methods, Martin does not yet have the ability to kill the sleeping gods unless he can have the power of the multiple-level universe. System, I want to wake up the Supreme. Martin opened his mouth, intending to summon the creation god of shapeshifting King Kong multi-universe, the supreme, proper existence of super-universe level. Drip unable to summon, please upgrade the host. Martin was silent again, his eyes deep. Sure enough, it still doesn't work. The system permissions he has are only those below the multi-level universe. Therefore, he can also summon many well-known shapeshifting kings and restore the top 10 artifacts one by one. However, beyond the higher areas of the multi-level universe, Martin does not yet have the qualifications to touch. I can only think of other ways. I have a bit of a clue as to how to advance to super-universe level, but I still lack an important medium. At first, I insisted on devouring beholders because of this consideration. Hey man, I think we are not enemies, are we? A voice came from the body of the Godslayer. Martin said indifferently. Sandow figure is flying towards him quickly. It's time to start preparing, while trying to twist Marvel while coping with the multi-universe war with the cosmic gods. The indescribable power of the evil god Cthulhu is indeed a weapon that turns the impossible into a possible weapon. As long as you can fully grasp this power and have enough brain, vision, and strength, it is really possible to do big things. Kesu the Luya line is such an evil. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Martin nodded slightly, directly tore through a channel, and returned to the location of the shapeshifting King Kong universe. Unfortunately, it has also become tattered and is one of the rare surviving worlds. Yuanshi Tianzun, Emperor of the Universe, King Kong the Godslayer, the Universe Emperor grinned. I really look forward to it. I will grab their heads one by one. Gikyu, subscribe. I will prepare for war immediately. Yuanshi Tianzun said, get ready for war. Soon there will be a constant source of cosmic gods coming. We fighting to support war with the corpses of the cosmic gods, to nurture the great us and make us stronger and stronger. He originally wanted to use indescribable power to distort everything he had, forcibly distorting the promotion of a super medium. But this is very difficult, although it is feasible, but still needs to be cautious. Martin took a deep breath and turned around. When he waved his hand, the terrifying law flashed through, and the broken universe was immediately restored, restoring the huge universe that was 1,000 times larger than the ordinary universe, and the decedents inside were also resurrected by Martin. Oh, and count the Tony Stark of this universe. It doesn't matter anyway, just bring it back to Cybertron. The most favorite thing in the Global Academy is this kind of smart brain. Martin scratched his head, lost in thought. I will let them see how good I am, and I will be their nightmare. The Godkiller also said in a deep voice. As Martin walked away, everything fell silent. After a long time, a powerful figure emerged, staring at all this with fear and fear. This, after World War I, the entire multi-universe is gone. It's terrible, it's terrible. The sleeping god has obviously surpassed the level of the multi-level universe, but Martin can actually face such a terrible existence. Where is the end of that man's? After a while, he won't be promoted to the super-universe god, right? Impossible. Since the death of the first firmament, the corpse has turned into a multi-universe. I don't know how many trillions of times it has been restarted. There are only a few multi-universe gods in total. Not to mention the super-universe gods, Mingmen there are only two of annihilation and the sleeping god. No matter how strong Martin is, it is impossible to cross this terrible barrier in a short time and go further. Numerous powerful wills are communicating, each face solemnly looks at the scene in front of you. It's no wonder that they are so serious. It's really terrifying, you only need to look at it. The horrible fluctuations are simply desperate. Even the five great creation gods looking at this empty multi-universe fell into a long silence for a while. It will take a long time to restore the entire multi-universe to what it was before. Eternal is a bit irritable, this is a lot of work. The five existences were helpless and could only start to restart the multi-universe. Soon, countless universes appeared and began to copy wildly. Hundreds of millions of universes appeared instantly, and they copied and spread in a further direction. Restarting again, like a reincarnation unknown to lower beings. Damn Sithorn, I finally found you a *** hole. Emperor Wyshan suddenly changed his expression and suddenly turned his head to look in a certain direction. Suddenly rage spoke and killed him instantly. A figure was leaving in a hurry, he finally got the missing half of Chaos Force, but was discovered by Emperor Wyshan. Shapeshifting King Kong Universe. This huge world immediately knew the news that an unprecedented terrorist war was about to come. This time, not only the high-level presence will participate in the war, but also many level single universe, level godfathers, and even some special level sub-godfather has to participate in the war to fight against those cosmic gods. It can be foreseen what a grand war this will be. The clock is ticking. With the successful restart of multi-universe, everything is the same as in the past, except that a cosmic god group begins to descend around the shape-shifting King Kong universe and fights against the existences that have been prepared for a long time. When a big war breaks out, there are battlefields everywhere, anytime, anywhere. As long as they meet in a long multi-universe, it will be a huge war immediately. Many unlucky people were caught in, but there was no other way but to run away cursingly. The battle is getting fiercer. Hey, another group of cosmic gods have been transformed into shape-shifting diamonds. This kind of mechanical controllability is also terrifying. Many beings watch this scene seriously, their scalp numb. Even the cosmic gods of level single universe, there are no known how many universes apart. All of them are instantly enveloped by the overlying fire source, and it will soon become a shape-shifting King Kong of level single universe. This is horrible. The celestial group is terrible with amazing strength and exaggerated quality, but Martin is even more terrifying. The entire multi-universe can't escape his overlook. No matter which universe the mechanical god is in, it will be spotted and the light will be swept away. Become a shape-shifting King Kong and then start chasing and killing those cosmic gods in turn. This Nima is outrageous. This is the power of the gods. Shape-shifting the King Kong universe, Tony Stark stared at everything in front of him dumbfounded. All kinds of information about the war came into view, stunned the Terrapin who came out of his single universe. He is a man who constantly creates miracles. Stephen Strange had a deep gaze, slowly dispelling the magical scene before him, and turned to look at Tony in this different universe. Welcome to the Earth of this world, Tony. I just need a genius like you to help me share the pressure. Stephen slapped Tony on the shoulder hard. Tony became serious and said solemnly, I understand the zombie disaster is a terrible disaster. Since I am here, I will not shirk responsibility. What do you need me to do? Have more children, Tony. There are fewer than 2,000 people on the entire planet. Tony was struck by lightning, but soon he became excited inexplicably. In this regard, Stephen was very pleased. Sure enough, even Tony Stark of the parallel universe is still a playboy. Cybertron, Martin didn't pay attention to Tony's affairs because it was really boring, just a mere mortal. Cthulhu, although it is an official Marvel official announcement, it is still essentially something that does not belong to Marvel Multi-Universe. It is an external force. During this period of research, I have roughly understood that this indescribable force is deeper. The level is useful. Then, let me see how far it can be twisted, to be able to twist a gap and bug in the seemingly perfect multi-universe now. An indescribable force continued to spread, crazily distorting everything, and some of the low-level beings in it were completely unaware of this force. This indescribable force madly distorted all the power and changed everything. What is even more frightening is that this power is spreading madly, exploring new areas. Shape-shifting King Kong universe. Gao Tianzun, who has been transformed into a shape-shifting King Kong, at the moment is walking in this unbelievably huge world with a depressed expression on his face. Sure enough, level Godfather is still too weak and is at the same level as the worst cosmic god. Damn it, at least the level single universe is needed. Gao Tianzun racked his brains and wanted to find a way to get promoted. The recent war with the cosmic god group caused him to feel a terrible suffocation, almost desperate. The opponent is too strong and he is too weak. Maybe a aftermath spreads over and kills him, the noble elder of the universe. What should I do? This wave of fluctuations, there are visitors from different universes. Gao Tianzun suddenly moved for a while, turned his head in amazement, and felt a breath that was very different from that of today's world. What's even more surprising was that he was clearly shivering with dust on his body, as if he had gone through a long shuttle. A figure came out. This is a little blue man. The short little blue man and Gao Tianzun, who was also blue, looked at each other and both fell silent for a while. For a long time, the little blue man said, "Where is this? Is it a strange multi-universe?" Letter 3005. Gao Tianzun was shocked at the time. You come from a world other than multi-universe. That's right, I actually did it. Accidentally, I caught a weird and unspeakable force in countless high speeds of time and space, and then gave up the experiment in my hand, tracked it all the way, and surpassed the long and sinister. The emptiness and cracks of the world have come here. This is a whole new world. The little blue man looked obsessed and intoxicated. There is no such damn group of Green Lanterns chasing me down, no insidious anti-monitors chasing me, no Justice League bastards chasing me. Here is the same grand. This what a precious new world. People from Otherworld, report your name, Gao Tianzun said solemnly. Karana, my name is Corona, a member of the original Asgardian, the controller of the emotional spectrum, the creator of the antimatter universe, the great creator of the Black Lantern Ring, and the chief follower of the Black Death Emperor. These are all me. The little blue man opened his arms and looked intoxicated. Martin watched this scene quietly, and when he noticed the emergence of a strange passage beyond the current multi-universe, he had already noticed it. In fact, many ancient existences are also keenly aware of a completely different kind of fluctuation at this time, but because of scruples Martin, all have been slow to act. It's Corona, the rebel of the Asgardians, the villain leader of countless DC events. Martin looked at the little blue man and exclaimed, "This is Corona." More importantly, on the DC side, this guy single-handedly triggered the civil war of the Seven Lantern Legion, igniting the Spectrum War that spread across the universe, and even taking advantage of the tragic Spectrum War gap, secretly resurrected the Black Death Emperor and resurrected the evil Black Death Emperor. Triggered a terrifying event in the darkest night. The antimatter universe, which is opposite to the entire multi-universe, was created by this guy. Because Justice League vs Avengers, this classic linkage comic, the beginning is this Gao Tianzun and Kalona doing things. The two guys colluded with each other, and in order to obtain a huge amount of knowledge and unknowns, they began to encourage the two hero teams to tear each other. Martin's eyes showed a sharp light. When it comes to S.H.I.E.L.D. to DC, he really is not afraid. As a multi-level universe, he is equivalent to a walking human multi-universe. His level is on the same level as that of Darkseid in DC. As long as he doesn't make a big death and provoke those terrifying guys, he doesn't need to worry at all. Martin ordered, striding out, slowly disappearing, and began to pass through silently. It was Corona on the DC side that came. Moreover, Gao Tianzun and Corona, these two guys are also very interesting. Please subscribe, it's too miserable. Originally, I wanted to locate other multi-universes in the Marvel world. Now that the 8th multi-universe has not yet been born, it is the best time to start. But I did not expect that my twisting power would actually transform DC. The multi-universe guy was pulled over. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Is it Zhao's? Martin fell silent. Gao Tianzun ran to help the Justice League, Corona ran to help Avengers, and even the Observer Frog Map was alarmed, eagerly ran to observe the Justice League people up close. Almost all of them stuck to their faces, almost triggering Justice the Alliance's instinct fought back. Captain America vs Batman, Thor vs Superman, Quicksilver vs The Flash. Martin slowly got up with a weird smile on his face. Double, according to the way Corona came, I have found a way to DC multi-universe and my plan has succeeded. I have important things to go out. You three will protect our world. For Darkseid. For Darkseid. Countless semi-biological and semi-mechanical horror creatures continuously appear on the Earth through a time and space vortex. Each of them has powerful combat skills, reserves powerful biological energy, terrifying battery life, super vitality, and terrible quantity. Wherever they went, countless people were massacred. The terrifying words for Darkseid that were uttered in the ancient gods' words spread all over the Earth. Damn, where did these guys come from? Who is Darkseid? The Flash shuttled across the battlefield at an astonishing speed and rescued countless people who were trapped in a flash. When he looked up and saw the overwhelming army of demons, he immediately cursed. The whole world was stunned by this sudden invasion. They never thought that such a terrifying creature actually existed in this world. I thought it was scary enough to have a Superman on our planet. This is a real alien. As a result, a paradise island claiming to be descended from Olympus appeared again. Now these weird creatures are here again. The Flash ran fast, destroying a large number of demons. Boom! A figure wearing a red cloak rushed across the demon-like army. The steel body was invincible, and a powerful hot sight shot out of his eyes to obliterate everything. Stop complaining, first figure out where these guys came from. Superman's gaze narrowed, his face solemnly looking at these nearly perfect biological weapons. Yes, these strange things are simply perfect. They are all round and they seem to have a special preference for fear. Aliens that devour emotions. A bat dart was shot, causing huge amounts of explosions. Batman's figure shuttled between the buildings vigorously. Although he was immortal, he showed good combat power, which made the other guys breathe a sigh of relief. The one with green light all over these things like fear, but your power is will. Do you know where they came from? Batman spoke. Several huge Gatlins braving the green light were made out of thin air. Green Lantern Hal was multitasking, making all of this with his own will, and then began to vent the will bullets frantically, killing the enemy. The lamp ring tells me that these things are demons. They are the army of some terrible tyrant. Damn, why are these ghosts coming to Earth? Hal was frightened and furious. A sexy figure that also reveals heroic aura jumps, showing a melee ability that is no less than Superman. The Excalibur in his hand is a powerful armor that can easily tear apart demon-like ones. Diana, the daughter of Zeus, rampaged on the battlefield and said loudly, "I know them, they should come for the mother box." At the other end, Arthur from the ocean was also surrounded by a large number of magic groups. This is the first meeting of the 7 giants of the Justice League to fight against these terrifying otherworld enemies. But there are too many opponents. The terrifying monsters overwhelming, layered on top of each other, make the scalp numb. For Darkseid. This terrifying voice resounded across the sky, and every demon was roaring. I try to close the spacetime tunnel. Superman's eyes burst into hot gaze, and he smashed through countless monsters, clearing a path, and at the same time began to move quickly and directly rush to the vortex to kill those special monsters. But in an instant, a terrible sense of oppression had been transmitted, and countless lives on the entire Earth felt out of breath, as if something terrible was pressing on their hearts. A tall figure slowly appeared, taking a step forward, just the kind of oppression that caused Superman Clark's scalp to explode, as if he had encountered a natural enemy. Who is it? Clark looked at the tall figure with an ugly expression. Is this the Earth, a backward and ignorant planet? Darkseid walked out indifferently. His rock-like body was indestructible, and his blood-red eyes looked at everything indifferently, full of indifference. Apocalypse Star-Lord Darkseid. Oh, there is actually a Kryptonian, a green light soldier of the Green Lantern Legion, and the daughter of that old thing Zeus. Darkseid glanced indifferently and sneered. Zeus, one of the powerful old god leaders, now lives in the high-latitude space-time heavenly realm, and is also a powerful multi-level universe god, at the same level as his new god. It's a pity that the daughter of Zeus in front of me is just a cheap mass product with no value at all. There are dozens of identical daughters of Zeus in the entire multi-universe. Boom. Superman didn't have any words, he just carried the horrible sense of oppression and hit it with a punch, blasting hard at CFBD. Darkseid sneered and slowly raised his hand, but this random move broke the boundary of time and space in an instant. Superman's exhausting punch slowed him dozens of times in front of his terrifying existence. Time's average snapped. Darkseid made a fist and simply squeezed Superman Clark in his hand with a cruel smile on his mouth. Clark Kent, I know you. Darkseid smiled horribly with a little bit of force. Clark's steel body actually creaked, and the bones that could carry nuclear bombs had a faint tendency to shatter. Who are you? Why are you invading the Earth, and why did you know me? Clark roared and tried his best. Unfortunately, it was night. He, the son of the sun, couldn't use the Kryptonian racial superiority at all. He tried his best to resist. On the contrary, it made the tyrant of Darkseid more pleasant. There is no way to recover the tendency of the body to break apart. I have dealt with your peers, the 5-dimensional golden Superman who coerced the multi-universe, the silver Superman who rocked a universe, and the Superman. Clark, you succeeded in attracting my attention. Darkseid looked down at the superhero and let out a creepy laugh. Indeed, he is very interested in Clark, who is very good at creating miracles. especially the Golden Superman who has slept in the sun for 10,000 years and was invited by the fifth dimension to upgrade from three-dimensional to five-dimensional, can shock countless worlds in one fell swoop. Even for Darkseid, it must be face. But it's a pity that you are too weak and small. Some of you are so special, even I have to pay attention to them, but most of you are as mediocre and humble like ants. Darkseid laughed in a low voice full of malice. He is too lonely. As the great existence of the multi-level universe, it rules the star of hell, apocalypse sweeping the endless world. The world just chants his name and it will feel trembling and panic from the heart. It's sad, the weak beings, it's sad. Clark suddenly raised his head and gathered most of the energy in his body to the eye sockets. The unprecedented terrible high temperature almost burned the eyes. At this ultra-close distance, Clark directly bombarded Darkseid's with his hot sight, head, madness. Darkseid raised his arm at lightning speed and pressed it against Clark's head. Accompanied by a terrible roar, the hot sights that dissipated from his fingers swept around and cut off countless buildings, and Clark screams. When Darkseid slowly removed his palm, he saw that half of Clark's head had been terribly burned and it was scorched black. What kind of monster is this? Superman's strongest hot sight is enough to penetrate the surface, but he can't even hurt his skin. The other heroes were also stunned, trembling all over. What kind of monster is it that possesses such terrifying strength? A sad group of lowly species. Darkseid threw Superman out like throwing away a piece of rubbish. Around his body, countless types of demons surrounded the terrifying tyrant, and the roar of the shaking planet suddenly reached the greatest at this moment. For Darkseid, the whole earth was shivering under the terrifying shadow of this tyrant. The waves of energy emanating from Darkseid suppressed countless life forms. Let's join hands, this is not a monster that we can deal with one-on-one. Diana looked at Darkseid solemnly. Is this terrifying god on the same level as his father? Several superheroes quickly assembled, first checked the status of Superman Clark, and immediately showed the weapon to Darkseid and killed the terrifying enemy. Darkseid is the most terrifying enemy they have faced in their lives. Humble struggle. Darkseid sneered. First, he smashed Wonder Woman Diana with a sword into the air with a punch. Soon his eyes began to glow with a terrible red, and immediately a strange red light came out. Superman's hot sight. He is stealing from Superman's ability. No, it's not a hot sight. Several heroes clearly felt the breath of death, especially when they saw the hot sight, which was obviously stronger and more lethal. And after the shot came out, they could actually turn around and actively chase them down. Boom, several heroes evaded embarrassedly. The unlucky Hal was directly hit head-on. Even if Hal created his strongest defense method with the green light ring in time, he was still penetrated by this weird ray and left behind on his body. 2 wounds, this is Omega Rays, one of the supreme powers of the multi-universe. Darkseid sneered, and the speculations of these earthly natives made him laugh. Go to hell. Arthur sneaked around the side of Darkseid, then threw a golden trident at the opponent. Darkseid didn't even bother to move. The ocean artifact trident stabbed him and made a ding sound. Darkseid felt like he was being stared at by a mosquito. The complexion of the 7 giants of Jinglian has completely changed. How to fight such a terrifying enemy? This planet will be destroyed. Darkseid grinned grinningly, and more powerful Omega Rays began to burst out of his eyes. After several turns, some of them were chasing and killing several superheroes, and more were slaughtering the local people madly. If hit, he died on the spot. No one can resist this terrible Mephisto. With the defeat of Superman and other heroes, desperation spread to the world. Many powerful characters who lived in seclusion were also shocked at this moment, watching seriously the demons who gradually spread to the world and raged all over the world. The Master of Apocalypse actually appeared. How unlucky. Obviously there are 52 universes, but we have chosen our new 52 world. Hell Detective Constantine looked at the blurred TV screen, took a deep breath, and threw away half of the drink in her hand, got up drunk, opened the door and walked out of the tavern. It has to be done. If you rely on superheroes who have never cooperated before just guarding their respective cities, they will all be finished. First, he threw out a few powerful magic to kill a large number of monsters. Constantine woke up and sobered up sober and muttered, I think about it, I want to kill Darkseid, there is no way, I can only use the same fierce guy has come to Earth. I think about it. Constantine knocked his head. Is it to summon troublemakers or to summon the Sanamia, or the Hell Big Three who were deceived by him with no bottoms left? Any one of these two can play against Darkseid. Constantine killed the demon all the way while walking towards the center of the battlefield. He had to arrange the summoning ceremony there, and the giants of different dimensions were very difficult to deal with. Constantine, what are you scumbag doing here? The Green Arrow man kept taking out his arrows and shooting at the demon. The moment he saw Constantine, his face immediately changed, and he subconsciously changed the direction and shot Constantine first. This hell detective, not to mention dealing with demons all day long, is even abducted, shamelessly abused, deceived mortals, and deceived angel. It is said that even the powerful demons of hell have been deceived by this guy all the time. This is a scumbag of a professional teammate. What is this kind of B*** D doing to the front line? I'm here to save your lives, idiots, you will thank me. If we all survive. Constantine scratched his head and looked at the fierce battle center. The powerful superhero and a group of children were beaten to the ground by the terrifying Darkseid. Had it not been for Darkseid's mentality of entertainment, these 7 heroes would have been beaten to death. Well, why did Batman get involved? He doesn't even have super ability. Did he rush to die? Constantine shook her head and immediately began to engrave the magic circle on the ground and said, Green Arrow, no matter what method do you use, buy me time, and don't let these damned demons influence me. What do you want to do? I want to summon a great existence in the underworld. Only the Mephisto who is raging on the multi-universe can fight against the Mephisto of Darkseid. There was a touch of madness in Constantine's eyes. Although this man had always been greedy and fearful of death, the madness engraved in his bones was also real. Otherwise, he wouldn't take pleasure in deceiving hell demons. Find flowers. The Green Arrow yelled at the lunatic, but his clever head immediately made a decision and began to cover Constantine. I would believe you as a scumbag. I'm crazy. Green Arrow cursed. You'd better hurry up. I don't have super ability. If I run out of arrows and stamina, I will die too. Constantine does not lift her head and concentrates on depicting the magic circle. The specifications of this magic circle are terrifying, and it directly penetrates countless dimensions. It is positioned in a higher realm in the dark and can be used by the very few to live in a higher level world. The horror beings perceive it. The ancient and complicated spell was pronounced, and along with the powerful magic power, the magic circle under his feet began to shine, and it quickly crossed countless time and space, and began to communicate with that powerful and supreme being. Ancient God, please reply to my roar call. Constantine opened her eyes suddenly, emitting a golden light and bursting out terrible magic waves, and the magic power in her body was rapidly depleted. But soon he was startled. I have a response. How could it be so fast this time? According to my estimation, the summoning magic did not even go out of the multi-universe. Could it be that a Mephisto who was traveling multi-universe accidentally heard my summoning magic, so he shot it directly intercepted? There were fine beads of sweat on Constantine's forehead, and Roar was breathing quickly and nervously. He was originally the three-house demon who wanted to communicate with Hell, but didn't he want to be intercepted by someone halfway through the summoning spell? This also means, my coordinates have been exposed. I only hope to come with strong strength, but not so brutal and evil. Constantine prayed in her heart. Gradually, an inexplicable message was received by Constantine. Come on, this kind of great information that seems to come from the praise of multi-universe originally. Some great existences that can ramp up multi-universe can be forcibly engraved on the foundation of multiple with their own specifications, and they have been learned by countless lower beings. And understand, let me see who this unknown Mephisto is. Constantine has a serious face, but the next moment he was stunned, completely unfamiliar information bombarding his will and brain. What is this, the god of machinery? The walking natural disaster, master of Cybertron, the shape-shifting King Kong creator, the supremely great creator. What a terrible name this is. It can be given in the dark by the multi-universe originally deliver basic information. But who is this person? How come I have never heard of it? Constantine looked at the teleportation array bursting with terrifying light, revealing a deep bewilderment. A figure slowly condensed and emerged from that teleportation formation. Constantine is really lost. You know, he is the top magician on Earth, and he wanders all year round in heaven and hell, 2 dimensions beyond multi-universe. The level he touches and the knowledge he possesses are simply exaggerated. But why have you never heard of this mysterious existence? What is shape-shifting King Kong? Finally, along with that terrifying energy fluctuation, a figure descended. Just after appearing, there was a terrible sense of oppression breeding, forced Constantine's hairs to stand up and instinctively retreat. Summoning, but the breath is strange, who will come? Darkseid was also attracted, staring at it with blood-red eyes, sneered, and a burst of Omega ray directly blasted towards the magic circle. No matter who is here, damn it, this is the confidence of Darkseid. No, be careful. Constantine's face changed wildly, watching the Omega ray hit the mysterious existence in the magic circle. A soft sound, then nothing. Martin stepped directly out of the magic circle and forgot to look around and saw the magical army flying all over the sky. This is apocalypse-like monster. It's really time for me to come. Martin raised his eyebrows a little surprised. At this point in time, it was really interesting. Originally, I just followed the coordinates of Corona to DC Multi-Universe. As a result, I just noticed a summoning power and responded accordingly and came here. Soon, Martin's huge will swept the world and spread rapidly. The entire universe and even outside the universe were observed by Martin. Martin had insight into numerous rules and logics and thus made adaptive changes. It turns out to be the New 52 universe, and the beginning of the New 52 universe timeline was that Darkseid invaded the Earth. The 7 giants of Jinglian defeated Darkseid and saved the Earth, and subsequently established the Justice League. Martin thoughtfully, countless demons screamed and rushed towards him. Nice creature, it's mine in the next second. Martin just took a look and something happened that shocked everyone present. Countless demon-like actions took a break and then immediately began to turn, attacking other demon-like creatures frantically. What's going on? Darkseid was also shocked, realizing that he had actually lost half of his control over these monsters. To be precise, it is the control authority of the mechanical side, a god who controls machinery. Master Cybertron, the god of machinery, never heard of such an existence. Deep doubts flashed in Darkseid's eyes. Stupid mortal, it's you who summoned my distant slumber zone here. Martin looked down at Constantine. Constantine took a deep breath and immediately looked respectful. Dear Creator, we hope you can repel the evil Dark Lord Darkseid. As you wish. Martin nodded immediately, raised his hand and drew towards Darkseid. The decisiveness of his move reached an astonishing level, as if he wanted to kill Darkseid a long time ago. Snapped, with just one blow, Darkseid's body collapsed in half. The multi-universe god, who are you? It's impossible for you to be so powerful without leaving a message in the realm of gods. Darkseid gathered the Omega effect, and his strength immediately broke the limit and entered a whole new level, shooting out an Omega ray in a sudden. But Martin just raised his hand and squeezed it lightly, squeezing the ray. Darkseid, let your ontology come next time. Sharing the duplication of the Omega effect is not worth mentioning. Martin sneered, went straight up and slammed Darkseid's head. It's just duplication. The high-level gods on the DC side are essentially the only gods. What I like most is that the body stays in the base camp and sends out various waves of duplication. It doesn't hurt to die. Darkseid is a typical representative. Many superheroes were stunned at this moment, staring at this scene blankly. Just now, the terrifying existence that gave the Earth a crisis of extinction and crushed them violently died here. Just 2 strikes, who is he? From the outside, he is a terrestrial person at all. Is it an Earth from a parallel universe? No, he is a god, an ancient god who rivals Darkseid. A superhero stared at Martin with fear, his scalp tingling. The terrifying Darkseid was killed, but this new god stayed on the Earth. They looked at Constantine and wanted Constantine to send this terrible guy back. Nice place, I stayed on this planet in a short time. Martin groaned, opened his mouth, and looked at Constantine with his eyes flashing, and said lightly, "Don't figure out how to cheat me and then send me away. Summon me, but you have to figure out how to repay me." DC Multi-Universe is really barren to a terrifying level. Although he was mentally prepared for a long time, Martin was still stunned when he looked at the empty world when he really arrived. Looking around, the dignified multi-universe has less than 100 universes in existence, which is simply miserable to the extreme. It's empty and deserted, and it's so lonely. It's really hard to call the dozens of universes in Rora Multi-Universe. After infinite events, the bustling DC multi-universe was destroyed and only 52 orthodox universes were left, which was enough. If you count the dark multi-universe, you still have a look. Martin turned his head to look. His gaze continued to extend directly over the multi-universe to another side, where despair and disaster were everywhere, crying and sins everywhere. Countless criminals slaughtering the planet and more, a terrible figure is sleeping. After watching it for a while, Martin showed a look of jealousy and slowly withdrew his gaze. The master of the dark multi-universe, the terrifying Barbados, has the strength to not lose to annihilation, the sleeping god, and it is very tricky. First, find a way to stay on the Earth of the New 52 universe for a period of time, and then find a way to pull the integrated DC multi-universe away. At the moment, Martin is sitting in a coffee shop, looking deep, tasting the latest style of coffee. He came to the DC world not for sightseeing. He has an extremely important purpose, that is, to move a whole multi-universe away and then hit Marvel multi-universe. With the large-scale collision and mixing of 2 multi-universes, The confrontation between two huge worlds and the confusion of the rule system, Martin is looking for a path to super universe level in one fell swoop. As for how many people will die and how many universes will be destroyed, sorry, Martin doesn't care about this at all. It doesn't matter if he is dead, as long as he can be promoted to super universe level. The sun is warm, and the city rebuilt in the disaster can be regarded as lively. This kind of enthusiastic reconstruction work is being carried out all over the world. The demons are too powerful, and the number is extremely large, raging all over the world. At this moment, a lady came in with the door pushed in, tall and pleasing to the eye. A person eating coffee here alone. The lady had a seemingly harmless smile on her face, but Martin had already heard the beating of her heart. A person, no, after you come you will not be alone. I know you will come. You will find me by any means and then find a way to find out my origin and purpose. Martin said lightly. Diana took a deep breath, the hypocritical smile on her face slowly concealed, and she looked at the young man in front of her gravely and said solemnly, "Who are you? During this time we have searched all over the world for polymaths. But no one knows that you can engrave countless divine words and names on the foundation of multi-universe. Your name should resemble multi-universe, but..." Diana stared at each other, deeply suspicious flashed in her eyes. The multi-universe god that suddenly appeared, this is too weird, and the multi-universe god who doesn't even know the ancient existence of Darkseid. I slept for a long time, but now I wake up, and I was summoned to Earth by the guy Constantine. Martin put down the cup in his hand and smiled faintly. Who can't bullshit, so what's your purpose in staying on the Earth? Diana also ordered a cup of coffee and asked in a deep voice. Definitely is to observe the world seriously. This is a very interesting thing, isn't it? It's like a person occasionally squatting down to fiddle with the ants on the ground, full of interest. Martin smiled. Outside, there have long been many superheroes and major institutions gathering. They tried their best to pretend to be passersby, but in fact, they have already deployed various methods to eavesdrop and observe Martin. Drinking coffee, every action is impeccable, as if he is the top-tasting master. Is he really an earthling from a parallel universe? Not necessarily. You underestimate the gods. The multi-universe gods are already standing outside the time rule. In their eyes, they can see countless pasts and futures in an instant, and they can instantly obtain huge information that ordinary people cannot obtain for several lifetimes. He can study now. The god has broken free from the shackles of low dimensionality, the culture of three-dimensional creatures. He can learn all of it in an instant. Even if the image he presents is a human being on the earth, it is only used to deceive us. Intense whispered arguments sounded, and high-level officials from all over the world looked at the seemingly ordinary young man with serious eyes. Being able to easily kill Darkseid in a torturous way, this terrifying strength, makes people tremble. As long as this man thinks he can destroy the entire Earth and the entire universe in an instant. Such a person is too dangerous and terrifying. But since he is a multi-universe god, we can't hide everything from him. Someone whispered, everyone fell silent, and then they smiled bitterly. It's true, but do they have a way? I really don't care about it. Bite the scalp. You also have to explore and track it, at least until it is determined whether this mysterious god is kind or malicious. This kind of exploration must not be stopped. Martin had already seen the guys outside. The boring behavior of a group of jumping beams joker, Martin doesn't care at all. Some guys who can pinch to death are not worth paying attention to. Have you seen your father? Martin smiled. Diana's eyes narrowed. No, you have had contact with him. Well, that's it. Martin took a sip of coffee. It's just that the Zeus he came into contact with was Zeus on the Marvel side, a mass-produced level godfather which was of little value at all. And the old gods such as Zeus on the DC side are terrible. Each is the only god. Apart from the time and space of multi-universe, the big god kings are the terrifying existence of the multi-level universe. Diana looked at the man in front of her in silence. After a while she asked, what are you going to do next? Go to Apocalypse and kill Darkseid. Martin answered. Everyone was dumbfounded. Go to Apocalypse, kill Darkseid. You have killed Darkseid. No, I want to kill his body. The Apocalypse star I am talking about is not the Apocalypse star projection in the multi-universe, but the Apocalypse star in the realm of the gods. He has something I need. Martin put down the cup in his hand, extremely cold. Diana was shaken and fell silent. Then leave it when it's okay and let the guys outside leave too. I just want to stay quiet for a while. Martin said lightly. Diana paused, got up and walked out of the coffee shop. The moment she walked out the door, the self-control of her pour was dissipated and her body was instantly saturated with sweat. No one knows how amazing the pressure she is facing. Boring, letter 3005. Martin glanced lightly, put the coffee down with a slap. And after one last glance at the planet, he chuckled. Since he came to this planet, there have been many Supermans who are frantically investigating his origins, and all kinds of weird magic are frequently used, especially prophecies, but no one has figured out where he came from. Come. With a flash of figure, Martin has appeared in the cosmic starry sky. He lowered his head and glanced at the azure planet, then turned around and instantly tore a gap in time and space, stepping into it in one step. The realm of gods. In the higher dimension of DC Multi-Universe, many higher worlds stand in the realm of gods, and many higher gods often appear. Here is the realm of God. But now, the ancient existence of the entire god realm has fallen into a strange state. They are frantically searching for a name Martin. Who is Martin? There is no record, no information, but it suddenly appeared and was originally remembered and praised by the multi-universe. Even if it is an ancient god who has slept for a long time, it should have existed in the previous two epochs. This should not happen. Martin, Master Cybertron, who the hell is it? In the face of the sudden emergence of multiple-level universe gods, the beings in the realm of gods showed great importance and kept investigating, but they were deeply at a loss. What exactly is going on? Suddenly there was a multi-universe god without any growth trajectory. Unless. He may not be derived from local life, could it be? He comes from the world outside the wall of origin. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the realm of the gods, wandering at will, her face calm and her gaze swept away. She saw countless figures killing him. A number of gods exuding terror and coercion were dispatched one after another. They wanted to talk to Martin, so if they couldn't talk, they would do it. Martin laughed in a low voice. In the past, we could only think of ways to study the white light rings of the god duplication and emotional spectrum in heaven to find a way to break the wall, but they failed one after another. Now Zhu Majiao's has a new hope. The loser is to be adsorbent to the wall of origin, unable to move. Life and death are not as good as life, and the power of the whole body will be constantly swallowed by the wall of greed and eventually be drawn into a corpse. Many ancient beings began to restlessly and started to take action one after another. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. A sad group of guys or all good tool people. Cooperate if you can, cooperate if you can't. Kill him, use his corpse to find the coordinates outside the wall. The entire DC universe, as well as the realm of gods, are imprisoned by a terrifying, infinitely wide, infinitely long, and infinitely high wall. Since the three eras, there have been countless amazing and brilliant gods who want to break the wall of origin, go explore the almighty universe outside the wall. But their fate is more miserable than the other, all of them have failed. Many gods are a little crazy. Hiss. The Wall of Origin, also known as the Tomb of the Gods, the whole wall is covered with gods of all ages, layered on top of each other, shocking, making the latecomers almost desperate. Double find Martin and ask him where he came from. Very different from Marvel Multi-Universe, DC Multi-Universe has various behind the scenes, and the Wall of Origin is a horrible barrier used to restrain DC Multi-Universe, which seals the creator of the DC world. And now this sudden appearance of Martin, the unknown mechanical god, maybe from the almighty universe outside the wall, an ancient existence is coming. A strange god, where are you from? There is no record of you in the entire world inside the wall. Who are you anyway? Many beings are blurry and can't wait to ask Martin. It doesn't matter who I am. The important thing is whether what I want to do is beneficial to you, whoever stops me, who I kill. Martin looked at these gods, sneered in a low voice. The supreme god armor was finished, and the star sword was already held in his hand. That momentary threatening sense of terror and oppression of the super-universe made many ancient beings frown, showing fear. Meaning, a completely unfamiliar artifact, the whole world inside the wall has never appeared. Does it really come from the world outside the wall? What is there in the world outside the wall? Is it other multi-universe? Is he the god of other multi-universe? Many ancient gods on the DC side are going crazy, eager to know what lies beyond the wall of origin. Being imprisoned in this huge amounts of cage, it was more painful than death. He knew that he could explore the outside world as long as he broke the wall, but no god could ever do it. Martin stared at the gods who were watching him silently, sneered, his gaze turned, and he paused for a while. Golden Superman. Martin's gaze condensed, and he felt a gentle but majestic sense of oppression from this powerful god who was exuding golden light. He paused, turned around, and headed directly towards a certain direction in the realm of gods. That direction is Apocalypse Star, the true star of hell, inhabited by countless crazy and bloodthirsty new Protos and DC's strongest mass-produced biological weapon-like demon. At least before the mass birth of destruction, CFBD Japanese demon, ordinary demon-like is the strongest. Sure enough, is it still here? On the throne on the high platform of the Apocalypse Star, a terrifying figure slowly stood upright, slowly raising his head. A pair of sights that were terrifying enough to destroy the planet looked straight towards the realm of God and greeted Martin's entire outline. Darkseid stood with his hands behind his back, standing quietly like a rock, but the terrifying aura of that body was becoming more intense with the passage of time. Darkseid, is this guy who killed your duplication. You should kill him and use the corpse of this otherworld visitor to set off your noble status. The tall steppe wolf roared and slammed his axe to the ground. His eyes were cruel and treacherous. Now there is finally a guy who can make him enjoy himself. I will make the world feel fearful. Martin sneered and slammed directly towards Apocalypse. Darkseid raised his head slowly, and finally his overall power reached the peak at this moment. It has been too long for too long. The body of the Apocalypse Star has not been dispatched before, just sitting on the throne day after day. Indifferent, overlooking the changes of multi-universe. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Darkseid, get out and die. Your death will bring new hope to this world. I will kill him and find from his corpse a way for him to break through the wall of origin and come to our world. And more importantly, find the coordinates of his original world. Back then, Steppenwolf wanted to become the king of Apocalypse. After all, it was the younger brother of Ka-Khan and the uncle of Darkseid. Unfortunately, Darkseid, who was in charge of the DC high-power Omega effect, was not at all. Steppenwolves can fight, so Steppenwolves can only surrender. Kill a god in Otherworld with your own hands and invade Otherworld. Apocalypse Star is like this, the strong is respected. As long as you are strong enough to kill all competitors, the rest will naturally surrender. This is the rule of Apocalypse. Complete the feat that his father Yuka Khan could not accomplish. In other words, the residents of the entire Apocalypse Star are all bastards, all thinking about how to kill the upper one so that they can climb up. Darkseid showed a ferocious smile. It was a wild laugh that burned with ambition. He has been a long time and he hasn't been as happy as he is now. What else can make him feel more happy than this? Gikyu, subscribe. Since the last overlord of the Apocalypse Star and the most terrifying new god by Ka-Khan, he explored the Wall of Origin. He wanted to break the wall and explore the outside world, but he was stuck on the wall and couldn't get down. The son of Ka-Khan, K-Side, after mastering the Omega effect, killed his brother and took the seat of ruler. But the coveting of the throne and the coveting of the Omega effect have always existed, thinking about how to get these two things in hand. Darkseid snorted. He knew what his uncle was thinking. He is so powerful that the body cannot enter the category of multi-universe at all. Because even if he does nothing, the body just stands there and the entire multi-universe will collapse. What catches Martin's eyes are two huge planets that are extremely large and comparable to the file size of the universe. The red one exuding ominous aura is the star of hell, Apocalypse. The white one that exudes a holy breath is the new creation star of heaven. Apocalypse Star Leader Darkseid and the new creation star leader Heavenly Father are the gods of the multi-level universe, and they are also the combat power of the new Protos. Heavenly Father looked at the realm of God with a solemn expression, looked at the murderous figure and fell silent. He can clearly feel the terrifying pressure. This mechanical god is really too powerful. He has faintly touched a level that transcends pluralism, and it is no wonder that he can come to our world. After a while, Heavenly Father whispered, "Father, will Darkseid die?" A teenager asked with eyes wide open. "No, Orion, he won't die. He is the strongest new god at the moment. Anyway, he is your biological father and he won't fall easily." Heavenly Father held a cane and touched Orion's head kindly. Orion is the son of Darkseid. The two sides exchanged protons in an armistice agreement. Orion was lost to the new creation star by Darkseid and was adopted by Heavenly Father. Obviously, Orion has successfully been attracted by Heavenly Father's personality charm, hated his biological father, Darkseid, and worshipped his adoptive father, Heavenly Father, and became a qualified new creation star. "I hate the blood in my body." Orion lowered his head, looking disappointed. Heavenly Father just smiled, looked up again, and tightened the scepter in his hand. There was one sentence he didn't say. "It doesn't matter whether Darkseid is dead or not. What is important is why this otherworld visitor wants to make Darkseid die. Why kill Darkseid? The whole world will get hope. If this is the case, there will be many guys who will send Kesed to death with their own hands, just to gain the possibility of breaking the wall of origin. This world is so cruel, and the antagonism between the gods is not much better than that of mortals. A powerful god awakened from his long sleep and came one after another. Heavenly Father, Ghost, Phantom Stranger, Anti-Monitor, Golden Superman, Trickster, Sanamia. The top existences of all the worlds descended one after another, watching this scene with different expressions. The god of machinery, such a god in the end. Wearing a green ghost, DC Supreme Being, the incarnation of the anger of God, watched this scene coldly at the moment. He was in charge of the trial, but at the moment was a cold eye on what was happening at the moment. Darkseid should have died. This guy from Otherworld also needs to weigh guilt. Neither of these two guys are good things. Darkseid, you have what I need. Martin stepped out, his face indifferent. The star sword in his hand flickered and cut a multi-universe terrifying force, which moved many gods. Use your life for it. Darkseid held his hands behind his back, his body moved out, and a terrifying Omega ray was shot directly in his eyes. This blow was enough to penetrate the entire multi-universe, and it rushed directly to Martin at this moment. The strength of the body has already risen to the limit of the multi-level universe. This is the terrifying aspect of Dark Tyrant Darkseid, and it overwhelms countless worlds. Hiss. Martin slashed with a sword and smashed the Omega rays in a sudden. He stepped out directly and shook the high-dimensional time and space in the realm of gods with his own powerful force, and exploded fiercely with Darkseid. Clash. Boom, boom, boom. Frequent horrible explosions. The two figures used the vast and endless realm of gods as the battlefield, rampage, and countless higher worlds, where they pass have been severely damaged. And countless high-dimensional creatures screamed and were destroyed by the terrible aftermath. The faces of some gods have changed, and they watched this battle that ruined the world with shock. The fierce battle between these two existences, the huge realm of gods could not bear it, and the spread of energy and the distortion of the rule were everywhere. The endless sense of tearing spread to every corner. Find flowers. Darkseid's body is so powerful. It deserves to be the son of Khan, was born noble and got the Omega effect, one of the ancient powers of the world inside the wall. No, compared to this, I am even more surprised that the outsider, why he can be so strong, can actually fight against Darkseid to such a degree, and actually gained a little bit of advantage. Many eyes looked at it, revealing horror and astonishment. The body of Darkseid has never left the Apocalypse Star, and the specific strength is a mystery in the entire world inside the wall. The ones that are active in multi-universe are nothing more than a lot of duplications separated from the body. But even duplication has caused headaches for many powerful gods, because the power of the Omega effect can be shared without limit. In other words, the main body can use the Omega effect, and a lot of duplications can be used unimpeded at the same time. This alone has pushed the combat power of many duplications to an exaggerated level. Boom. Martin knocked Darkseid into the air with a sword, slashing it to the other end of the realm of the gods on the spot. Yes, this kind of you is worth killing. It's just that the Omega effect falls into your hands, which is a bit wasteful. Kneel down and beg me and offer Apocalypse Star. I allow you to be my dog. There was a hint of admiration on Martin's face, with a condescending arrogance as if overlooking the latecomers. If Sithorn was here, he would not be unfamiliar with this look. Because Martin, who was not even a god at the beginning, looks like this when he looks at him. Darkseid at this time is an undefeated myth in the realm of gods, a terrifying tyrant, and no one has defeated Darkseid head-on. It was also the time when Darkseid's prestige was at its peak. If Martin does not intervene, it will not work afterwards. The unkillable monster of the ancient Doomsday will run from the multi-universe to the Apocalypse Star, hold down the Darkseid and beat it hard. This will be the history of the Darkseid. The worst battle I lost was hung up and beaten by a monster with infinite evolution and infinite life. But now, Darkseid has not experienced the explosion of the ancient day of destruction and is still full of arrogance and self-confidence. He looked up and stared at Martin, killing intent spreading. Because Martin looked at his gaze, he was looking at a dog. Even if Darkseid is a famous horror god on the DC side, even if he is aloft in Martin's eyes, it seems that he is essentially a dog. This look completely angered Darkseid. A terrible roar that resounded through the multi-universe came out, and Darkseid roared. The Omega effect on his body at the moment had been amplified to the extreme, and the power of distorting reality was frequently emitted, shaking countless worlds. No one has ever humiliated him in such a definitely way, even if it is a higher-level god who can ignore him and despise him. But no one has ever humiliated him in such a definitely weird attitude. Come and look at him seriously. Don't agree. If you don't agree, go to death. It's useless if you live anyway. Martin showed a trace of regret. His eyes flashed coldly, and he raised his hand and struck it with a sword. The strongest new god at the moment, Darkseid, will definitely die here. Omega effect, he is bound to win. Hiss. A terrible sword light tore everything apart, and in a crash it split all the barriers open, exuding a terrible luster, and Darkseid's entire body was shrouded in this terrible pressure, and that body of rock my skin began to crack slowly. The Omega effect was amplified to the extreme, but in front of the strong Martin it still showed signs of decline. Unfortunately, you only have the Omega effect. If you add the anti-life equation, you will definitely not be so embarrassed. Martin looked down, looked at the severely injured Darkseid, and said in a low voice. Darkseid suddenly raised his head, his eyes burst into a terrible red light. Why do you know so much about the Omega effect? The secret relationship between the Omega effect and the anti-life equation was studied by Darkseid for many years before he knew it. He had never told anyone about this secret. The entire multi-universe existence knows that Darkseid is frantically looking for the anti-life equation, a weapon that only exists in theory, and even whether this formula actually exists is just a speculation. All the lives of all things in the world can be counted as a set of extremely complicated life-birth formula. Whether human beings, gods, or others are all beings, they must conform to the life equation. Then in theory, there must be a formula that destroys all life and ends all humans or gods. This is the anti-life equation, but no one believes that there really is such a weapon in this world because it is ridiculous. Only Darkseid, like crazy, continues to create an army of demons and invades multi-universe crazily for hundreds of millions of years. One universe after another is searching for anti-life equations that don't exist at all. Everyone thought that Darkseid was crazy. Darkseid knows deeply that the anti-life equations are real and there is an obscure connection with the Omega effect, until it came to a critical point. Who are you? Where is the anti-life equation? Darkseid's eyes were blood red, and there was a trace of raging in his excitement. He has been searching for the clues of the ultimate weapon for hundreds of millions of years. How does this man know? Darkseid, with scars all over his body and flowing blood, stood feebly in the realm of gods, watching silently for countless ancient beings. This is Ontology's first full-scale battle, but unfortunately it is also the last battle. The Omega effect, the mother box, and the source of Darkseid will all belong to him. Gikyu, subscribe. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Go to hell when you die, maybe you will know. Die. Martin sneered and began to explode with all his powers and hit the assassin on Darkseid. In those terrifying blue flashes, he had already defeated the concept of Darkseid's existence. Every time he shot up to the terrifying god, Kesed will be weakened. Martin slashed with a sword. He has reached the limit. It just so happens that Martin is also very interested in DC's unique system, unique god, so he just dissected Darkseid alive and studied it carefully. But now this otherworld visitor in front of him knows the Omega effect and the anti-life equation. Darkseid, your era is over. At least your father, Yuka Khan, is still lingering on the wall of origin, retaining a trace of hope, but you are going to be completely finished. Everything about you will be lost to me. Dig away. Under the silent gaze of countless ancient beings, Martin walked towards Darkseid step by step, with greed in his eyes. Huge amounts of heads shot up into the sky. Darkseid is dead. The terrifying tyrant who stood in the realm of gods for endless years, created an army of demons and slaughtered countless invaders of the universe, Darkseid, and died. When the huge amounts of corpse of Darkseid were thrown by Martin to the Star of Apocalypse, many beings showed incredible expressions. They followed the battle and expected that Darkseid would lose and escape, but they had never thought about it. Darkseid could not even escape, and was directly hit on the spot by Martin, who suddenly burst into more terrifying combat power. Killed, the horrible sword just now seemed to split the whole world apart, and many gods shuddered, revealing a shock. Darkseid's body has never been shot, not because he doesn't want to do it, but because he is so powerful and brutal that no god is willing to fight him. But this terrible tyrant was actually killed by Martin. The strongest new god was cut off by this visitor from Otherworld. 25. This is terrible, which means that he has the ability to kill us. Many gods felt a chill from their hearts. Only the ancient beings active in the realm of gods know what the name Darkseid means and is a symbol of invincibility and tyranny. In this era, Daxter was not killed by the unkillable ancient Doomsday on the Star of Apocalypse and was not maimed by his son Orion, who got the anti-life equation. It was the peak of prestige. Fear him. But now this terrifying shadow that enveloped the realm of gods and the multi-universe, at this moment in full view, Martin personally chopped off his head and died on the spot. Like the end of the old era, a new myth has risen. They stared at Martin, watched the man land on the Star Apocalypse without anyone else, looked down at the dead Darkseid, and watched as the opponent grabbed Darkseid's body, depriving the tyrant of all his wealth. Darkseid is dead, the Omega effect and the Source have lost their master. Shall we do it? Some gods are still struck by fear and anxiety in their hearts. Needless to say, the Omega effect is a high-level power on the DC side. Its status is similar to the three original powers of Marvel. As long as it can be obtained, it will have the power of multiple-level universe. And the source, to a certain extent, is a more precious thing, and it also makes some old antiques that have been preserved from the past to be more exciting. This is the source of Darkseid, the fetish that DC gods fought wildly. In front of countless existences, Martin began to cruelly dissecting the corpse of Darkseid. The coldness and indifference did not seem to be studying an ancient tyrant. Without any respect or attention, he seemed to be cruelly analyzing the body structure of an ant. At this time, many gods realized that in the eyes of this man, Darkseid was really just a humble dog. Martin glanced at the terrible red light first. The Omega effect was one of Martin's goals, but soon he shifted his gaze and pulled out a large group of unknown objects from the corpse of Darkseid. Endless information, endless energy, endless rules, countless interweaving of life and death point to the core of the concept of God. Feeling all the miracles coming from this group of unknown objects, even Martin, who had been prepared for a long time, showed a touch of movement. In order to fight for the source, the old gods frequently started wars. With the improvement and consolidation of the DC world, the sources that were originally visible everywhere became less and less, which triggered more battles and bloody battles. Finally, the contradiction between the old gods reached at a peak. A tragic war broke out that swept everything. Source. Yuan is a good thing. It is a special product of your multi-universe. The so-called DC world's most noble and sole god was born on this thing. The source is something that DC gods are madly fighting for. GUI beg readers to subscribe to a few more chapters. It can be said that the core power of old gods such as Zeus is the source. In the first half of the Third Era, it was the age of the old gods. The god kings of the multi-level universe such as Zeus, Odin, and Jade Emperor ruled everything. They cruelly searched for everything, especially those dying worlds and gods, will attract their attention. The Omega effect is the top fetish of today's era. As a result of this war, the age of the old gods came to an end, and the age of the new gods represented by Ka-Khan and Daxt came. Martin grabbed the source of Darkseid, stepped on the Star of Apocalypse, looked up and stared at the deity, suddenly showing a very cold smile. This is the core power on the DC side, direct to the highest. All-inclusive, omnipotent, even if a mortal gets it, it can reach the sky in one step. Everyone wants it. But obviously, whoever dares to stretch out his hand, Martin will hack someone to death on the spot and even start a terrible war no less than the end of the old gods. In the age of the new gods, although the new generation of gods also took the source as the core, combined their own will, soul, spirit, strength, etc., to condense a unique godhead. But after all, they have no way to obtain massive sources. So more energy was put on improving energy and specifications and searching for powerful artifacts. The remaining essence of the world and the corpses of the gods is source. If you want to snatch the spoils from me, just take it with your life. Martin glanced coldly, grabbed the Omega effect, and swallowed this powerful weapon into his body on the spot. In an instant, Martin had a higher authority over the entire DC world, which was brought about by the Omega effect. Blessings. In an instant, the entire Apocalypse star began to tremble, and all the residents of Apocalypse immediately noticed that their supreme master, Darkseid, had no chance to start all over again. The Omega effect was taken away by this outsider. The outsider became the new Apocalypse star god. It's too sudden, and this guy is not a new Protoss. The entire Apocalypse star was in a state of restlessness. All the residents watched the new king's enthronement in amazement. Everything happened too suddenly. According to the rules of the Apocalypse Star, whoever can get the Omega effect is the new leader of the Apocalypse Star. In the comic Darkseid War, Lex Luthor became the Apocalypse Star god because of the Omega effect. From now on, I will rule Apocalypse. Everything will be according to my wishes. You can refuse, but I will send you to see Hades. Hades, deceased god of the underworld, is full-time responsible for harvesting dead souls, and his strength is a mystery. In the presence of countless wait-and-sees, Hades fell into silence, looking at Martin with weird eyes. Dear Lord of the new Apocalypse Star, I am willing to help you. Letter 3005. Steppenwolf simply threw away the axe and knelt down on one knee with a face of respect. His movements were skillful and stress-free, and no one expressed contempt for his behavior. Apocalypse Star is the rule, whoever is strong is the boss. Karibak, the eldest son of Darkseid, also knelt in silence, saying nothing, expressing surrender. Martin grumbled and returned his attention to the source of radiant light. Whether it was Steppenwolf or Karibuk, they all showed a look of desire, and those who stood in the realm of gods, especially the old gods, showed obsessive colors and looked like they were ready to move. Martin pondered for a moment but did not swallow the sources but directly sealed them up. DC's soul god is very peculiar. They can rebirth possessing others' body at will and perfectly inherit their original strength. They rely on the power of the source and need to study more. Martin thought about it and at the same time stepped up to the throne that was high, which should have been the position of Darkseid. Now it belongs to Martin. At this time, a deity finally couldn't bear it and came one after another. Outsider, you have killed Darkseid and have everything about him. Tell us where you came from. Our patience has reached its limit. Don't challenge us again and again. You claim that killing Darkseid will give birth to hope. That's why we endured and waited quietly for you to kill Darkseid. Now tell us where you came from. There is another what purpose. Numerous terrifying voices sounded, pushing towards Martin from all directions. But Martin looked cold and shattered the oppression in a flash. He sat on the throne, stepped on the Star of Apocalypse and stared at these gods indifferently. I come from Marvel Multi-Universe. It is a world bigger than the world inside the wall. Several multi-universes coexist. Martin opened his mouth. The movements of the many gods suddenly stopped, and immediately they showed fiery colors and they all stared at Martin with urgency and excitement on his face. How many multi-universe coexist? What a vast new world this is. Is it a new world called Marvel? Listening to this shocking remarks, all the gods fell into a state of madness, but ghost and phantom strangers showed their doubts. Double marvel, is there this world in the almighty universe? The many creation gods from the land of origin have created many worlds. The world inside the wall is just one of them, but I have never heard of Marvel Multi-Universe. And several multi-universes coexist. This it simply doesn't conform to the rules of the creation of the place of origin. Ghost communicated with the ghost stranger, sweating heavily with doubts. Ghost is DC's vengeful spirit, the incarnation of the anger of the supreme god, while the ghost stranger's identity is a mystery, suspected to be the reincarnation of Judas in the myth. The two of them are old partners, and at the same time they are rare ones who can enter and exit the Wall of Origin at will. They have the protection of Emperor Miss Zhao Zhao, and the Wall of Origin cannot stop them at all. But, as knowledgeable and ancient as the two of them, they have never heard of the existence of a world called Marvel in the almighty universe outside the wall. I have had contact with the creation gods and judgment gods in the land of origin. There is no Marvel world where multiple multi-universes coexist. This kind of world does not conform to the basic rules of creation. At the moment of birth will be destroyed. Finally, Ghost spoke. This green-robed, possessive god was angry and stared directly at Martin. Martin's face was cold, and he said solemnly, "Ghost, don't use your narrow eyes to define my endless vision." The anti-monitor was extremely irritable and cursed. Metron, the god of knowledge, showed a deep confusion. Chair, answer my question. Who is Martin? Where is Marvel Multi-Universe? Who is the goddess of creation? Metron asked repeatedly. But the chair of Mobius who sat down was just a powerful brilliance from his debut, and he was stuck directly, unable to answer these questions. Seeing this scene, all the gods understand, and the god of knowledge is unreliable. This is a blind zone of knowledge. They looked at the counter-surveillance gaze more and more unkind, fierce gleaming. Martin looked at them with a sneer and said lightly, "You are the poor bugs imprisoned in the wall. You don't know anything about the grandeur of the outside world, but I can bring you new hope. I will open the door to Marvel Multi-Universe for you. The glorious world where several multi-universes coexist will open the door to you. Whether it's killing or peaceful, it's up to you to choose. The god was beaten to death, don't blame me." Definitely not. To explore a new world, you must take the risk yourself. It is good to stay in the world inside the wall forever after you die. Sanamia sneered and said, the 6 eyes showed tyrannical meaning, and the red skin was on the skin. Burning the terrible hellfire. Sanamia, DC's greatest demon, has the same status as Setorek on Marvel's side. More gods began to restless. Even gods with justice in their hearts were also full of curiosity about the outside world. Then when will you give us your hope? The golden Superman exudes a strong high-dimensional aura and asked faintly. Martin calmly said, "It won't be long, I still need some puzzles. You have all waited for 3 epochs, and you have almost lost hope in waiting, so it's not too late for me." Looking at him one after another, looking at Martin, who was so calm and arrogant and wise from beginning to end, the gods showed hesitation and finally nodded, suppressing the restlessness in his heart. "We definitely won't lack patience, we just hope you act as soon as possible. No matter what you need, just speak up. We will definitely help if we can help. But don't forget, we do this including waiting for the new hope you said. This should not be your excuse or reason to drive us. Once we find that you can't do it, we will not hesitation kill you. No matter how strong you are, you can't fight against the god system of our entire world inside the wall. There was a sound of harmony, and some gods directly conveyed the image of cooperation, wanting to get a channel to Otherworld from Martin as soon as possible. What if there is a limit on the number of people for this hope? The gods who start quickly have hope, but those who start slowly don't. What if the opened cross-multi-universe channel cannot carry more gods? Several multi-universe coexisting worlds, they just need to think about it, and they feel a turmoil for a while. The attraction for them, who are imprisoned in the wall like a caged beast, is simply too fatal. They are willing to pay all the price just to get the hope in Martin's mouth. After talking for a while, a horrible god left one after another. They were waiting for Martin to fulfill his promise. Why don't you go? Martin sat on the throne and looked at the two guys in front of him calmly. Ghost and Phantom Stranger. These two have appeared in many diversified level universe events and are extremely active. Fortunately, the Phantom Strangers are mostly soy saucers. They can move their mouths and never hands, and they can run away and never fight. Ghost is more troublesome. This guy has a noble background. There are not many gods in the entire DC that are more noble than Ghost. And because they are the incarnation of God's anger, they naturally hold the power of judgment. My instinct tells me that you have a conspiracy. Ghost said in a deep voice, looking at Martin's gaze a little uncertain. He was wondering whether to attack Martin. Martin, the guy who suddenly appeared without warning, is really weird, even more weird than the Dr. Manhattan, who also came from the world of Warden outside of the DC world. Moreover, it feels more dangerous and unkind to Ghost. Your brain is not good, Martin looked at him in surprise. If I had no conspiracy, what would I have come here to do? How stupid are you to ask this kind of question? I'm not a good person. Ghost's face was gloomy, and he slowly raised his hand, about to act on Martin, but was stopped by the Phantom Stranger. You are now attacking him. The other gods will not let you go, Phantom Moke whispered. Ghost gritted his teeth, snorted coldly, and said in a cold voice, Martin, I don't believe in your nonsense. What multiple multi-universes coexist. There is no such world in the almighty universe. The place of origin, the judgment gods will not allow this structured world to exist at all. Abandoning these words, Ghost suppressed the anger in his heart and left with Phantom Stranger. Only Martin remained, quietly overlooking the realm of gods. The place of origin, the most mysterious place of origin of the world on the DC side, is located in an unknown area outside the wall. Martin whispered quietly. The place of origin, the creation goddess who created the world inside the wall, came from the place of origin, and the existence that sealed the goddess of creation in the wall of origin also came from the place of origin. The creation gods who walked out of the land of origin create one multi-universe one after another in the almighty universe, and at the same time accept the test and assessment of the trial gods, which is a bit of the universe of the gods. Sooner or later, I will also go to the place of origin to take a look at the mystery. Martin retracted his gaze and landed on Apocalypse again. Respected master, don't know what I can do for you. Steppenwolf hurried up, smiling and pleased. Go away, Martin said coldly. Steppenwolf moved for a while and immediately ran away with the axe in his hand. Martin snorted coldly and looked down at the star Apocalypse below, looking at the countless kneeling residents and the sins visible to the naked eye. Everything on this planet is full of killing and plunder, the extreme jungle law. Definitely, this has nothing to do with Martin, and he is not interested in turning this planet into a heavenly star like a new creation star. I created the shapeshifting King Kong in the Marvel world. Then on the DC side, there should be the same shapeshifting King Kong tribe. Well, I have already figured out what should be made. There was a smile on Martin's face, his eyes burst out, and he immediately began to mobilize the system authority. In an instant, with Martin's will, there were countless rays of light shining immediately, all of which were cast on the Apocalypse star. The shapeshifting King Kong group on DC should be Beastmen. Light curtains emerged, and in the next moment there were vigorous figures running out of the light, and they began to shapeshifting quickly. This batch of shapeshifting diamonds mainly changes in the forms of various animals, which makes them unique. Beastmen, appearing in the era of Optimus Prime and Megatron millions of years later, belongs to the descendants of their generation. Martin sat steadily and smiled at each figure. The Big Mac camp, including General Orangutan, Commander Leopard, General Rhino, Black Widow, Elf Rat, etc., is the camp of Autobot. The primitive beast camp, including Tyrannosaurus, Wasp Warrior, Poisonous Scorpion, etc., is the camp of the Decepticons. A powerful warrior walked out quickly, and a powerful life breath suddenly appeared and spread, shaking the entire Apocalypse star. What is this? A robot. It's no wonder that this new owner is called the God of Machinery. Not only can he take away half of the control of the demon in an instant, but can he also directly create mechanical life? The residents of Apocalypse stared wide-eyed at the scene, showing awe and fear. They are extremely sensitive to war, and they immediately know what this means. Endless soldiers can invade more of the world madly. At the moment, some of the gods who were paying close attention to the changes of Apocalypse also frowned thoughtfully. The power system that is very different from the world inside the wall, a completely different life form, is this the life of Otherworld? Machine God Martins. Is this his unique creation? Or is it that the otherworld called Marvel is all this kind of mechanical life form? Interesting, the world full of unknowns is the most valuable. I am waiting for him to open up my passage to the Marvel world. Karibok, who had been silent under the steps, immediately struck a spirit and came to Martin in silence. Yuan is the true core of a single god. Karibok's face was startled. My order is to give me control of this damn planet, including all the factories and technology as soon as possible, and then transform it into war potential as much as possible. We will soon have no peaceful days. The orangutan general and Tyrannosaurus Rex immediately executed their orders and took over the entire Apocalypse Star's industrial system and obtained all the scientific and technological information. Martin spoke lightly, condescendingly looking at the tall and young god. Martin said lightly, "Compared to Steppenwolf, you should rule this planet. I can let you go and look for other duplications in Darkseid." Even the source was taken away by Martin. What's the use of the source of duplications? Karibak, son of Darkseid, Martin said suddenly. Karibak shook his head and said in a deep voice, "His body has been killed by you, and the Omega effect has also been taken away by you. Those are just duplications of the level single universe, and it will never be possible to regain the strength of the body." The orangutan general and Tyrannosaurus Rex, transformed into humanoid combat forms, walked slowly in front of Martin, bowed down respectfully, and said solemnly, "Dear Creator, please give your orders." "No, I need you to leave Apocalypse, do something for me, and it's done, I will give Apocalypse to you." Many gods watched this scene intently, carefully observing these robots that can spontaneously shapeshifting. Martin watched all this quietly. The Anti-Monitor returned to the antimatter universe with malice. He was in a terrible mood. "Mobius, I want to know," Martin said, "is true or false? Are you really the heir of the goddess of creation?" Metron, the god of knowledge, was unswerving, sitting on the chair of Mobius and chasing him all the way, even chasing into the antimatter universe. "Go away," the Anti-Monitor was extremely irritable. "I want to know whether this unknown knowledge is true or not. This is not only my appeal, but also the appeal of the Mobius chair." Metron sat steadily, with a majestic appearance, and divine light constantly emerged from the chair underneath. The Anti-Monitor slowly raised his head, a trace of murder flashed in his eyes, and even hit Metron with a punch. Boom! A terrible tremor shook the entire antimatter universe. 25 energy light clusters emerged in front of Mitarin, blocking the punch of the counter-monitor. "It's useless, although I don't know why you discarded the chair you built by yourself, but you know the ability of this artifact better than me. You are not my opponent now." DC forced the King Metron. At the moment, he looked at the counter-monitor with a majestic look. He should have looked up at the other person. After getting this chair, he jumped into a high-level god, and it was the time when his heart was overwhelmed. A cruel cold light flashed under the eyes of the counter-monitor, and he slammed his fist again and smashed it in a sudden. But this time, his burst of power clearly showed something different. This force clearly carried a kind of superpower that would exterminate all living things. It pierced the protective cover of the Mobius chair in a sudden and hit Metron's chest with a fist. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and knocked Metron, pulled off the chair. "Don't forget, I discarded this chair by myself. You used the garbage I discarded to deal with me in turn." The Anti-Monitor grinned again and again, looking at the seriously injured Mitarin, and let out a malicious laugh. "Impossible, what kind of power is this?" Metron vomited blood and looked at the counter-monitor in shock and horror. A surge of power from the chair drew Metron back up and quickly healed Metron's injury. "Poor things, get out of here." The Anti-Monitor looked at this scene and did not stop but sneered. He knew the temperament of this chair too well. To put it bluntly, he was a super-intelligent life, chasing unknown knowledge frantically. Everyone who sits on it is bound to be affected and distorted by this chair, and eventually becomes a slave to this chair. The so-called god of knowledge is not the person sitting on the chair, but the chair being sat on. If Martin is here, he knows how wicked the Mobius chair is. In the great event of the Darkseid War, Wonder Woman pulled the newly installed Metron from the chair. And then Batman, who was the most determined, sat down. As a result, Batman was almost lost and turned into a living machine controlled by this chair. Finally, a few leaders of the Justice League swarmed up and forcibly pulled Batman off the chair. This was the end. The Anti-Monitor held his hands behind his back and quietly watched Metron escape in embarrassment. Observe quietly. It really doesn't work. I will contact the other watchers of the same clan in the world inside the wall. I can't dispatch the final prison, but we also have a powerful war weapon. It is also regarded as a weapon of coordinates. Another figure said lightly, I will observe Martin's actions. If he can come here, he can naturally return to his world. Maybe there is no need to break the wall of origin. As long as he doesn't touch the wall of origin, other things we don't care about everything. The base camp of the Watchers is in the world outside the wall. Only a part of the branches have entered the wall. In addition to their 3 brothers, there are also many Watchers active. These Watchers have a very terrible war weapon. 2 vague figures appeared. The horror of the goddess of creation, the 3 of them knew too well. It was a mad and paranoid horrible god, so terrible that even the children of the goddess of creation were so terrified that they did not hesitate to attract the existence of the origin and jointly seal the goddess of creation. Contact other monitors of the same clan. In other words, do you want to use that weapon? No matter what happens, they can ignore it, but the wall of origin alone can never happen. The Anti-Monitor thought, revealing doubts. After a while, he said in a deep voice, how about do you want to find a way to kill Martin? With the combined efforts of the 3 of us forming the ultimate Watcher, we will surely kill Martin. The 2 figures slowly left. Only the Anti-Monitor was left standing there with a gloomy expression on his face. A body shape said in a deep voice, but before that, we will be killed by the gods. Now I don't know how many pairs of eyes are staring at us. Once we act, a lot of things will be exposed. Moreover, the final prisoner was developed by us to deal with the mother. The strongest means cannot be used when it is not a last resort. The 52nd universe, Earth Metropolis. Superman Clark has recently fallen into entanglement and trouble with huge amounts of. Boom. Superman killed a monster with a single punch, but when his eyes were swept away, more monsters were acting in groups. Sizzle. The hot sight hit, killing more demons in a flash, but it was useless. There are always some demons hiding in the dark corners, often jumping out and attacking as if searching for something. These guys have used Apocalypse's technology, and my supervision can't see them. Superman's face is ugly. There was also terrible news from other major cities, and they were all attacked by demons. The superheroes stationed in various cities exhausted their efforts to clean up these endless monsters. Unlike the heroes on the Marvel side staying together in New York, on the DC side, each hero honestly guards their own city, and will never interfere in the battle of other heroes when it is a last resort or when it is a global crisis. These demons have changed, and their core systems have been modified. Do you remember that when the man first arrived on Earth, he controlled all the demons in an instant? Green Lantern Howl's voice was transmitted to all the heroes through the communicator made by Batman. So it is already certain that these special demons were sent by Martin. After Dax attacked the Earth, Martin also controlled these demons to invade the Earth. So to say, Dax's body should be dead, and Martin has obtained everything about him, including the demon-like army. Batman is constantly moving in the night sky of Gotham City, leading the members of the Bat family to kill all kinds of monsters, until he sees a brand new enemy, a group of robots with animal shapes and can change at will. His clever the brain immediately estimated everything. The highest level of intelligence in the DC world is level 12, while Batman's is level 9, which is indeed not high, but he is helpless as the father of DC and can always defeat the enemy of level 12 wisdom. But the reason, what did he send an army to look for on the Earth? Letter 3005. Probably the Mother Box, the highest technological creation of the Apocalypse Star. Batman answered solemnly, then cut off the communication device temporarily and looked at the robot in front of him with solemn expression. Tilde smart humans can actually guess our goal, but what's the use? The Hornet warriors will tear you to pieces. The Wasp warrior turned into a bee and flew around in Gotham City with his army, falling into narcissism. Batman was silent for a while, took a deep breath, immediately began to mobilize the exoskeleton armor and put it on immediately. The exoskeleton battle armor also has another name, the anti-Superman battle armor, with a strength index of 1 million tons. In Batman's view, it should be enough to fight against these strange robots. Is this the special life form made by the god of machines? Batman drove the anti-Superman armor and rushed to the Hornet warrior in a sudden. All parts of the world are being attacked by the demon-like army and the shape-shifting King Kong army. Big Macs and primitive beasts have descended on the Earth and began to attack the major forces. Paradise Island. This hidden island at the moment appeared under numerous fierce artillery fires, and the protective shield was open to the maximum, sheltering the entire island. A large number of shapeshifting diamonds gathered, and countless demons were flying in the air, firing frantically, encircling the Paradise Island. Martin's army really came for the mother box and notified Diana to let her support Paradise Island. The queen of Paradise Island, Hippolyte, who is also one of Zeus' countless lovers, said with a majestic face that he was not worried about the outside army, because the magic barrier of Paradise Island was set by Zeus, even if it was a nuclear attack. Can also hold it, she was worried Martin, taking control of the Apocalypse Star's army and creating so many peculiar mechanical lives the information revealed is chilling. Hiss. With a terrible loud noise, the protective shield was pierced by a terrifying existence. Although they don't know what the mother box is for, since it is the order of the creator, they don't need to think so much, just focus on completing the task. Die all to me. Arthur yelled, protect the mother box. The enemy's goal is the mother box. Ha ha ha, all die for me, your corpses will be a toy that pleases me. At the same time, Atlantis and other underwater countries. Arthur roared, holding up the golden trident, countless tsunamis boiled, swept away countless enemies. The entire 52 Earth is caught in the flames of war. To some extent, this war is even more terrifying than the invasion of Daxed duplication some time ago, and it is even more desperate. Please subscribe, the Tyrannosaurus laughed loudly, but this is of no use, there are too many enemies. You are really similar to Megatron, I kind of like you. A Tyrannosaurus Rex swiftly shuttles through the seabed. With a powerful money naval battle, King Kong, constantly wandering and directly enters Atlantis. Boom 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 pool. The 7 countries under the sea were surrounded by countless armies, and the entire ocean became a battlefield. Aquaman Arthur led the army to resist this endless army. On the side, the sea warfare combined. King Kong submarine madman gave out a cold laugh, and then began to slaughter the submarine people frantically, searching for the mother box. Guerrilla General's tall figure stepped slowly into the Paradise Island, looking at the countless female warriors holding long swords and bows, and said solemnly, I don't want to hurt you, hand over the mother box and I will leave immediately. What? Numerous forces fell one after another. Even Cyborg, who tried to hide, was tracked by the shape-shifting King Kong who possessed powerful electronic information ability, and the mother box he controlled was also taken away. Honored Olympus gods, Diana begs you to come and repel powerful enemies for Paradise Island. Hippolyte stood in the temple, looked at the 12 gods, knelt down and prayed religiously. After a while, after the fighting outside became more intense, she finally got a response. I don't know if it was an illusion, she felt the gods seemed reluctant. Hippolyte, a loyal servant of the gods, don't go to full-scale war with each other. This is a bad choice. Hand over the mother box. Although this thing was the trophy of Paradise Island a long time ago, the times are different. Darkseid is dead and the new Apocalypse Star God has been born. This is a very weird guy that we can't see through. There is no need to have a full-scale conflict with him now. One after another, divine words rang out from the statues of gods. Hippolyte's face changed slightly and his heart sank sharply. This wise queen already knew the will of the gods. Martin has killed Darkseid and ruled the Hell Star of the mega-universe multi-universe. More importantly, have the sacred and mighty Olympus gods so jealous that they would rather give in and be patient. Your Majesty, the King of God. Hippolyte looked at the overbearing and powerful god Zeus with hope, and he was also his old lover. Hippolyte, you are not their opponents, Zeus said solemnly. What about you, aren't you Martin's opponent? Hippolyte gritted his teeth, his face showing stubbornness. Hippolyte, pay attention to your words, this is disrespect to the King of God. Ares scolded angrily. Zeus was silent for a while and said in a deep voice, this CFBD will not be known until after it has been hit, but since he can kill Darkseid, it will also cause huge amounts of trouble to me. Hippolyte looked at the dimmed idol and knew that the gods had already left. His face was pale and he was silent for a moment. He ordered the mother box to be handed over and the remaining soldiers should not resist. In the beginning, you asked me to guard the mother box at all costs. Now you ask me not to resist and hand over the mother box. It is also you. A trace of deep sarcasm and anger flashed through Hippolyte's eyes. Outside, the female soldiers who received the order stopped one after another, looking sadly at the dead bodies everywhere. You are so powerful, why do you need a mother box? Diana said angrily. General Orangutan paused and said in a deep voice, this is not something I should consider, I just need to execute the order. After all, he left the Paradise Island holding the mother box, leaving only dead bodies and broken walls everywhere. The three mother boxes were all assembled, and the army from the Apocalypse Star retreated and walked into a tunnel one after another. I don't understand, what do these guys want? Although the mother box is powerful, it is nothing to Martin. Cyborg, who was almost dismantled, was full of unwillingness and anger at the moment. He felt like a large toy, being dismantled by the enemy calmly and destroyed along with his self-esteem. Probably it's a teleportation army. Batman said hoarsely, the mother box can open Thesson channel to teleport the army. If there are 3 mother boxes, not counting the Apocalypse Star, there are 4 mother boxes in total, enough to kill a god instantaneously. Teleport to any world. The members of the Justice League looked ugly. They were hit head-on. It was not until they faced a terrifying and powerful enemy on a different planet that they deeply realized what a terrible enemy this was. After this battle, the entire planet has clearly seen the essence of you superhero. After all, they are just a bunch of unreliable guys. Human beings can only rely on themselves forever. This is the consciousness of a wise species. Lex Luthor sneered and looked at these superheroes. As possessing level 12 intelligence, it can be called the pinnacle of the entire DC intelligence. Although Luthor is only a mortal, he still maintains hostility and aversion to these so-called heroes with powerful power. Especially Superman, it is true that Luthor is a villain. He is also a human supremacist, advocating that humans do not need a shit superhero but rely on their own strength to solve the crisis. He has huge amounts of jealousy and hatred for Superman. Seeing the Justice League, the most powerful team of heroes in history, collapsed, Luthor was furious, and at the same time felt a burst of joy from the heart. Sure enough, humans still have to rely on themselves, not you guys in strange costumes. I will use my way to protect the Earth, don't hinder me. Luthor turned and walked out of the Justice Hall. Batman said hoarsely, what crime plan are you planning again? You'd better pray that you don't get caught by us for evidence. Otherwise, even if you are the owner of the Lex Group, you will never be able to keep you. I never let you find evidence. If there is a perfect crime in this world, it must be done by me personally, and it's the same this time. Stupid and arrogant heroes, I will let you see the wisdom of mankind with your own eyes. You will feel. Fear. Luthor walked out slowly, his eyes burning with ambition. He wants to perfect the biological plan and create the most powerful war weapon, a biological weapon capable of fighting the gods. That is, it is regarded as a taboo experiment on the highly developed Krypton, and it is a plan to create the perfect Kryptonian. Doomsday, Luthor established a relationship with the official high-level officials and obtained the body of General Zod. The transformation and use of the body of General Zod has been advancing. According to the information obtained from the Krypton spacecraft, the Kryptonians have been advancing the taboo experiment of the perfect Kryptonians, trying to overcome the Kryptonians' racial flaws of fear of kryptonite and the red sun. Luthor walked into his secret laboratory step by step, with a cruel smile on his face. Unfortunately, after this group of Kryptonians researched the destruction of the sun cells, they were frightened by the terrifying characteristics of the cells. Before the results were really developed, all these experiments were sealed and no one was allowed to study. What? Stupid fellows, I will do the experiments that you can't do. Luthor has always been very confident in his own wisdom. In his opinion, no one on the whole Earth can compare with him on the level of wisdom. Even the bat in Gotham City is a few different from his own level of wisdom. Magnitude. Now he will personally advance the research on Doomsday. It can constantly regenerate and adapt to all external environments. Such a monster is absolutely perfect. Luthor started this terrible experiment by himself with an obsessive look. Take out all the information sealed by the Kryptonians and start to restore and improve. Time flies. The pain caused by the 2 invasions of Apocalypse has just been healed some. In the secret laboratory of the Lex building, there was a terrible roar, which shook the entire metropolis and caused countless citizens to turn their heads in consternation. Clark, who was working as a reporter in the Planet Daily, suddenly got a lot of sweat, as if he had encountered a natural enemy. He felt a sense of horror. He suddenly looked blank and looked at the Lex building with a super gaze for the first time with super hearing. I heard the terrible roar from underground. What is Luthor doing? There was a deep anxiety in Clark's heart. He knew this old opponent too well. The 2 sides had fought for many years, but he still couldn't find the key evidence to send Luthor to prison. In the world of capital, capitalists can do whatever they want, not to mention the trillion-dollar capital giants. Boom, boom, boom. A terrible roar sounded, and the iconic building Lex building suddenly burst out of a pale yellow terrible energy field, as if it were a super strong electromagnetic, enveloping the entire building and began to spread wildly. Covered by this terrifying light, violent vibrations broke out. The Lex building is collapsing and earthquakes are frequent. Clark abruptly got up, turned around and rushed into the toilet, took off the visual camouflage glasses made by Krypton technology, quickly flew out and went straight to the Lex building. Everything has become extremely chaotic, and countless people have already been evaporated by that energy wave for the first time, and their deaths are extremely tragic. A terrible monster covered in pitch black was roaring up to the sky on the ruins of Lex building. It's a perfect work of art. I have obviously upgraded the technology of the Kryptonians, but I still can't control this guy. But in the same way, this guy's power has become stronger physical activity, and more the quality of being close to immortality. Wearing the armor he developed, Lex had already escaped in time, looking at the monster he made with admiration and admiration. Luthor UB****D actually created the Day of Doom. You know better than I how dangerous this guy is. Krypton is in its strongest period, dare not touch this forbidden experiment. Superman suddenly stood in front of Luthor angrily. This is the perfect Kryptonian I specially prepared for you, Superman. This is a monster that I personally developed. I will prove to you that you are the tumor on the Earth. You are not worthy of human beings to rely on. Luthor's face twisted. Superman gritted his teeth and turned to look at the monster. Just being born, he is almost no less than him in all physical indicators, and he is always absorbing sunlight and strengthening quickly. Find flowers. Roar, the Day of Doom, immediately pounced on Superman, and at the same time his eyes were red, and his hot eyes were directly shot, and the hot eyes of Superman were blasted, and the two descendants of Krypton began to fight fiercely in the metropolis. Is it my illusion? In just a few minutes this monster has grown a lot stronger. Has it started to fight Superman? Roar, gick you a wave of subscriptions. Factory, random fist attacks exploded with a lethality comparable to missiles. Buildings collapsed and countless streets were smashed with one punch. These two guys were like a doomsday natural disaster where they passed countless casualties and a mess. Doomsday beat his chest frantically, roaring up to the sky, standing next to the unconscious Superman, announcing its arrival to the world. It's worthy of being a perfect Kryptonian who exists only in theory. It has almost pushed the concept of evolution and adaptation to a level beyond the reach of a living body. This is a monster that exists only for evolution. Strength, speed, neural reflex, cell activity. Every index is rising sharply. The more intense the battle it encounters, the stronger the burst of strength and the faster the evolution. Superman is trying his best to drag this monster into no man's land. Governments of various countries have also fallen into the passivity of huge amounts of, and look embarrassed. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. It's too strong, the Day of Destruction is getting stronger too fast, learning and evolving all the time. The evolving speed of the Doomsday is so fast, it is so fast that it makes people tremble. Even the creator of Luthor at the moment, his face became serious, watching Superman become more and more strenuous in the war. From the beginning of the suppression, a few minutes later, he began to be crushed by the Day of Destruction. By now, Superman has been exposed, the defeated situation, everyone's eyes widened and dumbfounded. He was beaten crazily on the ground by the Destruction Day, bloody, and his internal organs cracked. Finally, a few minutes later, Superman lost. What to do? These two guys can't even blow up a nuclear bomb. And there is a dense city where they are fighting. This Day of Destruction began to rampage across the Earth, and a superhero and a super criminal were defeated in its hands, either dead or wounded. Until this clever monster found a visitor from the Apocalypse Star, a fighter under the command of the new Apocalypse Star god. Stupid gorilla, you are looking for death. Tyrannosaurus Rex shapeshifting. Tyrannosaurus Rex, the leader of the Primal Beast Legion, looked at the big black man cruelly and immediately turned into a humanoid combat form, rushing towards the monster with heavy steps. Boom. The two big men collided and then retreated at the same time. Interesting, you seem to have a rapidly evolving ability, then evolve and show me. The Tyrannosaurus Rex grinned, but his expression froze in the next moment. The information quickly collected by the scanning system was telling him that after the monster on the opposite side hit him once, the muscles immediately began to evolve, and had already adapted to his body's attack force by a large margin. How could this happen? This guy's evolution speed is also getting faster. Tyrannosaurus looked gloomy, and immediately used all kinds of powerful high-tech weapons. And after all kinds of terrifying energy bombarded the body of Doom, he planned to escape while taking advantage of this gap. He doesn't have the ability to kill this monster, but if it's just to fight or kill to this monster with amazing evolving speed, it is basically giving it experience. Boom. The Day of Destruction forcibly tore apart the energy wave, rushed to the Tyrannosaurus Rex in a sudden and smashed it with a punch, and it had already dented the Tyrannosaurus's chest deeply. As he analyzed, Doomsday has adapted and familiarized himself with his body and combat mode. And then in just a few seconds, he has evolved to be stronger and more targeted at him. What the hell are you? The Tyrannosaurus Rex was frightened and shot again and again, but was pressed and beaten by the Doomsday, and the body was already broken. This tragic scene was immediately transmitted to Apocalypse by other shape-shifting King Kong lurking on the Earth. Apocalypse star. Martin looked indifferently sitting on the throne, looking down at the various sinful acts that broke out on this planet day after day, and massacres and betrayals were actually staged in every place on this planet. Oh. Tyrannosaurus Rex is about to be killed. Doomsday, the Earth of this universe gave me a surprise. Martin raised his eyebrows, showing a look of surprise. He wasn't surprised that the Destruction Day appeared, but was surprised that this Destruction Day was so good, it already had a trace of ancient Destruction Day style. Martin's gaze spanned a long distance, all the way down from the realm of the gods, and fell directly onto 52 Earth, seeing all this in his eyes, showing his appreciation. Yes, although it is still very immature, it is already very valuable. It can deduct evolution ability to such a degree. Such a day of destruction is enough to easily destroy a life planet. Martin exclaimed. Destruction Day and Demon-like are listed as the only two powerful biological weapons in the DC world. One single soldier, one mass production. But if you count the cutting-edge predator of the goddess of creation, it should be the only three powerful. However, it is only good. Of all the Destruction Days, the others can be ignored. Only the first Destruction Day in DC history. The ultimate source of other Destruction Days, the ancient Destruction Day, is the existence that truly makes people feel trembling. That is a crazy character who directly killed the Apocalypse star and pressed Darkseid's body to an explosion. It was also the creator of the biggest tragedy in Darkseid's rare fiascos. Even the gods took this. There is nothing to do in the days of destruction of the ancients. By the way, I don't know where the ancient Destruction Day is now. Earth Zero, or what? According to the normal timeline, this undead monster chasing powerful enemies and infinite evolution will sooner or later enter the realm of gods and follow the crowd. The gods fight, and the springboard for it to enter the realm of gods is Apocalypse star. Maybe I will replace Darkseid and follow the unkillable ghosts for a bloody battle. Martin stroked his chin, showing a look of interest. The Day of Ancient Destruction is the most bizarre product in DC history, not one of them. In the ancient Kryptonian era, the ancient Kryptonian scientist Portland promoted taboo experiments in order to develop a perfect Kryptonian. He killed an excellent Kryptonian baby, then extracted the gene chain, resurrected, and then killed. Then extract the complete gene chain to resurrect and then kill. And in the process, kill with a knife, kill with a gun, throw into the magma to kill, throw into the freezer to freeze to death. No one knows how many times this poor baby was killed. Finally, after wandering through countless deaths, this baby gradually possessed the characteristics of rapidly evolving in various dangerous environments, and defeated death in countless rebirths. Has the undead ability unprecedented in history is truly immortal. The biggest bug in the entire DC world was born. Infinite evolution, as long as the same kind of move or power system attacks it, it can immediately learn and evolve counterability. It cannot be killed twice in the same way, and every time it is killed, it will evolve immunity. With this kind of terror resistance, there is always one less way to kill it in this world. It was hacked to death with a small knife, and it was resurrected on the spot in minutes, and it was immune to all the damage of the small knife. Killing it with a nuclear bomb, it instantly resurrected, and it was permanently immune to the damage of the nuclear bomb. Unsolvable evolution ability, unsolvable immortality ability. Faced with such a monster, even the gods have to run away. It is impossible to fight against such a monster because the stronger you are, the faster this ghost can evolve. You kill it again and again, it will resurrect on the spot and continue to fight you vigorously. Every time you die, its life will be more perfect, and you will be one step closer to death. Really look forward to. Martin slowly got up with a faint smile on his face. He directly raised his foot and stepped out, leaving the realm of gods, and came to the new 52 Earth in a flash. At the moment when the Tyrannosaurus was about to be dismembered by this doomsday, Martin suddenly appeared, and with just one punch the monster was blown away. The whole Earth trembled suddenly. Here, he is here. This arrogant fellow, it's worth my patience till now. Luther, who was hiding, his eyes lit up immediately, revealing a deep cruelty. This is a monster that I developed specifically for you. You finally did not disappoint me and came to the Earth arrogantly. Day of Destruction. Martin touched his horse and dismounted and looked at the black monster in front of him. Because of the rapid evolution, this guy is growing horrible horny crazily, and it is vaguely visible that roots and roots are growing out of his body. Tyrannosaurus Rex got up embarrassedly, picked up his stump and severed his arm and muttered, "This guy is too weird, I can't keep up with the evolution of this ghost. Go back to Apocalypse and repair your body, I'm very interested in this guy." Martin said lightly, "Roar." Rage roared and started a new round of evolution. He immediately slayed Martin, raising his fist and punching him viciously. All the people are watching this battle silently. They are in a complicated mood and don't know who should expect to win. After all, they are all monsters that have caused huge losses to the Earth. The gods will also pay the price. Luther's eyes were cold, staring at the signal from the satellite. But the next moment, something that made everyone look serious happened. Martin raised his hand casually and caught the punch of the Doomsday frontally, and then with a blank expression on his face, he slapped slightly. Click it. The arm of Doomsday was immediately broken by Martin. Even the nuclear bomb could not hurt any bones, and it was no different from tofu in front of Martin. Good. Martin gave a compliment, and the next moment he kicked Doomsday's chest, kicked his chest directly and kicked out his internal organs. The Doomsday let out a painful wailing, his eyes were red, and his wounds quickly healed as he panted heavily. Sizzle. The terrifying hot gaze shot out, shining directly at Martin. But in the next second, Martin's eye sockets were also red, and the black eyes instantly turned into blood red with an unknown aura. He immediately shot 2 red rays that could be turned and blasted them accurately. This is the Omega Ray, the power that originally belonged to Darkseid and was perfectly mastered by Martin. The 2 different rays accurately collide, and the horrible waves caused by them cover thousands of miles, erasing everything around them, creating a terrible blank area. The whole Earth began to vibrate slightly in this energy confrontation, with frequent earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. The red light enveloped everything. This is the power of the gods. More than that, the Day of Destruction has tried his best, but the man is afraid that even 1/10,000th of his power will not be used. Darkseid's body is an existence that even Zeus has to go all out, but such a powerful god was killed by Martin. Diana looked solemn, turned her head and said to the decadent man beside her, "Constantine, you have summoned a great guy." Constantine was silent for a while and smiled bitterly. God knows how he got through this period of time. A group of guys are always asking him for trouble, saying that Martin, a monster, will appear on the Earth, all because of his credit. Damn it, I wanted to summon troublemakers in Sanamia. After all, I am more familiar with them. But who would have thought it would be this otherworld visitor? Constantine sighed up to the sky, looking lonely, and took a sip of wine in her mouth after picking up the wine bottle. This feels terrible. Boom, there was a loud noise. The Day of Doom was immediately submerged in Omega rays like the vast sea of stars, swallowed by the terrible red light, and the terrifying power of decomposition continued to swallow everything on the Day of Doom. Omega rays, as long as they are shot, they will inevitably hit the target. This kind of power is not bad. Martin sighed with emotion, slowly withdrew his gaze, looking at the Day of Destruction wailing in the aftermath of Omega rays. He saw with his own eyes that every cell of this monster was being eroded by the Omega effect at the same time, evolving crazily in an instant, but couldn't bear this power and died one after another. When the red light dissipated, the Day of Doom had already corroded most of the body, and the defective part was still squirming tenaciously, as if it was going to be resurrected a little bit. After all, there is only one miracle like the ancient Destruction Day. Martin shook his head, hoping that this mighty Day of Destruction would create a miracle, but now it still doesn't work. Self-healing ability aside, the speed of evolution is very problematic, and it is often disabled before the evolution is completed. This has to be replaced by the Day of Ancient Destruction. As long as you can't use a big move to kill it in one hit, it can instantly learn all your moves and principles and carry out targeted evolution and countermeasures. You will be shocked to find that you are making moves. The speed of killing it can't keep up with the speed of its evolution and immunity. Even if you kill it in a big way, it will resurrect on the spot and become more perfect. From then on, it will be permanently immune to your ultimate ability to kill it. Die. Martin sighed and another Omega ray burst into his eyes, completely dissolving the wriggling ground meat. The monster that ravaged the Earth and made the superhero of the whole Earth helpless was so easily killed by Martin. The difference in level brought about a crushing battle. No, damn it, how could this guy be so strong? It seems that the Day of Destruction I developed is not strong enough. I need to improve the information and find a way to create a stronger Day of Destruction with evolution ability. Luther was frightened and cursed in a low voice and was about to start work. But the next moment, a loud noise came, and the underground laboratory he was in was directly punched through. You disappointed me, Lex Luthor. I thought you could surprise me, but I didn't expect it to be rubbish. Martin walked into the underground laboratory and sighed with disappointment. You don't understand what you're talking about, and what do you want to do? Luthor's face was gloomy, stepping back, and at the same time turning on the armor on his body to its fullest power, there were countless panics in his heart. He clearly arranged a dozen of his own clones all over the world, but why Martin can directly lock onto it his body? Martin took out a well-preserved syringe and walked towards Luthor step by step. What is this? Luthor felt a panic and was about to activate all the instruments and his own armor to fire, but he was shocked to find that all his high-tech was out of control. The god of machinery. Luthor thoroughly understood the true meaning of this god's name. On Marvel's side, it has caused many doomsday disasters in the universe. Even the smartest brains in our world have not been able to develop a vaccine to decipher this ghost. You should be honored, Luthor, I choose you. With a faint smile on Martin's face, he walked in front of the desperate Luthor, and then directly injected the needle into Luthor's neck. Then he quietly watched Luthor transform. His muscles decayed and eroded and lost his vitality. Soon, he gently moved his hands and twisted Luthor's head off. Become my thinking machine, Luthor. You will gain eternal life, and your level 12 wisdom will become my best wisdom tool. Martin grabbed Luthor's head and gave a big smile. The zombie virus is really a useful thing. The zombie virus is one of the many strange items born on Marvel's side, and it has a very high value. It is a pity that it is no longer useful for the existence of Martin's level. Otherwise, Martin is happy to spend a long time to find the virus. Methods. What is this? Damn, Martin, what have you done? How am I? Immortal now. Food, give me food. Luthor snarled in a deep voice, opening his mouth frantically, trying to bite a piece of meat from Martin. Martin just grabbed a piece of meat from the other worlds of the Earth and stuffed it into Luthor's mouth. Luthor chewed and swallowed, but it came out directly from the broken neck. Ah, I want to eat more meat, Luthor snarled frantically. Martin smiled and said, don't you understand? You have no body. No matter how much meat you eat, there is no stomach to carry and digest. Otherwise, why do you think I should chop off your head? Just to prevent you from moving freely. Hiss. Martin immediately opened the space-time tunnel, laughed and walked in while grabbing Luthor's head. Luthor of the New 52 Earth. If he develops according to the normal timeline, this guy will get the Omega effect in one fell swoop in the Daxt War and become the god of the Apocalypse Star. In the ensuing Doomsday, he took refuge in the goddess of creation and swallowed Martian Manhunter, evolving into a terrifying cutting-edge predator. Unfortunately, none of this will happen, and Luthor's head has been chopped off by Martin. With Martin's departure, the sense of oppression that suppressed the entire Earth at the moment suddenly disappeared, and countless people slumped on the ground in sweat, their eyes blank. That monster, has he finally gone? It's terrible. This is the god, letter 3005. Lex Luthor was killed by him, or that there is one less disaster maker in this world. The heroes of the whole Earth are heavy in their hearts, and there is complexity in their eyes. In the secret base of the Justice League, a large amount of yellow radiation had just been absorbed, and Clark was able to recover from his injuries. After hearing the news, he was startled and sighed immediately. Luthor is dead. Yes, and it is the body that is dead. The other dozen clones have been found one by one, and they have all been in a state of confusion. This is probably what Luthor did deliberately to prevent the clones from discovering that they are not real people. Launch a rebellion. Batman said in a deep voice. Even your own clone will cheat this lunatic, the Flash cursed secretly. Anyway, a disaster is completely over. The heroes looked at each other and fell silent at the same time, with deep bitterness on their faces. But this kind of end is not what they want. They are the strongest team of heroes who guard the Earth. They are unable to face the terrifying and powerful enemies, whether it is Darkseid, Day of Doom, or Martin, none of them are. They can fight. What makes the mood even worse is that the gods of these other worlds clearly regard the Earth as a hunting ground. This is a great humiliation for the Justice League. Constantine, we are going to deploy a magic monitoring system covering the world to make up for the lack of technological monitoring. Just as Diana spoke, Constantine turned and walked out. Come on, I don't want to get involved with you heroes at all. If it wasn't because Martin was summoned by me, I wouldn't care about you at all. Constantine still has a decadent face, but no one knows the panic in his heart. As a Hell detective, as the top magician on Earth, Constantine has all kinds of teammates selling teammates, all kinds of fortune-telling, shameless and shameless feat, but his magical attainments and news the wide range of channels is beyond doubt. He just confirmed some specious news from his devil friend, Marvel Multi-Universe. Does such a world really exist in this world? He is really a visitor to Otherworld. No wonder I have never heard of him. Constantine walked away in a hurry, feeling extremely heavy. He needs to prepare for the worst. At the moment, the star of apocalypse. Many gods looked at him suspiciously, wondering why this otherworld visitor suddenly fell silent and suddenly felt extremely anxious. Martin placed Luther's head directly in the laboratory and arranged an extremely demanding monitoring system, which firmly restricted Luther's personal authority. Zum. Martin slowly got up, and at the moment showed a dignified look on his nonchalant face. The immortal evolutionary monster, the day of ancient destruction is here. GUI beg readers to subscribe. He felt a terrible sense of oppression. They are not afraid of Martin doing things, and they even want Martin to move and mess around. They are worried about Martin's silent manner of doing nothing. He must be guarded strictly. This guy is one of DC's strongest wisdom, but if there are some omissions, this guy will catch the gap and do something out. I don't know how long it took. Martin opened his eyes suddenly and got up abruptly, his face showing a dignified look. The next step is to wait, waiting for the idiot of the anti-monitor to act. After he fully activates the anti-life equation, it is time for me to act and then completely open the passage between the two worlds. Dear Master, we have monitored the terrible life fluctuations and are heading from multi-universe to apocalypse. It seems that we have been banished by some power. Steppenwolves rushed in and reported with a low growl. I see, this will be a very interesting guy. Martin sat comfortably on the throne of Darkseid, folded his hands and waited patiently, quietly overlooking the countless worlds in the realm of gods. This wave of life that is as violent as flames but indifferent like an iceberg, he seems to have guessed who the opponent is. Just as he guessed, a terrifying monster is about to arrive on Apocalypse and challenge him to replace Daxi. The existence of virtue, Steppenwolf stood below respectfully. At the moment, he didn't know what Apocalypse Star was about to face. It seems that Universe Zero was exiled, my respected master. I am willing to clear this obstacle for you. With a fierce smile on the face of Steppenwolf, he directly lifted the giant axe. At this moment, Martin was moved, looked down in surprise, took a serious look at this guy, and silently said in a deep voice, Steppenwolf, you can have this kind of consciousness. I am very pleased. It seems that I didn't clean up you in the first place. It's the right move, but are you sure? Are you willing to fight this enemy who offended Apocalypse for me? Definitely in the era of Darkseid, I was his deputy, commanding countless demon-like forces. And now, I am willing to be your deputy and clean up all enemies for you. Please let me play. Steppenwolf looked excited, his eyes flashed with fire. Martin immediately understood that this guy was very worried about being pinched to death by himself one day, so he performed very hard. At the same time, he was also interested in the shape-shifting King Kong he created. The ruling power of the two armies even wanted to see the mystery of his creation. Really a useful subordinate. Martin appreciates this kind of consciousness. I really appreciate it. As for whether this guy will be killed or not, it's not Martin's decision. Very well, Steppenwolf, you are very good. Your consciousness and fighting spirit are very satisfying to me. Then, since you behave so positively, I am very happy to give you the opportunity to behave. Go ahead and invade the scum of Apocalypse. Kill it. If you can do it, I will give you all the troops of Apocalypse. Martin sat upright, feeling very touched again and again, looking like he was greatly touched. Willing to help you. The Stepwolf excitedly carried the giant axe, and his tall and straight body immediately slammed into the time-space tunnel that was opening, exuding a terrifying and awe-inspiring killing intent. Martin watched quietly at the back of Steppenwolf, and at the same time called General Orangutan and Tyrannosaurus Rex and said, This idiot is dead. No matter what happens for a while, you should not participate in it. This is just to die. I will take care of everything. General Orangutan and Tyrannosaurus, who had just repaired their bodies, looked at their creator with surprise and puzzled faces. The enemy is very strong. Multi-level universe. General Orangutan looked solemn. It's more terrifying than pure strength. How should I put it? This guy is very special. Even if he is immortal, he will be able to beat you to death sooner or later. General Orangutan and Tyrannosaurus looked confused. They couldn't figure out what kind of opponent they were even if they thought of breaking their heads. A monster like Doomsday. The Tyrannosaurus Rex, who was nearly beaten to death by the Doomsday of the New 52 Earth, suddenly changed his face and let out a low growl. To be precise, it is the ancestor of all Doomsday, the ultimate source of all models of Doomsday, and all other Doomsdays are just defective versions of this monster. Martin sat quietly, looking into the distance calmly. In the distance, a space-time vortex has appeared, with a kind of chaos and instability. It was obviously torn apart by the CFBD, with the purpose of exiling the ancient day of destruction to the star of apocalypse. Undoubtedly, it was Earth Zero, the Superman of the main universe Earth. The B*****D found that he couldn't beat the ancient annihilation day no matter what, so he simply threw the ghost thing on the apocalypse star. It's terrible. Martin sighed deeply. The huge amounts of the chaotic vortex shook the entire planet. All the residents looked up and looked confused, only to see a black shadow smashed out of the vortex and fell to the star of apocalypse with a loud bang, leaving it on the surface. A deep pit or what? Is it the new shapeshifting King Kong brought by our master? No, it's not like it. The chaotic coordinate flow with a kind of anxiety and rush is definitely not done by Master Martin. The residents of the apocalypse star were surprised, especially the scientists who began to calculate. Few people think that this is an intruder because this speculation is too ridiculous, but here is the apocalypse star, hell planet in the realm of gods. Martin aggressively invaded and killed Darkseid. It was the first time since the Wall of Origin was built. Could it happen again in a short time? And even if it is really an intruder, can it still beat Martin? Give me a break. At this time, a wild laugh that resounded through the planet sounded, with a kind of transcendent dominance and arrogance, and at the same time a kind of obscure joy, as if he had been suppressed for a long time and finally let go of the stone in his heart. It's Master Steppenwolf, the great god of slaughter and conquest. Roar sounded a series of shocks, and all the residents suddenly felt that the wave had stabilized. This is Steppenwolf the body and the only god of apocalypse, second only to Darkseid in the past, a proper multi-level universe. Doing an unknown visitor who has been banished to apocalypse indiscriminately is as easy as his father hitting his son. Steppenwolf swiftly flight while laughing wildly, and his whole body was full of domineering, full of trust. He wielded a huge axe and slammed to the black figure that was slowly getting up. No matter what the hell you are, break into my apocalypse star without authorization and leave your life. Wasteland gave a grinning grin and was extremely powerful, and immediately smashed it with an axe. The terrifying giant axe fiercely slashed at this black thing. Hiss! With a loud bang, the terrifying power of the multi-level universe burst out. With this attack, he tried his best and immediately cut this unknown thing in half. Stupid, dare to invade the sky tilde kicksing. Wasteland grinned grinningly, watching this being chopped to death by his own terrifying divine power. That escaping divine power would surely wipe out this black creature from its cell to its soul. But the next moment, Steppenwolf was stunned, showing a look of surprise. I saw the black creature that was supposed to die clean and immediately got up, completely unaffected. The damaged place immediately extended the blood and flesh to grow together. A day of destruction, how is this possible? Steppenwolf was startled. His many duplications invaded many worlds. Naturally, he knew the biological weapon of Doomsday, but how could it be so weird and unkillable? Roar. There was a terrible roar. The ancient day of destruction that was restored to its original state immediately repaired itself. In an instant, a large number of bone spurs grew out of the body, forming a terrible armor on the body surface. At the same time, this monster immediately burst out with a brand new strength and life level. Ushered in a terrifying outbreak, die. A bit of cold light flashed in the eyes of Steppenwolf, and the killing intent was permeated, and he smashed it with an axe again. But this time, only a loud bang was heard, and many residents of Apocalypse were stunned to death on the spot. But after cutting out this powerful blow, the complexion of Steppenwolf instantly changed, revealing a deep look of astonishment. How is this possible? This day of destruction is unscathed. How can this be? With the same attack and strength, he was cut in half on the spot just now. Why is he still unscathed now? A deep chill suddenly rose and enveloped the Steppenwolf. In an instant, this ancient god immediately understood. This is evolution. And resurrection. Steppenwolf's eyelids jumped wildly. How could there be such a monster in this world? At this time, the ancient destruction day moved, and the face that had always been indifferent slowly lifted up at this moment and rushed towards the Steppenwolf in silence and then punched hard. This punch was almost unbelievable and heavy enough to break the gods. The high-dimensional space-time of the realm, boom, as if the world is broken, Steppenwolf was directly blown away by a punch. Damn it. Steppenwolf was frightened and roared and got up, with a strong unwillingness and strangeness on his face. How could there be such a monster in this world? This guy was very weak a few seconds ago, but now. Just completed the evolution in an instant, and suppress him in turn. I don't believe it, there can be such an unreasonable thing in this world. Steppenwolf spit out a mouthful of blood, furious. There is no energy intake, no rule swallowing, no artifact blessing, and no supreme being to open hand in hand. How can this day of destruction achieve rapid evolution? And the evolution is so exaggerated. But the next moment, a terrifying hot sight struck and instantly submerged the Steppenwolf. This terrible blow crazily melted everything of the Steppenwolf, and it began to click and destroy the tempered body of the Steppenwolf. Steppenwolf let out a painful roar and brandished a great axe. But even if he exhausted all his powers, he still couldn't leave any scars on this day of destruction. In the end, Doomday even glanced at it indifferently, raised his hand in silence, grabbed the top-level artifact axe and squeezed it fiercely. Snapped. The terrible energy group erupted, and this axe that destroyed many universes was directly squeezed and exploded by it. In the distance, Martin is watching the battle quietly with two shapeshifting diamonds. Seeing if it is not, this is the price of arrogance, too positive is not good, too confident is equivalent to ignorance. Martin pointed at the battle, calmly watching the Steppenwolf being pressed on the ground by the ancient destruction day and repeatedly hammering, punch after punch. It is obviously a very ordinary fist, but the body and soul of Steppenwolf that can be smashed or broken. There are signs of collapse. Even the source that condensed the wasteland wolf godhead was beaten by the ancient ruining sun, which was a sign of collapse. This was an extremely dangerous signal. On the day of ancient destruction, this unpretentious boxer blasted the noble Steppenwolf in full view. General Orangutan looked surprised. This guy's evolutionary speed is too exaggerated. In this case, no one is the opponent of this monster. Not even a god, lord, creator. My opinion is to retreat immediately. Find flowers. Tyrannosaurus Rex also spoke immediately. Watching this ancient day of destruction, his body was chilling. It's too exaggerated and too unreasonable. After Steppenwolf was smashed half of his body with a fist from the ancient destruction day, he finally couldn't stand it anymore. He wailed loudly and asked Martin for help. Martin touched his chin and thought of the several stalkers on Marvel's side. The increase in strength was extremely weird and unreasonable, and only they could compete with the ancient destruction day. Guild begging readers to subscribe. Factory. The Day of Destruction is essentially a perpetual motion machine that does not observe the conservation of energy, while the Day of Destruction in ancient times is the ancestor of the perpetual motion machine. It uses 1 unit of energy to directly get 11 million units of energy feedback, which is so outrageous. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Martin rose slowly. The Steppenwolf kept wailing and screaming and was terrified in his heart. He really smelled the breath of death, and it was really possible that he would be beaten to death by this monster. The key is what is the source of energy for this ghost to evolve. Promote your own evolution, not to mention anything else. At least you must consume energy to supply the rapid mutation of your body's genes. But the Day of Ancient Destruction directly omitted this step and forced evolution. Martin stepped out, his face calm, but with a vague solemnity which was unprecedented. At this moment, even Martin felt a headache as he walked towards the Day of Ancient Destruction. Orangutan dinosaur, you two stay away, don't be affected. Martin seemed to know what these two subordinates were thinking, and immediately spoke plainly, saying, Ancient Destruction Day, no, to be precise, all destruction days are a closed internal circulatory system, directly skipping the process of excretion and so on. Circulate everything about themselves in the body, and every time they circulate, the total energy increases by an order of magnitude. When needed, they can accelerate the cycle process thousands of times, and gain almost endless power. Especially the ancient destruction Japan. This cycle efficiency even exceeds the cognitive limit of the gods. It's the internal circulation system. Horror, and only a few bugs on Marvel's side can compete with the ancient Day of Destruction. Dear Master, please help me. In opening and hanging, Martin can't compare to them. Rumble, how to perfectly kill the ancient destruction day. Even the great gods don't know. They will immediately feel the horror of the ancient Day of Destruction, and they will be beaten to wolves and howling ghosts. Even Martin, a traverser, couldn't find a perfect solution to the ancient Day of Destruction, at least not yet. In the comics, in the end, Superman Clark just almost killed his life, throwing the ancient destruction day into the black hole and sealing it up. But it is clear that sooner or later the Day of Ancient Destruction will evolve the power to overcome or even control the black hole, and then get out of the trap. No way, I can only try to try. Seriously, I really look forward to watching the battle between you and Marvel. Martin touched his chin and walked slowly towards the Day of Ancient Destruction. Bang bang bang, punch after punch, the ancient Doomsday beat the Steppenwolf fiercely. After noticing Martin's approach, he stopped his hand, turned his head and looked indifferently, and kicked the Steppenwolf aside with his foot. You don't even have anger or pleasure. You are no different from a machine. You are a monster controlled by genes. When you evolve the ability to resist the control of genetic instincts, it is a bit worth seeing. Martin sighed with emotion. The ghost of ancient destruction day, just like its name, is just a monster that brings destruction. It has no other pursuits other than evolution and destruction. Sizzle. The day of ancient destruction directly projected a terrifying hot sight. This terrible heat, even the faintly sturdy star apocalypse, had soared in temperature. Red light appeared in Martin's eyes and the Omega rays blasted out. The two rays blasted each other, and the star apocalypse began to tremble violently. The terrifying energy wave that burst out had instantly reached the peak of the multi-level universe, possessing a devastating effect. Destructive power. Only Master Martin can fight against such a monster. Even Steppenwolf is not the opponent of this monster. Day of Destruction, the biological weapon developed by the Kryptonians in the multi-universe. But why is this one so terrible, it actually reaches the level of the multi-level universe? The residents of Apocalypse starred with panic and perplexity. Let me analyze your evolution ability from killing you once. A terrible cold light appeared in Martin's eyes, and at the same time he began to shoot out a brand new energy wave. In a bang, Martin stepped out directly, the Supreme God armor was finished, and the blue light flashed, and the star sword appeared in his palm. Immediately slashed against the ancient destruction day with a fierce sword. This horrible piece can be said to have burst out of Martin's 80% power. The original Darkseid died under this sword, and the terrifying power even shook the entire realm of gods. So strong. A god was shocked again and looked at Apocalypse Star with astonishment and joy, intending to see what this otherworld visitor was doing. They are not afraid of Martin getting into trouble, they are afraid that Martin is too honest, and they have been reluctant to act. These gods who were imprisoned in the wall of the world for 3 eras have almost gone crazy long ago, and now they are full of minds to follow Martin. Marvel Multi-Universe's idea of doing things. Who is this guy hacking this time? Let me analyze it, maybe it will help open the door to the Marvel world. Well, it seems something is not right. Is this a day of destruction? The Destruction Day at the peak of the multi-level universe. The Destruction Day that can almost kill Steppenwolves and confront Martin head-on. Why didn't I know that this level of Destruction Day existed in this world? No, I seem to remember that in the very old age, the ancient Kryptonian named Portland once did a crazy experiment. He killed and resurrected a Kryptonian baby countless times, and then, this Krypton baby really didn't die and then evolved rapidly, finally completely destroying the ancient Krypton. If the ancient Krypton still exists, there won't be any of those dozens of multi-universe Krypton stars at all. A deity communicated, frowning and looking at Apocalypse Star. The more he looked, the more he was frightened. To be honest, most of them will end up kneeling on the spot if they are facing this day of destruction. This ghost is evolving rapidly. I only hope Martin can get rid of it. If it doesn't work, let's do it together, at least save Martin, he can't die yet. The eyes of the gods are cold, boom. At the moment, Martin had already slashed that sword, a terrifying blow that split a large area of high-dimensional time and space, and slashed directly on the ancient destruction sun. The ancient destruction day did not even hide, standing indifferently in place. The stronger the attack, the less it would dodge, because this is beneficial to its evolution. Hiss. The blue light flashed across, and the day of ancient destruction was cut in half by Martin with a sword. Not enough. A fierceness flashed through Martin's eyes, and he shot again. The speed has surpassed the limit of time. And in an instant, he killed the ancient destruction day without even a single cell, and forcibly annihilated everything. However, Martin just stood there quietly, looking thoughtfully at everything in front of him. Almost at the moment he died on the ancient day of destruction, he noticed that there were countless indivisible particles attached to all tangible invisibles, and then began to expand rapidly. It seems that every particle is a day of destruction that has shrunk countless times. A part of the particles even floated towards Martin, but they were quickly chopped off by Martin. Is this the Destroy Spore? The ability only possessed by the ancient Destroy Day can infect every individual without limitation. Martin took a deep breath and watched the day of ancient destruction quickly resurrected. From microscopic particles, it expanded rapidly and restored to its original state, but it was stronger and more evolved, terrifying body, tough soul, incomprehensible. Cell activity. Martin had no doubt that if he used the Star Sword to slash it, he wouldn't even be able to hurt a single piece of this guy's hair. There is no way, I can only use that thing. Martin frowned and raised his hand. In an instant, the 4 mother boxes flew towards him in a sudden and slammed into Martin, started an amazing shapeshifting, and finally assembled a powerful suit of armor. Set outside the Supreme God armor. This set of armor assembled from the mother box is one of the top armors in the DC world, named Mother Box Armed. The Mother Box, as the top technological creation of the Apocalypse Star, selects the top and most magical substance in the DC world, X-Genesis metal, as its core material, and has almost a gold-like energy supply. The Mother Box can modify the parameters of the universe, distort gravity, create energy shockwaves and energy barriers, collect and calculate data, and transform living things. It can be called the top supercomputer. When the four complete Mother Boxes are put together, the strongest ability of the Mother Box will be completely increased to the extreme. It is the Mother Box weapon, one of the top armors on the DC side. In the comics, Superman is beaten all the way by the Ancient Destruction Day. Even if Superman chooses to exile the Ancient Destruction Day to Apocalypse, it is still not the solution to the problem. So Superman also came to the 25 Apocalypse Star wearing a Mother Box. Go head-to-head with the Ancient Destruction Day. The Supreme God armor and the Mother Box armed, the two top armors are worn on the body, and nothing else. I can almost say that it is the strongest defensive existence in this world. Martin muttered with a weird look on his face, and he was forced to do it. Facing the day of ancient destruction, what can he do? Open? I'm sorry, the Ancient Destruction Day is the biggest link on the DC side. Unless Martin drives the Supreme out now, there may be a turnaround, but it is more likely to make the result worse. So this is Martin's response. You want to evolve to the extreme of everything, but it's a pity that I won't give you this opportunity. Martin sneered again and again. Step by step towards this ancient day of destruction, every movement revealed a kind of calmness from the heart. With 2 layers of armor stacked, Martin didn't panic. How can the Mother Box splice such a powerful armor? The existence of the many spectators suddenly became a little surprised. They looked at this scene in astonishment with a solemn expression. It was the first time they knew of this kind of thing. The Mother Box, could it still be used like this? 2 layers of battle armor plus that peculiar longsword. It is difficult to kill him when the super universe level comes, but if the opponent's end destroys the ruined day of ancient Krypton. Some gods frowned, worried. Next moment, the day of ancient destruction acted in silence. He rushed towards Martin and slammed his fist, hitting Martin's outermost Mother Box frontally, only to hear a terrible wave that resounded through the realm of the gods. The Star of Apocalypse, which was extremely sturdy at his feet, directly began to break apart, and the terrifying hellfire rushed into the sky. The gunpowder dissipated, and the terrifying energy wave swept everything away, and the gazes that looked over were fixed on the center of the battlefield. The 2 figures are in a stalemate. To be more precise, it was the Ancient Destruction Day that hit Martin, and the 2 erupted with terrifying power and the power of rule, resulting in a continuous and fierce confrontation. In the next instant, the Ancient Destruction Day raised his hand again and slammed Martin's face fiercely, blasting Martin's entire body. And at the same time, a hot line of sight shot out from his eyes, continuously bombarding Martin's body surface. Zizzy sizzle, the hot sight produced a powerful shockwave directly hitting Martin and also hitting the core of Apocalypse Star. Hiss, the entire Apocalypse Star was faintly collapsed. The ancient day of destruction moved quickly, violently smashing all obstructions, and then grabbing Martin's head and slamming Martin into the center of the earth. Why didn't he fight back? Sanamia looked at this scene in amazement and immediately realized something. Martin patted his body nonchalantly, patted the non-existent dust. His voice was flat. Martin, this is made up his mind, don't fight back. Midran, the god of knowledge, looked weird. I seem to know. Martin seemed to fly calmly, staring at the ancient day of destruction. It is only the first step to contain the evolution speed of the Ancient Destruction Day. In any case, the level of this monster must be locked in the multiple-level universe, so that Martin can seize the slightest possibility. At this moment, the day of ancient destruction also stopped and looked at Martin silently. Even when Martin stepped up to it, it didn't do anything but stood silently. You still need to grow. Overcoming genetic instinct is one aspect. The ability to evolve through active selection and evolution is the other aspect. Now you are far from perfect. There was another loud noise. Accompanied by a terrible flame wave, Martin walked out slowly. The outermost Mother Box was smashed into a small depression by the crazy heavy hammer of the Ancient Destruction Day, but it was repaired in an instant. This wave stabilized, a little closer, a little closer. The faces of many gods showed weird colors. Grasp that trace, the possibility of enslaving the ancient day of destruction. Fold the thickest armor and get the most venomous blow, because the Ancient Destruction Day is a passive evolution. As long as Martin doesn't do anything, the Ancient Destruction Day can't be helped. Rumble. Martin finally came to the ancient day of destruction, and the greed in his eyes was fleeting. Martin never felt that facing the threat of the Ancient Destruction Day was an unsolvable problem. Day of destruction, I can bring you a new life. Martin sneered in a low voice, almost to his face, staring at the cold to the point of no emotional warmth on the day of ancient destruction. At this moment, Martin moved. He grabbed the neck of the ancient destruction day, and his eyes flickered with cold light and finally began to use all his power to completely enslave this guy. The day of ancient destruction is not absolute perfection in the true sense. Indescribable out, the power of Cthulhu from the beholder suddenly burst out, and the weird powers that are different from Marvel and DC spread rapidly. Wherever they went, everything that had been crazily distorted directly towards the unknown and endless. Chaos and disorderly level transformation. As soon as this power appeared in the DC world, it immediately aroused the consternation and alertness of many gods. What kind of power is this? It's incompatible with everything that already exists. It seems to be the absolute opposite. Unspeakable, unable to observe, unable to listen, if forced to analyze, only countless unknown meaning information is falling apart. What kind of power is this? The world outside the wall is really wonderful, an unheard of power. Many gods are standing, thoughtful. Ghost's entire face was gloomy, staring at this indescribable power, but he was shocked to find that even he couldn't really figure out what this power was. Don't mind, your upper limit is only a multi-level universe after all. This is not your responsibility, letter 3005. Phantom Stranger comforted his old partner in a low voice. Metron, what is this unobservable, unheardable, and unintelligible power? A god roared at the god of knowledge. This is, I don't even know. Metron sat in a chair with a confused expression on his face. Too bad, there is always new and unfamiliar knowledge exposed from Martin. This feeling is really too bad, and it is a kind of humiliation to him, the god of knowledge. Metron looked down and looked at the chair on which he relied. At this time, even if he had been spiritually enslaved by this chair, but a trace of dissatisfaction emerged at this moment. Don't you know everything? You don't always tell. I do know all the knowledge in this world, but why do you know nothing about this power? My omniscience is limited to the world inside the wall. To know the knowledge of Marvel multi-universe, I need a lot of study. The Mobius chair returned a message to Metron. Midrin frowned, a little unhappy, but finally remained silent. What about dissatisfaction? He was able to become a god, after all, not relying on his own mighty power, but being forced out by the chair under him. Instead of sitting in a chair by someone else, that is also the god of knowledge. That weird and indescribable erupted frequently, distorted everything in an instant, with a weird twisting power that made the gods feel incredible and frightened, and rushed straight to the day of ancient destruction. Boom, in an instant the ancient destruction day was surrounded by this force. It just stood there indifferently without any intention to dodge. Under Martin's deliberate control, this Cthulhu force quickly entangled, but it did not cause damage to the ancient day of destruction, but directly distorted all the existing concepts and carried out an unprecedented crazy correction. The day of ancient destruction suddenly stopped. In an instant, there was a trace of confusion in its memory. What is even more bizarre is that this confusion did not cause it to evolve spontaneously and counteract it. It does not have the power to hurt it, but just distorted all his old cognitions. 100 million hail a month ago, when everything started, a Krypton baby was born on ancient Krypton, but it was taken away by a cold-faced scientist in the first place. Haha, your qualifications are terrible. I think it is the best experiment. Portland slowly stretched out his hand and was about to activate the instrument to kill the baby. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. You want to hurt it, have you asked me? Martin killed Portland in one fell swoop in front of the baby. Soon the picture flashed again. This time, Portland planned to throw the Krypton baby into the magma. Martin appeared quickly, killed Portland, and saved it. The third time, absolute zero. The 207th time, kryptonite. 3,500 times, the red sun radiates. The word. The 124th, 900th time, magic. Countless experiments, countless times, Martin appeared in time and rescued the dying one. I am your most trustworthy person. They will kill you. The best thing is that you don't care about it. I am different. I have been protecting you. Martin hugged the baby Ma Qianzhao, looked down with a smile on his face, and engraved his image deeply into the baby's heart. Gradually, it grew up with a speciously confused life experience. It instinctively felt that it was against it, but whenever this happened, Martin would always appear in front of it instantly and touch its head affectionately. Why question? In this world, there is no real truth or falsity in the true sense. After experiencing everything in person and believing in all of it with my own strength, then all of this is true and everything else is true. Fake. Or do you think I'm lying to you? In the sun on the lawn, the smiling man sat quietly on it, and the two of them were talking in the wind and talking. Everything looks very beautiful. Martin was madly distorting everything about the day of destruction, with an indescribable force completely distorting what is engraved on the concept into something else. This is a corrective force that overrides time and space, and it has been transformed together with the concept. Now, from the perspective of the day of ancient destruction, every step of his growth is marked by Martin, and every move and decision he makes is guided by the appearance of Martin. What? Why do you ask me why I treat you so well? Does this need a reason? If you insist on an answer, then grow up as soon as possible. I need you to help me. I just need a strong fighter like you. Martin answered with a smile. After a few more years, it has become a powerful warrior on ancient Krypton. Enjoying the joy and admiration of the entire race, countless Kryptonians are chasing it crazily, thinking that it is calm, intelligent, and powerful, and it is the most powerful in history. It is possible to become the existence of gods, and become an existence alongside the four main gods of Krypton. But this kind of worship makes it even more confused. It instinctively feels that this phenomenon is not right. It seems that it should destroy this planet and eliminate this race. Is it because of disgust? They treat you as a tool. From Portland at the beginning to now, every individual hopes that you can be a weapon in their hands. You must be disgusted. After all, you are as sincere as me. I am the only one in the world who treats you sincerely. They want to benefit from you, but I am not like that. I am full of sincere heart for you. Martin patted its sturdy shoulders hard and said lightly, if you are really bored, then do it. Return your anger to all the Kryptonians and let this planet, this race, be completely buried by you. What? Its eyes lit up immediately, revealing a satisfied god CFBD color. This is a very cold smile, and at the same time it carries a kind of sacred and cold-blooded pleasure, as if it destroys this planet and kills this species is what it should do. Only doing it is reasonable, and not doing it is the biggest unreasonable thing, so it acted. It found that it has become more powerful. What a terrifying hot sight, how powerful a high-tech weapon and how tough a warrior is. It has no meaning in front of it. It can evolve at an astonishing speed. This is your ability, you are just developing it. Martin reminded with a smile. It immediately showed a daze and began to silently slaughter everything in front of it. The whole planet was wailing. This prosperous and powerful civilization swept through countless universes and suppressed countless Mephistos, but at the moment was completely annihilated by a clan born within him. Martin watched this scene quietly, watching the ancient ruined sun single-handedly single out the entire ancient Krypton race, revealing an awe-inspiring expression. This is the scene that happened that year. The ancient destruction day overcame death in endless anger and hatred. It rushed to Krypton frantically, killed all living creatures and buried the mighty ancient Krypton. Now the result is the same, exactly the same, except that the process has been slightly modified by me. With a different process with the same result, this change will be quickly replaced by brand new cognition and experience. Martin opened his arms, bathed in the wailing of the whole planet with a look of enjoyment and joy. This indescribable force flashed quickly and was urged to the extreme by Martin, leading the ancient destruction day through countless major events all the way, and then came to this moment. Long time no see, Martin, I have always missed you. Martin smiled suddenly. Martin is different. He used the power of the Cthulhu line to distort and confuse a whole DC world's related concepts. The falsehood will always become the truth that has happened. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Have not seen you for a long time. With a loud noise, the ancient Krypton star completely exploded, and the most critical point has been drawn to a successful end. Martin nodded. He really learned, and he has successfully practiced the ancient destruction day. I think I understand the role of Death and Thanos. Death's watch is sending countless duplications, and almost every universe is madly torturing Thanos, get close to him, embrace him, and then encourage him to kill all relatives and friends, destroy the entire Titans, slaughter the entire universe, and let him please her. I learned. GUI beg readers to subscribe more. After all, it is a DC superbug. This kind of situation will happen with a high probability. As long as the time is long enough, the ancient destruction day will gradually move towards perfection and will definitely study the evolutionary branch route of countering the slavery contract. Because the other party is the day of ancient destruction. Even if the contract and artifact slavery were originally harmless, it would not trigger the passive evolution ability of the ancient destruction day, but if one day the ancient destruction day suddenly wakes up and then evolves the immune contract and the slavery ability of the artifact, soon, the day of ancient destruction will be its. This kind of slavery far exceeds the bondage of contracts and artifacts. The ancient destruction day stared deeply at the man in front of him and observed silently for a long time. Finally, his figure slowly sank and he knelt down on one knee. It said in a low voice, "Whoosh, boom, here comes the time when it is exiled to Apocalypse by Superman and then meets again with Martin, whom he has not seen for a long time. It's done." The day of ancient destruction knelt in front of him and calmly said that the smile on Martin's face had been magnified to the extreme. After exhausting all the great adventures, finally, he brought this terrifying monster to his command. What's more valuable is that Martin didn't use any form of forced enslavement in nature, but was completely a way of guiding, letting this terrifying monster completely fall to his side. The biggest bug in the DC world get it. But the many gods looked confused and puzzled, watching this weird scene as if they had seen a ghost. What happened? What's going on? Why did the day of ancient destruction suddenly change its attitude? This crazy monster actually started to speak. And with a nostalgic attitude tilde degree. Did that indescribable force quantity just play a role? Can it distort the memory of the ancient destruction day, or is it reality? Or something else? No, I seem to feel that something is wrong suddenly. It seems that everything I know, I always feel that there is a sense of violation. The many gods were in an uproar, staring dumbfounded at this theoretically impossible scene with a look of shock. Even the day of ancient destruction can be modified to owner. What a weird and terrifying power is this, and it also indirectly affected their gods. That kind of power just now is unobservable, unlistable, uninterpretable, only endless chaos and confusion. This kind of power is the power of Marvel multi-universe. How many gods master this weird system? Martin originally embraced it again. What kind of purpose? A shuddering chill rises in the hearts of all the gods. They are not afraid of absolute strength, but they are afraid of such absolute weirdness. Even the terrifying monsters like the ancient destruction day have become Martin's people, this kind of weird and terrifying system. Unfortunately, it almost took the beholder to death. It's such a pity. Martin watched the ancient destruction day in front of him, while observing the beholder inside himself, the beholder imprisoned in the source of the fire. At this moment, the beholder, after being frantically squeezed all of his power by Martin, has almost collapsed and is infinitely close to extinction. At most, there is a trace of indescribable residue, but the will of the beholder has long since dissipated and was drawn by Martin. The fragments of endless words are consumed, the beholder is dead. Martin, you are such a genius lunatic. On the side, the phoenix at the moment spoke and said to Martin horribly, I never thought that the power of the beholder could still be used in this way, and I never thought that you actually did it, and the infinite outside the evolved undead monster has become your loyal follower. This is even more terrifying than you directly enslaving it. Pay attention to your wording, this can't be called enslavement but identification, Martin sneered. The phoenix was silent for a while and became more and more afraid of Martin. It whispered, during this period, I have always felt that the power of the beholder is very wrong. This indescribable power is very different from what I understand and recognize. Everything, moreover, you seem to know this kind of power very well. From the very beginning, you swallowed the beholder and exerted this kind of power to the limit. You are like an all-knowing and omnipotent being, but you are far from almighty universe level. Countless multi-universes have filled the uneven gap. Find flowers. Phoenix kept muttering, thinking about breaking his head but couldn't figure out how Martin did it. Outside world. The gods are watching all this with terrifying eyes. Those guys are spying here, do you need me to kill them all? Ancient Destruction Day said indifferently. No, they are still very useful. I know you can do it, I know you very well, but there is no need to bother them. Martin pulled the Ancient Destruction Day up and hit the opponent's shoulder with a heavy punch, making a dull noise. It's been a long time, just right. I also want to know where you have been and what you have done during this period of time. Come with me. Martin smiled and raised his hand. In an instant, the broken apocalypse star under his feet was instantly restored to its original shape. At the same time, a terrible light curtain emerged, blocking the entire apocalypse star and cutting off the outside world. Everything is in sight. He has succeeded. At the moment when the ancient destruction sun bowed to him, no one could stop him except a few people. In the new creation star, Heavenly Father showed a look of amazement. Although he didn't really understand many places, he could roughly calculate it. Even if he was as wise as him, he was stunned by Martin's operation. Okay. With the ancient destruction day in hand, Martin can almost sweep the entire world inside the wall. Let's wait patiently, I think. He will act soon to open up the channel between the two worlds. If I guess right, I'm afraid that something crazier will be done. Opening the channel is only the first step. Heavenly Father whispered. This time, the fluctuation caused by Martin shook the world inside the wall. Even the few beings who were completely indifferent to Martin's arrival at the moment heard Martin's name. Countless worlds throughout the realm of gods are telling everything about Martin. Martin, visitor from Otherworld. I probed everything with my voice, and I was sure that I couldn't detect any traces of Martin's growth. The voice of God said, I observe everything with my sight and make sure that Martin has never appeared in the almighty universe before. God's eye said. In heaven, several ancient beings awakened one after another, and in an instant, they received information from the entire realm of gods and knew what had happened. Divine light flickers endless holiness. Many angels in heaven at the moment immediately made a sensation. God, is he awake? The angels were extremely excited. Under the leadership of Gabriel and other big angels, they were going to meet these people, but their request was rejected. The duplication of several gods does not intend to see them. This ancient existence separated from God, the eye of God, the voice of God, and the master craftsman God are either directly a part of God, or simply created by God to help create the world. They are extremely noble and powerful. Terrible ghost who absolutely crushed the incarnation of anger. The strength of their three can be ranked in the top 10 in the entire DC. There is no need to pay too much attention to it. As long as it is not a monster like a giant beast, we don't need to do it, even if Martin is a visitor to Otherworld. Do you want to notify the place of origin? No need, it doesn't conflict. Soon, the three stalwart figures fell asleep again, and the waves caused by Martin couldn't really make them face it. The oppressive gaze suddenly disappeared. It seems that I don't plan to do it. Apocalypse Star, Martin's tight figure also loosened a little. His face solemnly looked towards the direction of heaven. If you really want to select the most powerful world from the entire realm of gods, it will undoubtedly be heaven and hell. Worlds like Apocalypse and New Creation Stars are nothing compared to heaven and hell. Yes, it's not worth mentioning. There are a lot of duplications of God in heaven, and there is also the guard of God's son Michael, who claims to have inherited half of God's power. In hell there is the guard of Lucifer, who claims to have inherited the power of the other half of God, and the other two of the three giants of hell are stationed. These two guys are only slightly inferior to Lucifer, plus DC's first great demon, the three-house demon. Wandering in hell, not only that, the home base of the Endless family is also hidden in hell. The Endless family, the first family of DC, its status is equivalent to Marvel's transcendent Protos. Fate, Death, Sandman, Madness. The members of an Endless family possess the terrifying power to shake the entire world inside the wall. As far as the current situation is concerned, Michael and Lucifer have left the world inside the wall to create a new multi-universe in the almighty universe. Martin touched his chin, and faintly remembered that there is a paragraph in the comic that these two godsons left DC Multi-Universe directly and created a new world no less than DC Multi-Universe. To put it bluntly, it's still in the DC Almighty Universe and it's still DC's category. But anyway, as long as these guys in heaven and hell don't move, and the very few ruthless characters don't show up, Martin doesn't panic at all. You are worrying, tell me who made you uneasy, I will kill them. The ancient Destruction Day stood silently behind Martin like a hill, like a loyal guard. In fact, after Martin tried his inexplicable power, he did turn the ancient Annihilation Day into his own loyal dog, and he was a die-hard dog. In all the cognitions of the ancient Day of Destruction, Martin is its savior and guide at every stage, and has been leading it forward since its birth. Even if the ancient Destruction Day is a creature that tends to follow its instinct will clearly tell its will. Martin is an absolutely trustworthy person and a person who is absolutely worthy of protection with his life. Martin spent huge amounts of all the distortions of the price, and now, not only has it taken root, it has grown into a towering tree, turned into a terrible sharp blade in Martin's hand. The ancient Destruction Day watched this scene silently. It tried to break its head and couldn't understand it. What could attract Martin to such a ghost as coffee, which is completely useless for evolution? Those who seem to be successful in essence still have not escaped the shackles of genes. It is genetic instinct that drives them, not that they have succeeded in countering their genes. Be more patient. I have said that you have to find a way to overcome the original driving force that genes bring to you. You are you, not an accessory of genes. This is a very contradictory thing. The Day of Ancient Destruction is essentially an individual enslaved by a powerful and deformed gene. Its will, soul, and spirit succumb to the genetic monster in its body. It is cold-blooded, brutal, and relies more on instinctive action. Finally, did the counter-surveillance start to act? I was impatient to wait. Martin turned his back to the Ancient Destruction Day and spoke faintly. Gikyu, a wave of subscriptions. Gene is a terrible thing, especially for ordinary people who don't have extraordinary power and extraordinary wisdom. Just as Martin was thinking silently, suddenly, his gesture of holding the cup suddenly stopped. In the ancient day of destruction, this drive is amplified to the extreme. The gene chain that has been destroyed and resurrected countless times is repeatedly telling the ancient day of destruction. You have to evolve, evolve madly, and evolve at all costs, so that you can adapt to all kinds of in a sinister environment, deal with all kinds of bastards like Portland, so that you can survive and not be killed by the bad external environment. Martin smiled and opened his mouth, slowly put down the props in his hand, poured the freshly ground coffee into the cup, raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and his hot water appeared out of thin air to make the coffee. Since it stood here, Martin has already made 3 cups of coffee. Propagating offspring, controlling power, and consciously forming cliques to build a family is essentially for comfort and safety, so that offspring can be reproduced, so that one's ancestral chromosomes can be better, healthier, and more perfectly inherited. No, don't be so cruel. Those guys have a great background. We don't need to have a head-on conflict with them now. Believe me, you will become a great existence, and even the Supreme God can't hide your light. Remember how I taught you before, follow your heart and your heart is me. Mobius, the anti-monitor, finally couldn't bear it after a period of silence. He wanted to start an action. The gods in the entire wall don't know that the anti-life equation not only exists, but it has already fallen into my hands. The anti-monitor sneered in a low voice, walked slowly out of his war fortress, step by step, and the terrifying power that was constantly surging in his body brewed a sense of horror and suffocation that swept all living creatures. Just leaking a trace triggered a fierce reaction in the world of the living, as if this terrifying power was born on the opposite side of all people or gods. In fact, this is indeed the case. All living things are born under a certain huge and complex computing system, and only appear after all kinds of harsh conditions are met. The anti-life equation directly records the extreme force that kills all living things. The anti-life equation, as expected, is hidden in the antimatter universe. I have been in the antimatter universe for 3 full epochs before I can calculate this thing and accurately locate it. The anti-monitor looked down, feeling that after obtaining this terrifying formula, he had the terrifying power and the limit of ability far beyond the past, and he could hardly help laughing wildly. It's wonderful, it's really wonderful. Everyone has been attracted to Martin in the past, and now is the time for me to move 25. I need to destroy one universe to gain the confidence to support me to destroy all the powerful enemies. The anti-monitor left the antimatter universe directly, staring at the 52 quietly floating worlds of promotion, revealing a cold laugh as well as invisible regret. It's a pity that he had known this a long time ago. He shouldn't have created an infinite Earth crisis with one hand, and only 52 would have destroyed countless universes. Complicated calculation, results based on the anti-life equation show that even if all 52 universes are swallowed up, the energy collected will not reach the upper limit of this formula.
Pity.
The anti-monitor sighed and immediately began secret operations. He went directly to Universe Zero, which is the main universe of the DC world, with a fierce light in his eyes. Then, let's start with this world. On the dark multi-universe side, there is Barbatos's difficult little pet monitoring. I am not very good at starting, so I can only choose the bright multi-universe. The anti-monitor sneered in a low voice, raised his foot to cross the barrier of the universe, and then quickly exploded his own anti-life equation, wherever he went. It was so violent that everything was wiped out and swallowed. The anti-life equation requires a huge amount of energy to fill, and these countless planets and countless species are the best source of energy. The anti-monitor wandered in the deep space of the universe. The face behind the battle helmet was extremely stern and indifferent, and the terrifying power that was thrown out of his gestures immediately possessed endless destructive power. What's the matter? The Earth's core suddenly began to collapse. Is this the end of the world? Numerous planets in the main universe were directly brutally destroyed by the counter-surveillers, and countless life forms were wailing in pain, and finally all turned into the energy of the counter-surveillers. Countless galaxies are swallowed, stars are extinguished, and species are extinct. This phenomenon caught the attention of the universe Asgardian Oa star, and the little blue people immediately sent the Green Lantern Corps to investigate the situation.
Is the madman Corona back?
According to our estimation, he did not die in the antimatter universe Big Bang that year. He must be still alive and secretly waiting for the opportunity. Then this crisis. Is it him?
No, this man is.
Damn it, an anti-monitor. The monster that almost permanently destroyed the multi-universe is back. The little blue people observe the emotional spectrum, which is one of the highest powers of DC. The emotional spectrum is the emotional interweaving of endless life. It runs through the entire DC, and even the emotional spectrum of the world inside the wall is only a small part of the complete emotional spectrum. The willpower of the Green Lantern ring is only a small part of this small part of the spectrum. The Green Lantern Corps quickly slew to the edge of the universe, but soon they fell one after another, making a screaming cry. These gathered the most determined soldiers in the universe, facing the terrible counter-surveillance. There is no power to resist. An anti-life energy wave randomly played by the anti-monitor can erase countless Green Lanterns. HMPH, when the antimatter universe was just born, you damn idiots invaded the world that was destined to belong to me. After being almost killed by me, how could you still have the guts to face me? The anti-monitor laughed grinningly. He and the Green Lantern Corps of the main universe had huge amounts of grievances. No, to put it bluntly, it is the little blue people on Oa, the ruler of the Green Lantern Legion. The Green Lantern Corps was quickly wiped out, but terrible news came back. The terrible counter-monitor is here again. He has begun to destroy the universe. Damn, how dare he do this?
Where is the Watcher?
We will contact the Watcher as soon as possible, so that he can stop the anti-monitor as soon as possible. There is no trace of the Watcher in the dome of the universe. Since Martin revealed that he is the son of the goddess of creation, he has been in hiding. The little blue people looked furious and panicked at the same time. Facing the murderous anti-monitor, they had to take action personally. Not only did they wear the green light ring of will, but they also wore light rings of other colors. This is the secret they have concealed so hard that they will finally be exposed to the crisis of life and death at this moment. Fear of the yellow light ring, greedy orange lantern ring, green, yellow, and orange, which respectively master the three bands of the seven-color common light in the emotional spectrum visible light band, at the moment was worn on more than a dozen little blue people. The three-color light shines, based on the will to keep the self from getting lost, and at the same time, it enlarges the heart of greed and fear unlimitedly, driving the yellow ring and the orange ring to burst out extremely amazing powers. More than a dozen tricolor lights suddenly rushed to the counter-monitor. While everything was annihilated, countless planets collapsed, but without exception they were swallowed by the anti-monitor with a wild laugh, which made the little blue people even more panicked. No, I want to mobilize other bands of the emotional spectrum and use more spectral power. No, this is absolutely not possible. This is even more terrifying than our defeat and death. Don't forget the no. One lantern is being held in the New 52 universe by our peers. If we detonate multiple spectra in advance, the spectra will be caused. The war broke out in the main universe.
Then everything is over.
The black lamp of death will be born, and the dark night sweeping the multi-universe will come early, and the black zombies will swallow everything. And it will be the first to erupt directly in the main universe. We do not have the power to fight the Black Death Emperor, only knew the 52 universe is all right. They don't act, and we absolutely can't move. The little blue people broke out fierce quarrels, even if the new students were desperate. They still gritted their teeth at this moment, struggling to support them in front of the anti-monitors, and were finally killed one by one. Even if they died, they did not detonate a new spectrum. They knew what it meant to detonate more spectrums. It was more terrifying than death. They would all turn into zombies and become horrified blacks. A puppet controlled by the dead emperor. And there is no possibility that it can be restored to its original state or even resurrected. The Ore Star, which has been standing in the main universe for a long time, has turned into a firework in the universe. The Earth's Green Lantern, succeeding Hal Jordan's John Stewart, was the first to learn through the Green Lantern that Ore was destroyed, and the Green Lantern Corps was completely destroyed. So I am the only Green Lantern left in this universe. Stewart looked ugly. It's exactly 1.5. As long as Hal Jordan is willing to pick up the green light ring again, he will still be a great warrior.
A voice came from the green light ring.
Each lamp ring has a program system that is close to artificial intelligence to help the lamp man learn knowledge and transmit information. When Stewart found Hal, the anti-monitor had arrived in the solar system and officially started war with the Justice League. Superman is not in the main universe, he went to Apocalypse. Then find a way to summon him back, and with Superman's speed, he can fly back soon. No, he is not going to the Apocalypse Star projection of the main universe. He is going to the real Apocalypse Star. A group of heroes frantically besiege the counter-surveillance. Many of them have participated in the war against the counter-surveillance. The crisis of the infinite Earth was single-handedly contained. But now, they are shocked to discover that the anti-monitor in front of them possesses even more terrifying power. With a random blow, they can take away a superhero. We can't survive this way for long. Constantine, Zanata, Dr. Destiny, you magician, the most powerful magician in the world, brings Superman back. As soon as possible. Wonder Woman roared and immediately raised the shield, but she was bombarded with a blow from the counter-monitor. The shield given to her by Zeus himself resisted the blow, and it shattered directly. The heroes of the main universe, their strength must crush the sum of other universes. The anti-monitor frowned and watched this scene. All the ancient gods know that the main universe is the most special. Whether it is before or after the infinite Earth crisis, it is special. Every superhero here has a special ability. It seems that the whole multi-universe blessing and protection. Perhaps it is because this is Earth Zero, many gods are guessing, because this is the first point of the multi-universe, so it looks so special. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why the heroes of this world are so powerful. The gods planted in the hands of the Justice League of the main universe are not one or two. The Anti-Monitor is only one of them. The existence of multi-universe destruction like Sanamia, Ghost, and Mischief is all in the main. The universe Earth suffered a great loss, and the Superman of the main universe made the gods feel numb in their scalp. It's useless, even if you call Clark back in time, it's of no use. He just has the aptitude and potential to become the next golden Superman, but before these are transformed into real strength, there is no value at all. Letter 3005. The Anti-Monitor grabbed the Superman boy, and a terrible light burst into his eyes, which suddenly wiped out the Superman boy into dust, and all the energy in that body was swallowed by the Anti-Monitor. A superhero is dying one after another. And at the moment, the main universe Superman just passed the magic circle of the Earth not long ago and hurried to the real Apocalypse Star. Is this the Apocalypse Star in the realm of gods? The main universe Superman looked at this scene solemnly. He is very familiar with the Apocalypse Star projections scattered in various universes, not to mention anything else. In the past 10 years, he has led the Earth's heroes to do the Apocalypse Star projection more than once and defeated Darkseid. The duplication has many times. This kind of Apocalypse Star projection is really not strong. Many Earths in the universe can defeat the Apocalypse Star after paying a heavy price. But if it involves the true Apocalypse Star located in the realm of gods, even Superman, at the moment feels heavy pressure. This feeling is completely different. The heavy depression can almost distort the deep sins of reason. Clark took a deep breath, and at the same time carefully realized the terrifying oppression that the high-dimensional realm of God's realm brought to him, and tried his best to adapt. He looked around, super sight and super hearing monitoring everything, but soon he was confused. Because it was too calm, there were only residents who were madly hacking. This is the daily life of Apocalypse. Clark wouldn't be surprised, but there was no strong energy wave erupting. I have already exiled the ancient destruction day here, so I shouldn't make a mistake. Clark's face was solemn, and a terrible guess faintly appeared in his heart. This terrible reasoning made him feel cold. Darkseid's body is so powerful, actually imprisoned the immortal day of destruction. Welcome, I didn't expect another outsider. Huh, Clark, which universe Clark are you from? Did you transfer to Apocalypse to die? Steppenwolf was walking on the Apocalypse Star with an axe, and immediately rushed when he noticed the spatial fluctuations, first shouted in surprise, and then smashed it with a fist. The Steppenwolf laughed wildly and roared loudly. My master, the great mechanical god Martin, was killed on the spot under the witness of countless gods. When the Steppenwolf thought of his painful experience of being dismembered by the ancient destruction sun, his heart rose with anger. The Steppenwolf was completely in a state of anger, roaring frantically and strode towards Clark. His eyes were red, and his killing intent was awe-inspiring. There was a terrible loud noise and Clark was completely suppressed. As he retreated quickly, he began to explode at full speed and swiftly shuttled on the Apocalypse Star. Steppenwolf shook his arm, feeling the terrible super strength and the terrifying physique that shattered the energy, and immediately understood that on his face full of vicissitudes, at this moment a heart-palpitating murderous intent suddenly broke out. That's it, you be ****D who banished the ancient day of destruction to Apocalypse. Go to hell. Boom boom army. Double that's it, you are the Superman of the main universe, the darling from the center of multi-universe. Clark's heart sank sharply and his face showed a deep helplessness. Darkseid, is it so powerful? Even the perfect monster like the ancient destruction sun actually took refuge directly. His body has suffered at most in the hands of the heavenly father of the new creation star in the past, has been beaten violently by Khan and defeated by Darkseid, but when did he almost die? Boom, where is the day of ancient destruction? Monos Clark roared. Ancient Destruction Day, that fellow has been accepted by the great Lord of Apocalypse and has become a powerful fighter of Apocalypse. This is all thanks to you. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running, The two broke out fierce confrontation again. This time, Superman was directly knocked into the air. He was not the opponent of the Steppenwolf body of the multi-level universe at all. At most, he could only fight the duplication of Steppenwolf. Clark looked hesitantly, looked suspiciously for a moment, and immediately punched out a fierce punch. There was a loud noise, and his whole body was blasted into flight, but Steppenwolf's movements also appeared to stagnate for a moment. What Darkseid? Darkseid has been killed by the new Apocalypse Star God.
Even the Omega effect has been taken away.
Martin sat on the throne, constantly stirring the coffee in his hands, taking a sip from time to time, squinting his eyes to enjoy the taste.
So you are here to investigate the situation.
Martin looked at the Superman in front of him who was caught by Steppenwolf and asked lightly. Clark was bruised and bruised, raised his head with a swollen nose and looked at the strange man in front of him. He came from the main universe and didn't know Martin at all. Even if Darkseid died in Martin's hands, he just learned about it. How did you do it? We obviously have used various methods, and we can't really contain the desire to kill in the ancient day of destruction, but when you come to you, this monster. Clark raised his head and looked directly at the ancient day of destruction standing quietly beside Martin, his face full of weirdness. Compared to Martin's mysterious and powerful, this method of directly controlling the ancient day of destruction is what makes him feel the most horrified. Clark, I know you, the absolute center of the multi-universe, but you shouldn't venture to the Apocalypse Star.
You are seeking your own deaths.
Martin put down his glass, looked down at this guy, and spoke lightly. The main universe Superman, the man who opened the hook, is not comparable to the Superman of the new 52,493 Earth. Probably you have the hope to become the next Golden Superman and get the title of Supreme Superman.
Martin sighed with emotion.
The Golden Superman, whose complete title is called Supreme Superman, completed the metamorphosis after slumbering in the sun for 10,000 years, ascending from a three-dimensional to a five-dimensional life form, directly entering the fifth dimension, becoming a high-level resident there and taking action. He transformed his mortal lover Louis into a five-dimensional man with a silver appearance. How strong is a five-dimensional person? At least it has the ability to suppress the dimension of multi-universe like a mischief. You can destroy the multi-universe with one fart and restore it with a snap of your finger. You can rewrite the multi-universe rule at will, such as setting 1 + 1 = a fish. The nonsense mathematical formula is the truth of the universe. Every five-dimensional person's vision of multi-universe is basically reading a comic book, and he can make changes at will. It is extremely terrifying. And the Golden Superman, the five-dimensional person, not only has the abilities of the above-mentioned altered comic books, but also can share his horror power to other Superman peers. Soon after he became the Golden Superman, he directly shared his power with the five Superman, making these five Superman directly become a god. Although he later recovered this power. Therefore, Martin sometimes feels that the main universe Superman is probably the Superman of the Golden Superman level in the new era. Superman, after all, is the son of DC. Although he is not as good as the dad of DC like Batman in the main universe, he is considered to be the top thug. Many people and gods have said that to me. They all said that I will be the next Golden Superman, but I don't know any Golden Superman at all, and I don't want to be him at all.
I am who I am, Clark Kent. I will never become a peer of me.
Clark spat out a mouthful of blood and spoke in a deep voice. Steppenwolf punched him fiercely, and after shutting him up he gave out a scornful laugh. Martin smiled too, but there was no contempt or distrust in his smile, because Superman of the main universe really did it. This guy in front of you will soon blow up the multi-universe created by the eldest son of the goddess of creation, the World Forge. With just one punch, a multi-universe was destroyed. Oh, the World Caster is already the master of the six-dimensional world, an order of magnitude higher than the five-dimensional world. The multi-universe he created is also in the six-dimensional world. But such a high-dimensional multi-universe, however, Superman, the main universe, smashed it with a punch under extreme rage conditions. Moreover, all kinds of terrible big events were led by the main universe Superman to solve the problem. The potential of this Superman almost reached the level that a bandit, CFBD, thought. In the final battle, he even brought it from dozens of Justice League teams in the entire multi-universe, fought the goddess of creation to the death. Although they still lost in the end, the entire multi-universe Justice League team came to the Lord's universe to support. The superheroes' forces were unprecedentedly assembled, but they still lost miserably to the army of the creation gods. The Superman alone did not know how many died, individual. Martin is the only one who firmly believes that the Kryptonian in front of him can go to that point, and even to some extent, surpasses the existence of the myth of the Golden Superman. comparing with the gods, even surpassing the gods. Since I have come to my apocalypse star, I have to pay a sufficient price. Clark, you are the top material. I need your help when necessary. Martin suddenly showed a weird smile, which made Clark feel a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart.
I won't help you. No, you will beg me to help you.
Martin turned around and pulled a piece of particle from the ancient doomsday that stood silently. This particle was just, destroy spore. Martin slowly raised his head, looking at the entire god realm with a cold smile on his face. Everyone thinks that the passage between the two worlds I opened is the end, but this is just the beginning. Clark shot a hot sight in his eyes to kill the spore, but it was useless. The ancient destruction had the ability to be immune to the hot sight. He has been pursuing strength from the beginning, pursuing absolute strength. As long as being infected by this spore is parasitic, it is equivalent to becoming a container for the random transformation and arrival of the ancient day of destruction.
Go away, what do you want to do?
The smile on Martin's face grew weird. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The parasite started. The door of the two worlds will be pushed open by myself, and the channel between each other will be completely constructed, and the coordinates of the two sides will no longer be a secret in the eyes of the other gods. Steppenwolf dragged the wailing Clark away with a grinning face and threw it into the transmission channel. Let him go back, the main universe still needs him. Everything else, including these gods, is just a tool man. Martin raised his hand and lifted Clark's skull directly, exposing the brain in it, and then he threw the spore directly in. It can also be regarded as a parasitic duplication of the Day of Destruction in ancient times. Clark let out a painful scream. This terrible destruction spore was breeding wildly in his brain. It's time for me to act too. There is an anti-monitor that's stupid to collect energy for me, and I will soon be able to reach a minimum requirement, and then I will start to take the anti-life equation into my hands. At that time, the anti-monitor swallowed most of the main universe and finally chose to retreat. Superman is back. It's time for me to retreat. Your energy makes me very satisfied. The counter-monitor opened his mouth with a sneer, looking at the Superman who had just returned from Apocalypse, and suddenly felt a panic. This guy, is this just coming back from Apocalypse? How could that be *****D Martin allow Superman to come back alive? The anti-monitor's eyes flashed with cold light, and he immediately turned and left. He is not afraid of the main universe Superman, but afraid of the new owner of Apocalypse Star. He can't see through the otherworld visitor at all. Sooner or later, I will regain the Omega effect with my own hands. The more the anti-monitor devours more energy to enhance the power of the anti-life equation, the more he can feel a kind of connection in the dark. It seems that there is a connection between the anti-life equation and the Omega effect. The anti-monitor left. Damn B******D, the main universe has been given by him. The remaining Earth heroes were extremely angry. A large number of their companions died in battle and were swallowed up by the counter-monitor. The prosperous main universe was swallowed by the counter-monitor by 80%. The sky full of stars at the moment has almost disappeared. Clark, how are you?
Did Darkseid do anything to you?
Diana grabbed Clark, who was staggering, and asked worriedly. Darkseid is dead. A more terrifying guy ruled the Apocalypse Star and also conquered the ancient Day of Destruction. This guy is countless times more dangerous than the counter-surveillance. Clark clutched his head in pain. Although the pain was gradually diminishing, he knew clearly that this was a danger signal, and the destruction spore had been deeply implanted in his brain. In multi-universe, the anti-monitor kept wandering and captured one universe after another, destroying everything with the terrifying weapon of the anti-life equation, swallowing all matter and energy. Every time he destroys a universe, his strength ushered in a terrible leap, and his specifications and levels climbed at an explosive rate. When some gods noticed the upheaval that broke out in the multi-universe, they were shocked to find that the counter-surveillant had grown to a level that made them feel depressed. Anti-monitor, this B******D dares to come out if he doesn't hide in the antimatter universe. What kind of power is this? Even I feel a strong sense of targeting.
Could it be?
Darkseid has searched for countless years of anti-life equations. The anti-life equation actually exists. The existence of the statues was shocked, and they looked in the direction of multi-universe in shock, and their faces were full of deep astonishment, full of incredible. The news is really amazing. Unfortunately, they realized it was too late, and the counter-surveillance had grown to a level that even they would be afraid of. The gods can only watch the anti-monitor domineeringly slaughter one universe after another, brutally and freely swallowing massive amounts of energy, pushing the power of the anti-life equation to a terrifying level. This guy caused the infinite Earth crisis before, and now he has taken the anti-life equation to bloodbath the remaining dozens of universes. This B*******, D, as expected, has already planned. The anti-life equation is the opposite of all living things. I guess if you want to find this thing, you have to destroy countless living things first. When the number of living things drops to a certain level, this equation will appear, certainly.
That's it.
Many gods watched the Anti-Monitor rapidly increase their strength with jealousy, and their eyes were red. Finally, the Anti-Monitor smashed the light multi-universe so badly and immediately turned to the dark multi-universe. Barbados, I'm here. This has nothing to do with you, just treat me honestly if you don't want to die. The Anti-Monitor grinned, roared loudly, stood in the dark multi-universe full of sin and dust, and began to destroy worlds one by one. In the dark multi-universe, all the light and beauty will not exist, and will eventually turn into darkness and tragedy. This is the world law of the dark multi-universe, and no one can avoid it. All here will be the birth of a crazy team like the Knights of Nightmare. 7 blackened Batmen gathered from various universes, following the Bat God Barbados. It is not a question of whether the Batman wants Blacken or not, but they are in it. Dark multi-universe, no matter how committed to justice, it will inevitably fall. Will be entangled and corroded by the endless power of sin. Boom, the Anti-Monitor blasted a dark universe with one punch, swallowing everything in it, and its strength skyrocketed again. Dark multi-universe, the lowest level of the world's melting pot. The Anti-Monitor looked around and looked at the universe shrouded in endless evil, with contempt in his eyes.
Find flowers.
He really despised the dark multi-universe. The entire multi-universe realm, whether it is light or dark, is located above the world furnace. It is the foundation of the world furnace. It supports 2 opposing multi-universe worlds. It is also unique to the world furnace. Genesis Metal X Metal has given a stable and vital tone to each universe. X Metal is the most magical substance. Not only the universe, but many powerful artifacts are forged with X Metal as the core material. For example, the mother box of Darkseid, the father box of Heavenly Father, the Mobius chair now owned by Megatron. The core materials are all X Metal. The complete and healthy universe remains stable, but the defective and corrupted world has been sinking for a long time and finally piled up at the bottom, almost next to the melting pot of the world. Because it took too long for no one to clean and repair it, so known as a dark multi-universe. The Anti-Monitor laughed coldly. This is the origin of the dark multi-universe. Those rule-defective universes should have been remade by his big brother, the World Caster, and then reforged a healthy new universe. This world should not have the birth of a dark multi-universe, and there should not have been so many defective and self-destructive universes piled together. The world creator should have been born in the first time these defective universes were born. Reforge it. It's a pity that the World Caster was rebelled and attacked by the little pet he had kept for many, many years. So he took advantage of the situation and got out of suspended animation, escaped into the 6th dimension and started to build a brand new multi-universe, trying to create the world someday in the future. The goddess was really out of trouble, so he took a group of living people and escaped into this 6th-dimensional new multi-universe. This pet that resembles a bat and an unopened dragon is now Barbados, the lord of the dark multi-universe, the god of bats, the ultimate creator and ancestor of all Batmans, and was killed by the Knights of Nightmare. Batman, honorifically called Father. Therefore, the Anti-Monitor has always held contempt for the dark multi-universe, and even attacked the World Forge, stealing the world melting pot and self-righteously ruling the sinking defective universe Barbados, dismissing it. Almost, I only need to devour a batch of universes and then. There was excitement in the eyes of the Anti-Monitor. We just watched the anti-surveillance be ****D destroying our world unscrupulously. The Ravager with violent temperament asked in a cold voice, "This Bruce Wayne from Earth-1 has grown large and strong, and his eyes are even more scarlet. He was injected with the Doomsday virus. He personally killed Superman on Earth-1 and joined the Knights of Nightmare." The ravaged man looked at the Anti-Monitor frantically devouring everything. His eyes jumped with red light, and his violent temperament made him eager to challenge the Anti-Monitor. "Oh, Tilda the Master is watching quietly, then we can't worry, and, Bruce, something very interesting will happen." Infected with the Joker virus, and eventually became Joker Batman's laughing bat. He opened his mouth that covered half of his face like his nemesis Joker, and drank the drink in one cup. This is a mixture of madness and coldness, at the moment is calmer than all bats. The other 6 Batmen looked at him with deep fear in their eyes. The laughing bat is the weakest among them and is still at the level of Mortal Kombat power. Anyone present can easily pinch him to death, but it is this mortal that makes them most fearful. Think about it, a mix of Joker and Batman. What a crazy combination is this? Combine Joker's madness with Batman's wisdom and suspicion. The other 6 Nightmare Knights have no doubt that if they dare to act on him, the Laughing Bat can immediately come up with dozens of countermeasures that have been prepared for a long time and quickly kill them. I don't understand that the Anti-Monitor has already obtained the anti-life equation. We should grab this formula immediately. Why do we have to be patient and watch the Anti-Monitor get the most benefit? Just Anti-Monitor this kind of waste, is he worthy too? The ruthless war demon stepped out, wearing the helmet of the Olympian war god Ares on his head. His face was like a robot, and he spoke indifferently. He comes from the negative 12th planet. He and Diana were originally lovers, but as Diana was knocked out by Ares, Batman in grief thought that Diana was dead. In order to gain strength, he directly put on Ares's battle helmet. This is an artifact that corrupts the human heart and at the same time gives the wearer a powerful divine power. He firmly believes that his will can resist the erosion of the artifact. But as a result, the moment he put on the helmet, he lost himself and became cold-blooded. After killing Olympus in the -12 universe and slaughtering all the gods, he realized that Diana had not yet died. So he decisively killed Diana. The Laughing Bat was still very calm, even poured himself a glass of wine, shook it lightly, and laughed in a low voice. This laughter, resembling Joker, made the other 6 Batmen agitated, remembering that it was still Bruce Wayne in the past. At that time, they confronted Joker again and again. Don't worry, my dear Bruce, there are more important things worth doing than the anti-life equation. Martin wants to open the door to the 2 worlds. I care more about this, and I guess he wants what did you do? The Laughing Bat chuckled in a low voice, and the laughter carried a creepy chill. How can I not guess? The Red Death Demon had flashes of super-speed electric arcs exuding an unknown aura. He began to use his head frantically, with his own super wisdom and the terrifying speed of thinking brought by the super wisdom. But even so, he still guessed what the Laughing Bat is thinking. This is the reason why the Laughing Bats make them such as Bruce Wayne afraid. No matter how they change, the 6 of them are still Batmans. They are based on Batman's wisdom and cognition as the absolute subject, but the Laughing Bats, the ghosts know that the Laughing Bats are there. What to think? The Laughing Bat clapped his hands. Through the blindfold on his forehead, his vision was already comparable to that of the gods. He clearly saw Martin rushing into the dark multi-universe and attacking the counter-monitor without hesitation. He suddenly laughed horribly. Outside in the dark multi-universe, Martin, who had just arrived here, did not hesitate at all, and his murderous intent was overflowing, and he directly rushed to the anti-monitor. The Red Dead Demon, after all the members of the Bat family died in battle, he felt that his duplication was lacking and there was not enough time to solve the problem. So he designed the Flash, seized the Flash's superb power, and killed it all in one fell swoop. All the criminals in Gotham City. The Laughing Bat got up and went straight into the depths of the hall to find Barbados. Get ready, guys. We have a task to do right away. First, find a way to figure out the Marvel multi-universe situation, and then we can grasp the punctual mobile hand. The Laughing Bat drank the drink and slowly got up. Laughing Bat put the cup on the table and laughed in a low voice. According to my analysis, Martin is a guy with a very strong purpose. He came to our world with all his energy, but he wanted to be like a saint for the gods. Open the way to escape from the world inside the wall. Either Martin has terrible enemies, so he needs the power of the gods to fight. This is persecution from external forces, or he can get huge benefits by doing this.
I guess probably.
The other 6 Batmen also looked at each other for a while and then left one after another. Give you a wave of subscriptions. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Excluding hundreds of thousands of speculations with low probability, only this is the most logical one. He wants to use this method to overcome the terrorist barriers of the multi-level universe. This is very good. It does not conflict with our goal. Uncertain, we still have a chance to corrupt the Marvel multi-universe into a part of the dark multi-universe. Who knows?
Super universe. Who knows what Joker is thinking?
Not to mention Batman, who has Joker's mind. The Laughing Bat spoke slowly. Let's continue waiting, soon he will. Oh, it seems that I haven't counted some places he actually acted so quickly. Well, I guess the Anti-Monitor is the goddess of creation, the wall of origin, or the Omega effect. Darkseid has been struggling to find the anti-life equation. It seems that it must be the Omega effect. There is such a connection between these 2 weapons. Combine these 2 weapons and then find a way to open it. The gateway to the Marvel world.
You are too dependent on the Speed Force.
Anyway, the Speed Force is also you grabbed from the Flash on the -52 Earth. You have never received the approval of the Speed Force. You are a thief.
Snapped Martin.
You really came, I have been waiting for you. The anti-monitor blasted a universe with a punch, swallowing all the energy. And in a flash, the anti-life equation finally reached the peak he could carry. Even the anti-monitor has already faintly felt a sense of squeezing. He has a feeling that if he swallows endlessly, sooner or later he will be broken by this almost unlimited anti-life equation. It's like a balloon. I've been waiting for this moment, Mobius. You are fine. You did not disappoint me. You are indeed a good pig. Martin walked slowly, every step, across the universe directly in front of the counter-monitor, raised his hand. The star sword was already in his hand, and the tip of the sword pointed directly at the counter-monitor. The anti-surveillance pig is indeed a good breed, and he has been patient and not doing anything, waiting for the anti-surveillance's action. Now this pig has been fed by 2 multi-universes and has fat head and big ears and can be slaughtered. Sure enough, you have long known that the omega effect is related to the anti-life equation, and you really know that the anti-life equation is in my hands. I'm curious, what else do you don't know? The anti-monitor sneered in a low voice, not at all angry, and fixed his eyes on Martin. The terrifying power brought to him by the anti-life equation added a touch of security to him. I know many things, Mobius, but unfortunately, you have no chance to know my secret. Go to hell. Sincerely, thank you for feeding me the anti-life equation. In return, I will cut you off. With your head in my exhibition hall, you should feel honored. You will be juxtaposed with the heads of many gods. Martin showed a cold smile, and immediately, holding the star sword, he slashed at the counter-monitor severely. You will regret this. The counter-monitor uttered a roar, and the terrifying negative divine light flickered. But as soon as it appeared, it was immediately incompatible with everything that existed, exuding a terrifying suffocating power that was absolutely annihilating. This is the anti-life equation, resonating with the omega effect. Martin's eyes were amazed and he sighed. Darkseid got the omega effect. After realizing that the omega effect was an incomplete force, he confirmed that there was an anti-life equation in this world and began to frantically search for countless worlds. It's a pity that Martin was killed before he really found the anti-life equation, leaving only a lot of useless duplications all over the universe, lingering. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 powerful beings broke out in an astonishing battle, and the waves caused by the confrontation made one universe after another start to be turbulent. Sizzle. An omega ray burst into Martin's eyes, hitting the anti-life equation head-on, and the 2 resonant forces fought fiercely and then exploded. It's useless. The omega effect's lethality has an upper limit, but my anti-life equation does not. You are destined to be swallowed by me, and everything you have will become my thing. The counter-monitor roared, and the terrifying white brilliance turned into terrible lightning. And in an instant, the eternal black and filthy dark multi-universe was briefly reflected into the day. Hiss, a horrible blue light slashed over, and it hit the powerful anti-life force field constructed by the anti-life equation. In the terrible light that swept everything away, this endless terrible power produced a moment of stagnation in an instant. Mobius, the anti-life equation is not used like you do, leave it to me. Martin's voice is indifferent, and the Supreme God armor has long been worn. He holds the star sword in one hand and controls the 4 mother boxes in the other. He breaks the category of the anti-life equation a little bit in a strong force, giving the force that seems to exterminate everything abruptly. A gap was torn open. I will kill you and get the coordinates of Marvel Multi-Universe. Although I don't know what you want to do to open the door of the 2 worlds, it doesn't matter, all this will belong to me. Think you can control everything? You think you, as an outsider, always look condescendingly at us imprisoned guys, so you can really control everything. Your arrogance will completely kill you. The anti-monitor fell into a state of fanaticism. It turned out that the current self is already able to fight head-on with a terrifying god like Martin. This terrible anti-life equation really possesses terrifying power and is the natural enemy of all life. It's really tricky. After another fierce confrontation, Martin looked at these thunderously jumping anti-monitors thoughtfully. No wonder that Darkseid will be defeated in the face of such an anti-monitor. In the big event, Darkseid War, the Darkseid body, who is in charge of the Omega utility, played against the anti-monitor with the anti-life equation. The result was very tragic, and the invincible Darkseid attacked on the spot. When it was on the street, the 2 anti-monitors and Darkseid's daughter Grey were killed together. The forced Darkseid had to possessing others' body to rebirth and reincarnate into a baby. This baby was finally obtained by Batman and the others. Later, Batman held the baby and indirectly controlled the Omega rays to blast open the multi-universe gate, officially kicking off the prelude to the war between light multi-universe and dark multi-universe. It's a pity. This is such a powerful force, but it has been mastered by a fool like you who doesn't know the so-called. Martin suddenly smiled, and this smile was full of malice. It's not that he didn't do anything. Many people or gods have actually overlooked a very fatal problem when chasing the anti-life equation madly. The anti-life equation is a formula that destroys all life and all living things. It naturally possesses the terrifying lethality to life. This is determined by its characteristics of existence, otherwise it will not appear at all. However, the one who ultimately manipulates the anti-life equation to kill or slaughter the gods is ultimately a living thing. With the body of a living thing carrying the ultimate weapon to kill all living things, such an individual, is it really not affected by the anti-life equation and interference in the dark? Yes, definitely. All beings who have used the anti-life equation have died once. This is the case for the Anti-Monitor, and the same is true for Darkseid. The only exception is Olean, the son of Darkseid in a parallel universe. After obtaining the anti-life equation, he finally succeeded in ruling Apocalypse, signs of death. The anti-life equation seems to have greater malice against the more powerful beings. Mobius, if you don't even understand this, you dare to get involved in the anti-life equation and plant this ghost directly. You can use your own body as your own power. Martin smiled. The Anti-Monitor, an idiot, basically regards the anti-life equation as an enhanced version of the Omega effect. This idiot is dead. Moreover, the anti-life equation has a flaw that is not a flaw. It's better to let me see you off in advance. Letter 3005. Martin stroked the star sword, and the terrifying cold light released by those eyes was directly transmitted through the supreme divine armor. What are you going crazy? The Anti-Monitor simply couldn't understand Martin's inexplicable words, and immediately sneered, staring sharply, and opened his mouth to eject an anti-life ray. Sizzle! Martin shot Omega rays in his eyes, and at the same time he raised the star sword and swept it all around. Rumble! Some of the nearby universes were already broken and crumbling. At this moment they exploded directly under the sword light, and countless energy was swallowed by the Anti-Monitor. Ha ha ha, Martin, you are crazy. The more worlds you destroy, the stronger I will be. The Anti-Monitor unscrupulously swallowed these energy, reminding it to expand again, and the divine light surging on his body became more and more dazzling, radiating to the entire world inside the wall. Where this terrible luster shrouded, all living bodies, even the high gods, clearly felt a terrible sense of suffocation, as if they had encountered a natural enemy, and contacting this force would pay a painful price. They were deeply shocked, and in just an instant, the ancient gods understood what it was. The anti-life equation, does it actually exist? It deserves to be the ultimate formula, standing on the opposite side of all living beings. In this terrifying realm of extinction, no matter how powerful the gods are, they must be handled with care. I don't care about the world war, let alone who wins and who loses. I just want to escape this damn prison, even if I join Marvel Multi-Universe. I admit it. Who dares to shoot Martin? Just don't blame me for starting with you. Martin is about to lose. The Anti-Monitor, who has killed too many lives, has become more and more powerful. Mano Zhao has exceeded the boundaries of the multi-level universe. The terrifying coercion from the Anti-Monitor body constantly stimulates their sensitive nerves like a needle stick. The gods looked at them frightened. Please subscribe, searching. A god, even if it is not amazing in wisdom, but a long life has given them terrible experience, vision, and insight. They have vaguely realized that Martin seems to have made the final preparations. Boom. Allowing Martin to come to our world proves that the Marvel world is really strong, very strong, but don't forget, the world's most powerful god in the wall is never us, but is stationed in heaven and hell. The batch-in is really going to match, and I don't know who is strong and who is weak. The Anti-Monitor was sniped by Martin. It seems that the anti-life equation is very important to Martin. It's sad that what Darkseid has been pursuing all his life has fallen into the hands of Anti-Monitors. Now Mobius, tell me, can you still hold it? Are we going to do it? I have a hunch I have the anti-life equation, Martin. I am afraid I will have the last and most important puzzle. A new world will open the door to us. We are really ready. What? The gods looked at each other one after another, and all sorts of struggling, guarding, anticipating, perturbed, silently waiting for the result of this battle, waiting for Martin's action. Martin sneered, looking at the increasingly terrifying Anti-Monitor, and sneered in a low voice. You are not far from death, and the counter-life equation against you is coming soon. Can only kill the Anti-Monitor and get the anti-life equation. Another universe was blown up by Martin. What is Martin doing? Why did he deliberately destroy the broken universe? Isn't this deliberately making the anti-surveillance stronger? The anti-monitor became more and more arrogant, and the sharp increase in power made him feel a burst of fascination from his heart. Yes, obsessed. After enjoying the leap of strength, I cannot tolerate myself returning to a weak time. I can be regarded as the top god in multi-universe. The anti-monitor suddenly shot Martin an anti-life ray, making a creepy sneer. He was almost intoxicated. You know, even though he is a descendant of the goddess of creation, he has been alive since the birth of this world, but his strength has not been very good. If there is no anti-life equation, he even touched the multi-level universe. The level is extremely reluctant, and Darkseid can hold him down and punch him. But now the multi-level universe gods are no longer his opponents. This feeling is so wonderful. How is this going? Gradually, the counter-monitor noticed something was wrong. Finally found it. It's no wonder that you have this kind of brain. Martin was killed out of the anti-life force field. This terrifying and extinct power also caused him a lot of trouble. However, it is not in vain that he deliberately destroyed so many defective universes. The countless life bodies that were killed were swallowed by the anti-life equation, and this process was not controlled by the anti-monitor. Damn it. Damn it, my formulas don't eat it. The anti-monitor was frightened and roared loudly, but the body was still expanding rapidly and uncontrollably. Only a fool like you can use the anti-life equation of extinction as an omega effect. Martin sneered, raised his hand with a sword and slashed over it. After smashing the counter-monitor out, he immediately retreated, quietly watching the anti-monitor's painful roar. The terrifying divine light swept away at will, shaking the entire dark multi-universe again and again, and countless defective worlds collapsed. This uncontrollable, terrible change surprised many gods. The anti-life equation is actually so harsh on the host. Even the existence of the anti-monitor, a family of watchers, can't be perfectly carried. It should have been thought of long ago. The anti-life equation is the mortal enemy of all living things, and the anti-monitor is also a living thing. Only the dead can control this equation perfectly. Understood. Let's go to the Black Death Emperor line CFBD. The Black Death Emperor is still asleep. You should go to hell to find death. If you are lucky, maybe the lady will spread your ashes on the spot. The eyes of all the gods showed jealousy, greed, and entanglement coexist. Hiss, as soon as Martin raised his hand, he tore a crack directly and two figures slowly appeared. Master, I have found Grey. Darkseid's eldest son, Karibok, looked respectful. Darkseid's second heir, Grey, at the moment looked at the god in front of him suspiciously. I came to you to let you inherit the anti-life equation. I know you have been looking for this thing for so many years in order to kill Darkseid. Martin glanced at the red-eyed lady in front of him and said coldly. Grey, the offspring of Darkseid and the Paradise Island female warrior, was born with an unknown, and therefore was constantly pursued and killed by the Olympus line, always carrying a deep hatred for his biological father Darkseid. At the same time, this woman also played an important role in the Darkseid War and finally controlled the reincarnated baby in Darkseid possessing others' body and killed Mobius. Why do you want to give it to me? The anti-life equation is the treasure that the gods all desire. Why do you want to give it to me? Greyer whispered with excitement and doubt on his face. Because you are worthy of it. When I kill Mobius, it belongs to you. I need you to take it to do something for me. Martin laughed maliciously, his eyes moved, and he looked at Mobius, who was howling in pain. The anti-life equation, this kind of ghost, has
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.